on your square? Are you going to stand on your square on this one? Are you going to stand on your square and apologize to every fucking service member that ever died in service for the shit you just said about them, questioning their service, questioning my children's fucking father? Are you going to stand on your square at that? Are you going to stand on your square and do the right thing with that? Oh, how convenient. You won't. Oh, how convenient. Where's the outrage in this audio? Hello? Where is it? And to be rude. Like, oh, Pepe putting a picture. And this picture was my friend. And like, oh, you're going to drag me and call me a bitch and tell me if you want to see the size of his dick to like send me a DM? I don't need to know the size of your dick. I don't need to ask. I'll ask the two women that put your ass in jail for sexual trafficking. You know the La Quinta Inn? Where they were kidnapped according to news articles that everyone shared on the net? You want to talk about rude? That's rude. And don't get me started on the tone police. Oh, Pepe, you're going to be the tone police because, you don't like Roger when he fat shames people and whatnot. Roger's my friend. And when you're talking about tone police, I don't think about tone police. I think about safety. The mental and the psyche of individuals on this app. We all know there's some people that are, not all there, and that they, are looking for connection and real conversation. And then you flip the script, and all of a sudden, these people you've had blocked and aren't allowed in your rooms for years, and you're calling them all kinds of names, and you flip the script, and you're like, they're the best. Come on in. Sure, you can stream my room. Sure, you're running for Congress. Yeah. This man, and he's a veteran, and this is why I feel very protective of it, is like not, in my opinion, not all there. And I worry about him because he is a veteran. And I'm thinking, are they playing with his emotions? Here he goes from being an outcast, no one likes him in his room because he streams rooms. And then now we're going to prop him up and do this. And oh, by the way, we're going to make you some money so you can feel like you can actually win this office place and get on the ballot. And then when this all happened, what happened? He had a room when Roger left the app and all this stuff. Was anyone in John's room? No. He was by himself, basically. How do you think he felt like that? How do you think he felt? Like, wait, what happened to all these people? Oh, they weren't really my friend. They really didn't like me. What? And I get it, we're all adults. But to play with people's psyche like that, mentality is not nice. I felt like I was worried about John, and I was worried about Monica too, and I don't even care for her. I'm like, that's not nice. I don't know, do they do it? It was very confusing for me. But to sit there and say like, oh, well, who are you, Pepe, the tone police? And it was a big troll, I can get it. Pepe say outrageous things. It's a 2-second troll. You know it's a troll, and it goes away as soon as you close the app or leave the room. This was like a bigger troll. And the reason why I asked Pepe, why did you put up his picture? And he goes, because he had a room and he was like talking about should fat people get taxed more. And I was like, I was in that room and I actually said, yes, I think they should.
What do you think, Baby J? Baby JB. Oh, we got Baby Pappy.
Well, I don't call it bullying because I don't think anyone's bullying me per se, but other people could take it as that. Again, he's my friend. I like him. I've known him since Clubhouse season 1. But that was the worry. So for them to feel like,
this on YouTube right now.
Like we can't tone police. And the last thing, the audacity. It's the audacity that you shared someone's profile picture. And the hypocrisy was, this person, he's not 6'3", 175 that he was sharing in a room. I heard it. I was in the room and he was like, I'm 6'3", 175. And I'm like, okay, I believed him because he's my long-term friend. Why would he say anything different? And then Pepe saw his picture and he was like, he's not 6'3", 175. And I'm like, well, it could be an old picture or whatever. He thought it was funny. He thought it was a funny funny way to kind of like troll him back for all the times that he's trolling and he didn't like this big troll. Right? It's not a short troll, it's a long-term troll. Maybe it wasn't, but that's what it seemed like for anyone. Anyone that was in those rooms, they were like, what's the change? What's the change? You never liked this person. You never let them in your rooms. You never let them stream. What's the change? Even James said it. What's the change, Roger? Can you explain yourself? He's like, oh no, we're gonna support him. So we're not just making this up out of thin air. It's not one person's opinion. But to say the audacity, well, let me say it again. What's the audacity of you saying and lying and telling people that I doxed people and that my late husband was never killed or he never existed? Are you a racist or something? It sounds like you're a racist to me. It sounds like a white man who is mad that he can't control this Asian woman who is married to a hot-ass fucking great skinny decorated officer, black man who has a Purple Heart and a Bronze Star with a Combat V. And if anyone that served, they know what that fucking Combat V stands for. And we produced two beautiful children. So, cry me a fucking river with your audacity. You take your audacity, you swallow it, and do what you said. Stand on your square. Stand on your square. So this audio I'm sorry I'm heated, this audio just proves that Pepe went into the room. They asked him questions. He answered. He didn't lie. He answered them. You heard JB's like, well, I've been told, and you said it, and there's an audio recording of it. And I even finished it saying it too. And she's like, well, I really trust those people. And I'm like, okay, I believe you. That's why I had side-eye and asked Pepe questions for such a long time. Like, did you really do it? Just fit. And I'm like, well, apologize. This is not worth it. Roger's my friend. You know, I know you didn't do anything, but like, did you? And I was like, no, he couldn't. And then I had people try to mind fuck me, gaslight me, tell me I didn't know what I was talking about. And you weren't with him when I know that I was, because I looked at the chat, I looked at my phone, I looked at what time I went to fucking bed that day. Sorry, I'm Asian. I'm very organized like that. But this audio right now shows like, oh, how calm and cool. And this is the thing. The reason why JB closed that room is because he knew, oh shit, I can't yell at him about anything. There's no proof. There's no anything. So where's the rage and outrage now? Do you think that really justifies all the crap we've been through? Do you think it really justifies to the point, like, come on. I'm sorry, I'm done talking. I just can't stand the whole hypocrisy.
Yeah, I mean, it's pathetic. I mean, he was going off of a narrative. It seemed like in a weird way, it seemed like he was kind of making up as he went along, but
well,
I told them, dude,
I think people were telling him wrong information, and he assumed with it instead of like doing his own due diligence and listening to itself. Like, where's the safety of that? Where's stand on your square of that? I'm sorry, I'm gonna go on mute. Sorry, he didn't hear it himself. He listened to people and they lied to him. So where's the audio?
Like the golden goose, the one. If he could provide the audio where I am saying any of the names of Roger's family, where he worked, phone numbers, addresses, he even said something like social security numbers in that room because I was listening anonymously before I hopped on the stage. Dude, show the proof, dude. And you know that John Kitover recorded that room. You said you were going to listen to it and you're going to make your $1,000. Okay, we'll make your $1,000 fucking bucks. That will prove that Pepe is a liar. He cannot be trusted. He makes shit up. Dude, post it. Shut me up. Nobody will come to my room anymore. Everybody be like, well, he's just maybe Pepe's kind of a rat piece of shit who lies. Well, holy shit.
It's not even that, Pepe. It's now, like, what are people doing? You haven't even heard what supposedly he said. But you're going to judge him and psychoanalyze it and project it? You're going to let other people like, oh, yeah, that's bad. Pepe must be guilty. Must be guilty. Because he said some really bad words before. whatnot. You know, the audacity. But you're gonna like psychoanalyze him and label him in this capacity that is like not even there, not even true. But you're gonna judge him and make other people think that he is just a doctor and whatnot. Is that what Jay's gonna do to me now? He's gonna call me a doctor, and where's the audio of that? Am I expecting for that? Sorry, Pepe. That shit pisses me off.
I would say, and that's the thing, and he does this. He'll do his response groups where nobody can disagree, and otherwise he shoots them to the audience. This is all narrative. He can't produce evidence. And so part of this is that this show, I've always thought he was a slimy, and people, I talk on the back channels with other people on this app. I don't, there's stuff I will say to other people, not on this platform, but on another. They all know that I think I have like the lowest opinion, and I mean very low. Even when I was cordial to him, even when I would just acknowledge him and say what's up, they know that I thought he was an absolute fucking snake. I think he has some real issues mentally, mainly personality disorders. But with that being said, if you're going to make up some egregious lie about me, and totally try to slander me and say that I'm this doctor, watch out for me, it's all funny until he ends up turning on you and he'll release your social security numbers. Dude, I do not involve myself in stupid social security numbers. I'm not going to risk felony charges over, clubhouse drama. I'm not. That is so stupid.
Did you fancy say that you're a predator?
No, he said he didn't say that. He said he might be because.
Oh,
she
yeah,
only
like you.
goddamn, in the middle of my fucking point.
Go ahead.
But she said maybe, based on what she hears, but but she's only heard this shit from in Jay's room. So I mean, what information does she have? But with that being said, the fact that he would be willing to do this to me, and I completely accused me of doing this shit, calling me fucking, and I was listening anonymously while he was calling me a piece of shit. He's called me a piece of shit several times. And the reason I even felt confident to go on a stage and answer the questions because they were very cut and dry. Did you dox him? Nope. Did you give out any of his personal information? Mention his family members? Nope. It was that simple. And I knew since I know I did not say it, you're not going to find proof of me saying it. It's that simple. And he obviously, I guess it's now. I don't know if he's gonna. He obviously can't say he heard it because then he would have to provide the audio after the fact that he would have listened to. He's not going to find that. So he's going to probably stick to his guns by saying, oh, well, these people told me. Well, the goddamn video, the audio was recorded, dude. Just check the fucking audio. But he can't do that. So he's just going to go with the narrative. He has to save face. And so what I'm taking away from you, Jay, is the ability to not only control the narrative about me, but even about you. Okay, so I think you're a slimy fucking snake. I think you're a total piece of shit. And I'm making it very hard for you now to control that narrative. You didn't have a problem doing it to me. Should I feel bad about doing it to you when you're the one who was actually in the wrong and started it? Of course not. You deserve this. Deep down, you know you deserve this. So I'm going to drag your ass. And you thought you were going to come on here, make a room called being nice is free, or if being nice is free, why is it so hard? I don't know. Was it nice that you were making a room to make yourself out to be a victim? And that somehow I'm the mean guy? When you started, you called me a piece of shit and accused me of things I didn't do and told other people to stay away from me because I might end up doing it to them. And even if you listen to that recording, you know, he kind of made some like very veiled threats, but like kind of like, well, you know, when the rep has the gun, you gotta watch out, or you know, anybody can get touched. You know, even the presidents have been touched. You know, amazing. Now I know enough. This guy doesn't have the money, the capability. He can't do anything. To me, he's not a. He's you know, he's just breathing hot air. But you know, your tough guy shit doesn't work. See, here's the thing. If I lived in Brooklyn right now, and you live in Arizona, I would literally go live on Instagram and say, let's meet up. And I would tell you all of this stuff to my face. Now, I know you wouldn't. You know you wouldn't be able to hurt me. I fought for years. You don't. You. What the fuck do you have? Not he's only an amateur, but you don't have shit. What are you gonna do to me? Nothing. So you can be the big tough guy, but you're gonna see me literally giving it right back to you. You wouldn't be able to intimidate me. But you know, it would be a little bit different if you were the guy you pretended to be. You know, like, you know, some Italian mafioso something you're not Italian or a mafioso. You know, I would kind of watch my mouth, you know? See, just because you project an image doesn't make you that thing. You're not a gangster, you're a two-bit chump, you're a fucking pussy. You're somebody that can be disrespected. And because you bring it on yourself. And you're nobody to fear by any means, dude. Like, any stretch of the imagination, you're just a fucking loser with a big mouth. See, I at least I trash talk, but I don't make myself out to be some tough guy or, you know, super successful, super rich, you know, any of this, dude. I don't try to be anybody's guru. I don't give self-help advice. I don't try to be a leader. I don't do any of that. I have conversations about controversial shit. And, you know, I have trolled a lot too. But my thing is not to be like, I don't know, whatever the fuck it is you try to do on here. You're just a fucking creep. A shitty room moderator.
To think.
Like with the personality
You
disorder.
mean make women feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. To think. He based his, quote, information off of hearsay, and you felt so emboldened to spread that information, and you felt so right. You don't have any receipt to show for it. You don't have any proof to show it other than someone told me. The lady said it and JP said it. Someone told me that I trust and believe. Well, then where's the audio of it? So you felt like, okay, I'm just going to double down, and I don't care who I drag along the way. So I'm going to drag KK's slick husband. That's what I'm going to do. Because that's like a reciprocal, really responsible, manly thing to do. But before I do that, I'm going to call Brad, her bestie from Clubhouse Season 1, and say, Brad, can you talk to KK? Can you tell her to back off? She's taking some jabs at me. And just because I didn't listen to you, who the fuck you think you are telling me what to do? Really? Really? I'm sorry. I'm not
If
one.
I remember correctly, you brought receipts, didn't you?
Oh, fuck yeah, I did. I always have receipts. When I say I got a receipt, I got a fucking receipt. Too bad Jay didn't learn that dang game when he was incarcerated. Maybe he didn't learn that. That's what you gotta do. But you can't lie on people. You assumed things. And you were like, well, people will believe me. People will believe me. And I said, like, people believe me because someone told me. And like, yes, I like her. So I can understand why a lot of people like her. I can understand why people would assume what she says is the truth. And Jay's like, well, maybe people may not believe me, but they'll believe her. Because everyone likes her. That's what he does. He attaches his little self onto someone that everyone likes and grifts off of them. Every single Clubhouse season. But you think it was okay, even though I don't have proof, and I'm just going to believe hearsay, and everyone will think Pepe said it because Pepe has this reputation, and people get triggered and bothered by what he says and whatever. And I'm just going to assume I'm going to run with it. And I'm gonna get buddy back with my everything is going to be great. But you thought it was okay to drag me into this. You got mad because you couldn't control me, and I read off the internet. I read a court case filing that is public information from the New York SupremeCate.gov. How is that illegal? And you know what? When I read it, I didn't even say your name. Not one time. I'm not stupid. I'm not stupid. And I'm just thinking here, sorry, Pepe, I'll let people talk in just a second. I'm just agitated as fuck now. It's almost like you could sue some people for defamation of character. And knowing that they didn't have any facts to prove that that is ultimately what you did. Right? Like, I don't know. I'm no lawyer, that's for sure, but I am a publicist, and I know what type of damage that can be done, and I know of someone that enjoys content creation and being interaction with other things that we've talked about, what you could possibly do to get bookings offline to talk about things like, yeah. But it's the assumption, and like, oh, by the way, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to drag KK in it and her late husband. Fuck him. She's a bitch. She's not real. She's a fraud, and her husband is not dead, and he was never a service member, and she's claiming stolen widowhood, whatever you want to call it. That's some sick shit right there. That's some sick shit. Like, he didn't pause for a second. You did pause for a second and be like, whoa. Let me step back. Let me take back and get the actual facts before you leave with such vengeance and evilness that would take you down a path to drag a female, knowing that it is wrong and it's not true, but you did it for your own narcissistic, my opinion, of yourself, for your own jollies. That's some sick shit right there. I'm sorry.
Well, you're saying JB shouldn't have been a rat piece of shit?
He should have really found out. So listen, he had no proof. He asked Pepe. Pepe said no. If Pepe would have said like, yeah, I did it. People will ask him, Pepe, did you say that? He's like, yeah, I did. I was angry. I was messed up. He'll own to it. That's called standing on your square. Hello. So right back at you. That's standing on your square. But you didn't have any facts.
It's true. And here's the funny thing. You can try to, everybody knows I use derogatory slurs. I did all of that stuff. I expressed opinions that people thought were like hateful. I've done all that. Everybody knows that. See, I've been here for a while, and so is most of the people that are on this app currently. They know what I've said. But even with that being said, JB, let me make something clear, okay? Even if there's a black man, all right? A black man would be less than thrilled if I was to be with his lovely daughter or sister. But they would absolutely make sure that their daughter or sister stayed away from a rat piece of shit like you with your background. You know it's true. Anybody, if we compared our backgrounds, Pepe with what he said versus like what you actually do, how you've actually preyed on people in real life, you know what the answer is going to be. You're personally considered a piece of shit, okay? In any fucking community. You're a lowlife. You would be in jail in any fucking community. Any country, doesn't matter. You were absolute fucking scumbag. So you can go ahead and try to guilt me over the little shit you know about me, which honestly, the most controversial shit about me is literally what I say online. My real life is actually really nothing extraordinary, nothing that exciting. And in fact, you're not going to really get me to lose my job. You're not going to. There's nothing that you can do, dude.
Wait, you've never been to prison for sex trafficking?
No, I've never been to prison.
Hey guys,
Hello.
can I speak, please?
Sure.
Okay, so, tell them the truth. You can speak your truth, but it doesn't make it true.
Remember now.
Alright, you drunk?
No, only because
I'm a
everybody.
drunk Irish woman. Drunk Irish girl. I know. to the audience. It's not what. Okay, up on the top, the nights that we have, like, there's those nights where we have our trash talking and everybody's calling each other names. Like, you're perfectly fine in those spaces. This is not the space.
Yeah, read the room.
He has every negative stereotype of Irish people in one. Very belligerent, likes to fight, drunk. She has, I think, reddish hair at least.
Yeah, but she's still not as bad as JD. I mean, she's not a sex trafficking, allegedly rapist piece of shit. So, we'll give her some slack,
I mean, here's the bottom line: is that I can call JB all of these names, but I can drop receipts. I can debunk your stupid fucking accusations about me. Call out how you have zero proof of these accusations and how you made it up. I can call you all of these names based on receipts from like what you actually have been in trouble for in the past, what you've done on this app before. Dude, we have, like, what are you going to do? I mean, you are in a much more vulnerable situation than me. Okay, Pepe, who would say racist things. Amazing.
It's not amazing that
It's the worst thing you've done, Pepe. That's the worst thing you've done, Pepe. You're saying compared to JD. Okay.
No, I'm just.
JB doesn't have friends, though. You said he doesn't have any friends. He's a fucking broke piece of shit. He has Clubhouse, quote unquote, friends. And they never last very long.
Wait until they read his dockets and they're like, oh. I think KK should open another room and read through all those again. That was amazing. That was phenomenal, KK. And I applaud you.
Read through what?
You went through the whole list of all his arrests.
Yeah, we already did.
We already did that.
But we got more info and clips on it today.
Listen, you all can think that this is entertainment, and you all can think this is funny and whatnot, and I get that. What all I think about is all the people. I think about all the people that are going and have been hurt from all this. I worry about John and him feeling like he doesn't have people there, and it was all a facade, and him feeling like he could run. I'll run for his congressional seat. I think about the people that donated $610 that when it doesn't run, that all their information is going to be revealed. I worry about people trying to say, like, our friend is this campaign manager guy, and then he'll be attached onto something if it's not legit. I worry about, like, the psyche of the women that were projected and being fair, like for Pepe, like for Monica. Like, that's what I worry about. This is not fun. I don't like my late husband being dragged on the street because a man is mad at me because he assumed another man was doxing another man. What the fuck is that? And he calls me a bitch? Who the bitch? Who the bitch?
John,
What are you doing standing behind your phones? He's like staring down the phone.
Okay, so go to johnforcongress.com. Thanks, everybody. This is just a sample of our podcast we're releasing.
I listened to those audios of JB saying those disgusting shit about my husband, and I'm going to go listen to them again, and then I'm going to send them all to my DOD guy. And guess what? People are sending me other audio clips, and if there's one of them threatening violence against me from him, best to believe someone will be there. Like, it's disgusting. It's actually just really disgusting.
And that's okay. So I'll wrap up here. And so, if that rat piece of shit will open up another room later, I will, there's definitely more I'm holding out on. See, like I said, a big surprise, Jay. I will literally drag your ass again and again. How does it feel since you fired the first shot last Friday? Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and drag him, make up a narrative about him, kind of, bully him out of the way, get people to not like him, and get more people in my rooms or whatever the fuck it is that you do. How does it feel knowing you took that first shot and I've been smoking your ass all week. You had bitch and crying, get my accounts clipped. You know I'll make another one real quick, dumbass.
Hey Pepe, do you think it's
Hold on a second. So I think that, this is you're just a ridiculous bitch. Dude, you've been called out for so much. What you did to KK, that's like, dude, that's like really you just look like such a piece of shit right now. You really can't come back for that. That was out of line. There's nothing that should have compelled you to do that. She did not dox your family, dude. She didn't do anything. You were just mad and in your feelings. You even lied about what? You had to lie. You knew what you did was fucking shitty. That's why you had to lie and say, oh, she should dox my kids. She didn't dox your fucking kids. Dummy.
Hey Pepe, I was just gonna say, do you think it's disconcerting that somebody like JD would start a new business in Florida doing the same type of shit that he did before? The same type of
Yeah, we were talking about that. And yeah, it's pieces of shit like him don't change.
But he's changed. He served his time, man.
Wait, what are you talking about, Rich?
Okay, we'll talk.
The next level, the next level content creator bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Concierge and whatever company that he fucking created.
Is it for women?
It's what it seems like.
It's a talent agency. Doesn't that sound familiar? Okay. It's a management talent agency.
Okay, I think we can shut this down.
Yeah, and I'll probably be back on the app in like a half an hour or so. So, JB, you're not going to get your rooms like you used to. You're getting dragged. More and more every day, people are finding out what a piece of shit you are. That small little group of people that you're trying to control, it's not going to work, bud. It's just not going to work. I'm the captain now.
Does he not realize when you're in the hole and you start leaving in the strongest line?
Well, I feel like you are owed an apology.
I am absolute. I told him, and I was gracious enough to say, "Look, dude," and I was dragging him pretty hard. I told him, "Look, all you have to do is admit what you did, that you lied, and say you're sorry. And that's that. And keep my name out of your fucking mouth. And then you can go on your merry way." But
What about the $1,000? Remember you made that bet?
it doesn't exist.
Doesn't even mask. Yeah, that's true. Okay. Well,
Yes,
He doesn't have a clip of me saying any of this shit. That's why he has to double down.
yes.
And that's why he's not letting anybody he won't debate anybody on it. He'll only address it in his rooms where he immediately goos or kicks out anybody who would push back.
Yes, Don Julio.
Control the narrative. God damn it. What?
No, I was just saying, Don Julio, I am familiar with USCIS. I followed all the paperwork myself.
I'll talk to you guys later.
Also, Pepe, JD's a piece of shit. Just wanted to add that.
Werap and Northern Barakazan. The chairman actually in Werap closed the SPLM office, and said we closed the office. Why? And that's
I hadn't planned on it, but the conversation, the timing was just so right. And everyone seemed to just listen. It was disruptive. No one came off the mic to be argumentative, and it was so refreshing.
Yeah. It goes a long way, to curate spaces where people are actually listening to each other instead of competing to be right.
Exactly. It makes a difference, yeah.
Or competing to talk even. Because sometimes that's the biggest challenge is trying to fit everyone in. And,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, the cheating to talk.
For sure. Yep, I totally agree.
Hi, Vero down there. What's up, Vero?
Smart girl in invite. We probably all just did. She's probably like, cut it out.
Uh-oh.
I'm drunk.
Yeah, I had a little 2 shots of whiskey myself. I'm not drunk though. I never drink to get drunk, but
Right.
2 shots to kind of cut the edge a little.
I'm glad I needed a shower for this week. I'm glad I missed all the mess. I missed it. I just got Cliff Notes. Really nice.
It's just been fucking awful. Like, it doesn't really affect me personally that much, but I just feel heavy and dirty after being here this week. It's a totally different feeling. And like, and just when I thought, like, okay, I got JB and Pepe going at each other, mostly Pepe going at JB, but then I got JB now, and then KK, right? She's going after him, he's going after her. Just when I was like, kind of like, okay, that shit, it's still going, but it's like, it's on day 3, so it's gonna peter out here soon. Then John comes in and freaking exposes Brad today and like reports him to the FBI for making death threats and freaking posts his Instagram and emailed his work and told him, his LinkedIn, and emailed his work and told him that he was on here causing shit and like. And that was like a new thing. And I was like, fuck you guys. Like, I've been here for 5 years. I don't remember a week where there was this much, like, outright.
It's funny, they didn't like do any of that shit. I posted it on X, but
It's might be the worst
actually
week I've ever seen.
Instagram.
Ask you too, do you think this is indicative of like bigger things societally? Like there has been a huge escalation in behavior and things that people tolerate, and I'm just wondering if this is like
A mental health crisis?
Yeah, it's for sure. And we're also losing our moral compass.
yes.
We're walking away from religion. Without religion and without patriotism, what the fuck is there to hold America together? There's nothing. We don't have a shared culture. So, like, we are losing patriotism. And when I joined the Marine Corps when I was 18, like, I was a patriot, man. I believed in this fucking country. I thought they did the right thing. I thought they were trying to spread democracy around the world, and I was up for that. Now I realize that didn't come out very good. So I get it might have been a mistake back then. But the reality is, most America believed in America. And after 9/11, most America believed in America hardcore for like, a year or at most or whatever. But then after that, it started to going down, and I feel like we need a shock to the system. Like, we need some major fucking tragedy. So so all the American flags can sell out again like they did after that.
No, right.
Because honestly, without that in America, we are gonna fail. We are gonna fail ultimately anyway, eventually. I don't know when that is. But we're gonna fail from internally. We're not gonna fail externally.
Absolutely.
We're gonna destroy ourselves.
We are our own worst enemy.
Yeah, we're doing. I feel like racism is worse now than it was when I was younger. I'm like, what the fuck? It's supposed to be going the other direction right now. On Clubhouse, you're right. But you might not hear it in real life, but Clubhouse is like it's like an exposure to what people think inside. I think people are more free to like show their freak flags here, whereas they hide them in real life.
Right.
But I will say that's true because I remember sometimes I have to really remind myself that this is not real life. I really do because I remember one time I was like, man, like, everybody fucking hates me right now. Like, what's the deal? I can't get a break. And my buddy, he's like, who? Like, where? What are you talking about? And I'm like, oh, it's Clubhouse. And he's like, what the hell is that? And I'm like, never mind. Like, in real life, it's not like that. Really got a job, and my boss likes me, and I have good friends. Like, it's like, I'm embarrassed for saying it. I'm like, oh, actually, it's okay.
But to your point though, I think Clubhouse has a tendency. We see so much destruction and rage, and anger. And that always worries me, is that I'm going to hear garbage so many times that, like, in my real life, it's going to desensitize me to whatever the particular horror might be, you know? So I think we have to be careful of that.
I mean, I have to say, I'm 52 years old. Clubhouse is the only place I ever heard somebody actually say to somebody else, I know where you live, I'm going to drive to your house and rape your wife. I can't say I've ever fucking heard that in my lifetime.
Yeah.
Except on Clubhouse. That's pretty fucking bad. Like, that's about the worst thing that you could possibly hear in real life, unless you were just like an actual criminal hanging out with the criminals.
Yeah, for sure.
Half of these people are criminals.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. I mean, none of us are.
I actually think it's getting worse also because it's smaller and less relevant. It's actually getting worse.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, yeah, as it gets smaller, it's not like it's consolidating into decent people. It's actually consolidating into worse people.
I think that it's kind of like people have to. I think another aspect has been. Okay, this is just observation, and I could be completely wrong. Because the Clubhouse can be addictive, right? I mean, I've had to take. I guess I can speak for myself only that I've had to take a break because I wasn't feeling very good when I would go on Clubhouse, and I was like, why am I so cranky? What the hell? And after I took a break, I noticed when I came back, I'm like, oh yeah, I just noticed that I was just more balanced. Like my nervous system was more balanced, and beforehand it was like my brain was like staticky. I can't describe it other than that. Just like just aggravated really easily. And but it became a habit. It became something that I need that joke. Oh, what's up? How you doing? I'm like, oh, they like me. Yay! You know, and that's for anybody that it's nice to be liked. It's nice to have friends and to have people listen, and to even if you have like an argument or something, but it's nice to interact. So I can, but see, I know that just like anything else, if I overdo it, I can start to want to have that dopamine more, and it'll never be enough unless I make drama or unless I go into a room that has drama. Then I'm curious, but that curiosity leads to more of that that it just feeds that dopamine hit. They may not be talking nicely about you, but they're talking about you.
You know,
And so that getting talked about, that's a huge drug to some people of being something.
Maybe. Mike, go ahead and I'll add.
Oh, I think some of you might have been in the room yesterday. We had a room yesterday on for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, and it was, I don't remember who was leading it, but it was all about let's just try to have fun, and we ended up just asking random questions about like everybody would answer. So it was like cake or pie, and then like what's the thing that you eat that is super bad that you hate to admit in public or whatever.
Right.
And we just kept going on throwing out questions like that, and it was a natural conversation with everybody. It was super fun, and I left that room being like, oh my god, that was so fun and pointless. Like,
yeah, I think that was Sean's room. I think that was Sean's room.
That was. He did such a good job. But we talked a little bit about like we are now in this room about what's going on, but then we managed to escape it for a while, and it was really fun. It really was. It was like, oh, dude, I need more of that. I didn't realize I needed more of it until we had it,
Mm-hmm. No, I totally agree with you. And that Sean's room inspired me to make a game room tomorrow night with the messenger. I think that'll be fun for everybody, and we're going to put a few guidelines on it because it can go horribly wrong. But it's a really fun game. It's a great way to just kind of turn off all the stuff that's going on around you and just get back to relaxing and having fun and doing some laughing. But no, yeah, I totally agree with you. And I think the point I was going to make was to your point about Clubhouse getting smaller, it's getting smaller and people are getting more intimate. And when they get more intimate and they're the only people left here, you leave people to, they don't have anybody else to fight with because of the downsizing. They just turn on each other. Like, it's a fascinating observation in human nature because that's exactly what happened is they just start to bawl and beat each other because they don't have anybody else to fight with.
Yeah.
America, we speak English.
That's right. It's a house rule.
Pero voy a hablar español because I can't.
How you doing, Mother?
Angie, do you speak African?
You'll get a pass. It's okay.
That was funny though.
From now on, you shall speak African, MG, but I'm good.
Do you speak European?
Yeah, of course. Give me some crackers, mate. No, that's Australian.
American English, okay?
Or fish and chips, pal.
I do invite you all to come play Don't Shoot the Messenger tomorrow night. I think it'll be fun.
That'll be awesome.
So I have what is the acronym for the room? So I was watching this movie today, and the lady pronounced she said, instead of chamomile, she said chamomile. And I was like, have I been saying this wrong my whole life? So how do you pronounce like the T?
I pronounce it chamomile.
Okay, chamomile. Yeah, it's chamomile.
Either is
Chamomile. I was like, wow.
Tom's really dumb.
It's like
I don't think anyone should say it like that.
That's not even, yeah.
it's like or pecan. It's the same thing.
No, that doesn't bother me. Chamomile does sound stupid.
I mean, the dictionary will literally tell you how it's supposed to be
I'm
pronounced.
gonna get to the bottom of this right now.
The problem is, though, you'll get the English pronunciation and the American pronunciation, and they will oftentimes be different. I can't tell you how many times we've had discussions where we've pronounced words a particular way, and then we argue over who's right and who's wrong.
Like I will die on this hill. It's salmon.
No, it's salmon.
Okay, you said that, mother. I literally grew up in Issaquah, Washington, on the Issaquah Stream. My house backyard had a giant salmon that came back to spawn every year, and we had salmon days every October 11th. I grew up with salmon their entire life cycle. It's the salmon. It doesn't have an L. And the first time I heard the L, I just about literally spit my coffee out because it doesn't have an L in it. Because it's an Indian word. It's an American Indian word. So
Stop eating your salmon with your chamomile.
Your salmon. We say salmon. So the L is pronounced in Spanish. I think that's part of where I get this butchered is because you do pronounce the L. Oh, okay. Fair enough. It wasn't a Clubhouse that I learned that I had been saying. I'll give somebody Spanish a pass, but I'm not going to give some I don't know, white redneck. Well, that's because both of my parents pronounce it that way because they're obviously Hispanic. Yeah. But I didn't realize I was saying that word wrong until I came on Clubhouse.
You might be able to sue them for child abuse for teaching you that.
I said it wrong for like 26 years of my life.
That's okay. So chamomile, it looks like they say it in the South and Midwest. Some people, Ronnie, have you heard people say chamomile instead of chamomile? You have heard that? All right, so maybe it's like a country thing, and I haven't noticed it, but yeah, chamomile.
That's weird. It's actually harder to say that way.
Well, you're from the country, you're more country than me.
Yeah, I say chamomile.
I say chamomile, actually.
But he is in the wilderness up there in Norway.
Oh my god.
Lanolin or linoleum?
Say that word one more time. What is it?
Lanolin or linoleum?
What does that word even mean? It's linoleum.
I say lanolin. It's
Lanolin is like a oil, isn't it? Like linoleum.
No.
Isn't lanolin like a cream that you put on your skin or something?
It is.
It's linoleum. Yeah.
No, it's
No, not linoleum.
Oh, it's a nipple. It's lanolin.
Lanolin is like what? Like a moisturizer.
Yeah.
No, wait,
a sheet. I have a moisturizer that has the tallow of the sheet.
I just heard my husband say chamomile, and now that I heard him say that, now I realize I do hear people say it like that a lot.
I love mile. I've never heard.
Oh, so your husband?
I've never heard mile.
Everyone ask your husband the ladies on stage. No matter how you're sleeping.
Is it spelled like mile? Does it have an E at the end of it?
It does.
It is.
Okay, well that makes sense why people would do it then.
It does.
Husband, can I ask my cat?
Unlike the British saying aluminium when it's not actually spelled, did they actually spell it different? Is it actually spelled aluminium?
They just say it aluminium.
No, it's
And they add an extra syllable, but I think they might spell it with that extra syllable too, maybe.
No, they don't.
No, they don't. So they read aluminum and they pronounce it aluminium?
Yeah.
That's a whole extra syllable, isn't it? Aluminium. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Aluminium.
I know. I'm like,
Yeah, it's an extra. It's an extra.
With an extra I.
Would they say alimony as alimony?
Huh. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, they spell it different.
So library or library?
Oh, definitely right.
How about ask or axe?
I don't know. Let me ask you a question real quick.
Forget about it.
Forget about it. Mike, to answer your question, don't shoot the messenger. It's basically anybody that comes into the room and wants to come on stage. You can back channel an anonymous question to anybody else on the stage, and the person that you back channel it to reads it out loud, and then they can either answer the question or not, but then they get to try and guess who asked the question.
Oh, okay.
Playing that right now?
No.
Back channel it without being known who it is. Who did it?
You back channel it to somebody else random on the stage. Like you're okay, I got a question for so and so, and then you ask the question, and they ask it. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Complicated one.
And Scarlett hates this game.
What if we just
No, Scarlett, we're gonna put some PG rules on it, okay?
what if we just make a question of that?
No one's gonna be honest. That's the whole point.
I'm honest. I'm always honest.
Yeah.
What do I got?
I'm gonna lie like a dog.
At this point, what do I gotta hide for y'all? Y'all know about my sex life, you know about my dating life. Some of you know my penis size. Like,
Oh my gosh.
Mother, you already told me my wife's a lying bitch earlier today. Like, I'm already forgiving you for that. We were in a room and I was talking about how my wife is the sweetest, kindest person I've ever met in my life. I've been married for 27 years and she literally doesn't have a mean bone in her body. And she's actually, when people are mean, it actually kind of like hurts her heart. It's very evident. You can see it in her face that she doesn't respond really. And she convinced me that she's full of shit and she's just gaslighting me like, to try to get attention. And I'm like, maybe 27 years. She's done a good job at gaslighting me. I'm fully convinced.
to be fair, I've had kind of a long day, but
It's all good. I didn't take it personally. It's funny.
That's how I feel. It hurts me. Like sometimes I will cry on behalf of others because I'm just like, they were so mean.
Well, this is a funny story. So last night I was playing on my phone and it's like on my charger next to my bed and I fell asleep. So it was playing and I was totally on cold. And my wife walks in and apparently what she heard when she walked in was Jay yelling at KK or yelling about KK. And it was like a temporary moment of insanity that he had, right? And then he went right back to being a nice guy immediately. But he said something to the effect of like, you gaslighting bitch, I hope you get a yeast infection in your mouth, that's something like that. So anyway, I'm sleeping, right? And my wife comes in and she like leans over to me and she goes, you gaslighting bitch, I hope you get yeast infection in your mouth. And I wake up and I'm like, what the fuck? Like my wife has never said this in her life to me, right? Like anything like that. I'm like, what the fuck? And she goes, it was on your phone. And I'm like, what the fuck? And then she goes, but the funny thing is, as soon as he said it, he goes, next. And then he like had a really nice conversation with the next person. She goes, what the hell are you listening to? And I was like, oh, fuck, you don't want to know.
Right. I've had where I'm I'm staying with my son and my daughter-in-law. We're waiting on our apartment to become available right now. And my daughter-in-law has come in the next morning and been like, who's Adams? And who's this? I'm like, I felt like, oh God, somebody. And she's like, Adams was really going at it with, Pepe or whoever.
I've never heard anyone fight like that before.
I know.
Listen, our real world with Clubhouse is very disconcerting to me.
No, it's so easy to forget that it's fucking bizarre. Like,
Yeah,
sure.
My family, no cap, like my family, both my mom, who's married to my stepdad, and my dad's side, like they've both had like interventions with me over the holidays. This is years ago, but I remember they like had like full on like interventions about the Clubhouse.
I believe it, dude. It's super embarrassing when it happens, too. Right? It's like getting caught, like,
Real intervention, like I got really defensive, and like, probably I think I stormed off at one point.
Oh, buddy. I can honestly say I think, my kids have tried the intervention stuff too. When the contractors showed up at the house, they were definitely trying to intervene. They were like, what is going on with this stupid attic?
My best friend's like, you have a whole nother life on the internet. It's weird.
can we meet her? Can you have her on the phone?
No, I made her get an account because she was like, I'm fascinated. I want to know why you're always on Clubhouse. And she gets on here and she's like, these people are lame.
Who's
Like,
that? Who's that though?
my best friend.
Yeah, same with me. My best friend, she tried to come on the earlier days, and she just couldn't be like quick enough. I don't know. This is not for everyone. Like, it's just not. I've had several people try, and it's just they can't do it. But yeah, so she got bored and stopped.
I haven't had a single person actually come on and stay on that I've gotten on.
Me neither.
There's very few people that appreciate it.
So there was a room earlier today that was trying to ask the question, why are you on Clubhouse? And I think that's a great question for the room. Why are you guys on?
To learn, to share, to humanize.
What would be some good poll options? We can put a poll at the top of the room.
I think JD said JD have.
Adult interaction.
I think he had Crash House on there. What else did he have?
I don't have that. We did actually do this poll to watch Crash Outs, to learn, to share ideas. What were some of the others? Let's see.
So I was honest this morning and I was like, I think I'm, so I joined the app because I was working from home and I was getting kind of bored. And then I realized when I went back into the office for 2 weeks, I actually did not log into the app once I got home because I was so exhausted from human interaction. So I think if I wasn't remote, I'm not sure I would be on this app at all. And that was an interesting realization.
Yeah, I can see that.
I get too much stimulation in the office. Like when I leave work, I'm drained. Like there's a reason I have a full-time remote job. I'm exhausted when I leave.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's a good point because I don't go into an office. So I don't have a ton of adult interaction every day. Like I'm in real estate, but it's not like every day I'm talking to other adults, it's like mostly my kids and my husband I see, so it is nice. I feel like it kind of scratches the social.
Hi everybody.
Hey, Liz.
Clubhouse is the background. I don't listen to music, so it's the background noise for me getting around.
I
use it a lot for that. Yeah. I absolutely use it a lot for that. I mean, I ultimately was here just because of loneliness. I needed the human interaction from people that didn't know me or my circumstances, Yeah. A little normal. Thank you.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Liz.
Hey, Liz.
Hey, yeah, same background.
I actually don't do the background thing. I just don't think my brain like works that way. I really struggle with. I don't know. Like I can fold laundry and watch TV at the same time. There's certain things I can do at the same time, but I can't listen to people talking and work. For example, I can't do that.
Oh my god, I got those jawbone things that so you can actually it overlays on your life. So basically I have it playing in my head the entire day and I can turn it down, just kind of overlaid with the regular life. So sometimes I think it's because I'm ADHD, so I like to have multiple things going on at once, but I can actually follow like 3 or 4 conversations at one time. Anyway, but sometimes I'm like my boss giving me directions for the day and in my ear someone's calling someone the N-word and I'm like, oh, if you only knew. like 2 different worlds colliding at once. It's very bizarre.
Yeah, I'll have that, and then I'll have another like YouTube video going on at the same time, and like switch interests when people get.
That explains today. Got it. And yes, I hate listening to the 30 voices in my head. It's way easier to listen to idiots on the internet or talk to monkeys.
Yeah, Holly, I think the background thing, like, I know for me, a lot of times, like, I didn't necessarily care about, maybe I didn't care about the topic, but it was just having that background noise of just feeling like I'm just not sitting there in solitude. You know, that's why I think the background thing worked for me, is just not feeling by myself. You know, if I wanted to come and, like, re-engage in the conversation, I absolutely could. But sometimes maybe they're conversations I don't have anything to contribute to, and it's not something I'm interested in. But I like the noise. That's why I fall asleep on Clubhouse.
Okay, so you're one of the, because like my grandma, she'll like fall asleep to the TV and she lives alone.
Yes.
I think it's like a comfort thing.
It is.
I can't do that. I cannot, like it has to be either white noise or just a fan sound. I can't do music. I can't do TV. I couldn't fall asleep.
Yeah, TV's my next. You know, if I'm not in Clubhouse, I'm gonna fall asleep with the TV on. It is a comfort thing. It's just, I don't know, feeling like I have people around me. I don't do solitude very well.
Yeah, that makes sense. But some of y'all can work while you do that, and that's interesting. Like you said, Mike, you're kind of ADD, and that makes sense. I feel like when I work, I have to be like super in the zone. Like I get so distracted so easily. I just get in I just have to get in that like deep work place to really be efficient.
Same, Holly. I can't compartmentalize it at all.
Yeah, but you all are extroverts, though. You'd like to be involved on the stage.
No, I'm not. I'm an introvert, Liz.
We are fake extroverts on this app.
Yeah.
Most of us are introverts.
I'm an
If we were
introvert.
real extroverts, we would be outside of our houses for that.
I'm definitely an extrovert. So you got me right. I'm an extrovert.
No, I'm not introvert. Like I really don't like talking to most people. Even at the office, like I got some feedback when I first started. They're like, you need to be more social. And I was like, I go to lunch with you people 5 times a week. What the fuck? What else do you want?
No.
That's enough. Like I'm here for a job and to go home. Like this whole basically they're like, you have to start going to happy hours and you have to start doing this, and that's why I quit that company because.
You go to those millennial companies, because I've heard of this whole thing where the whole office goes to lunch together.
Yeah, it was one of my first accounting firms. Like happy hours were like basically mandatory. Like they're not mandatory but mandatory. There was a lot of social pressure.
people start getting drinky, and getting sloppy, and next thing you know, there's a manager hooking up with another consultant, and you just have to keep it hush hush because the entire office fucking knows, except for the partners.
Oh, I miss happy hour. You know, Georgia doesn't do happy hour. Did you know that? It's illegal here.
Wait, what doesn't do happy hour?
Yeah. Did you know that, Kristen?
What do you mean?
Where? You mean? Wait a minute. What? Like
In the state of Georgia, it is illegal to have happy hour, like, as in, like, deals. Like happy hour.
Like happy hour drinks?
For alcohol.
Like wine bars with special deals?
That's right.
Dude, when I worked at Home Depot corporate in Atlanta for like 18 years, we had these embedded vendors. So I was in advertising, and I ran a couple departments in advertising, so I had a giant budget, and I always had these people calling on me from the agencies with doing photo shoots and stuff, and so they're always trying to seduce us by to keep them and not like go hire other people. And Home Depot didn't have any rules back then in the early 2000s about like gifts and stuff. So like they would have full on like unlimited alcohol at the local bar or whatever, the local club. Like we'd go down to Meehan's, which is down at Smyrna. And after work, like 5 days a week, it was all we could drink at Meehan's with the reps. And I did that shit for like 2 years.
it's exhausting.
Meehan's cool. I like Meehan's.
I was young, so it was fun, you know, but I couldn't do it now. But I mean, I can't imagine what she spent. I mean, every day it was just her corporate card. 5 or 6 of us would go there and just fucking drink all night.
That's exhausting.
What else has happened in corporate America? Man, I've done a lot of shit that I get up in corporate. I worked at this one company where they had a bar in the office. I was like, is this even legal? They just had like a straight up liquor cabinet in the office. I worked at this private equity company. Yeah,
Home Depot, when I worked at the stores a long time ago in the 90s, they used to, they would bring in kegs of beer, and we'd have rack diving parties where we'd just drink from the keg, and then we'd climb over the racks to find shit that fell behind them during inventory and stuff.
Fun.
Yeah,
Like the clubs.
it was super fun. And then at Christmas time, they would have a huge party. Every store would have a big party. They got a giant budget for it. And they would they'd rent like a whole hotel, and we'd have like a party at the bottom of the hotel in the conference room, and they'd give out gifts and money and all that shit. And then we'd all spend the night in the hotel, so everybody would sleep with each other, and the next day we'd all come to work with like fucking egg on our faces because like half the people were sleeping around. It was a fucking mess. Like, I don't know why people stuck a bunch of fucking, like a whole store employees in a hotel for a night after they got us all drunk. It's almost like they wanted everybody to.
Did you have to all wear orange?
You gotta keep.
We had to wear aprons every earning announcement day. So whenever they're announcing their earnings, like on the news or whatever, just know that all of the headquarters people have to wear their aprons that day in the office.
That should have been the shtick while everybody was partying after, like, going out.
Just aprons. Late night. Just aprons, nothing else.
Yeah, just aprons.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, I have another question. Has anybody on here actually changed their opinion about any of their positions in all of these little rooms that we have?
Oh yeah, yeah, I have a bunch of.
So I used to be a fan of like parents beating the shit out of like my grandma used to beat the shit out of us, right? And I was like, oh, that's fine. And then I came on the side when I was in the leftist room, and like I was basically broken up, and that was problematic. And I was like, oh, I'm never hitting my kids. Like the signs not support that behavior. So, but my grandma was kind of abusive. Like here's one of the things she would do. If you misbehaved, like she would put rice down, and you would have to go kneel in the sun for a couple hours. And then after you did that, you would come inside and then get lashed. Like she was gruesome. But
Wow.
My wife had to kneel on those registers, the floor registers, the metal ones, when she was a kid.
Yeah, and that's why I celebrated her death when she died. So I maybe go to.
Hey, Mike, besides the orange apron, don't forget about Give Me an H.
Oh yeah, Give Me an H, Give Me an O. Dude, that place was fucking crazy. You wouldn't believe some of the shit that went on, because I reported the CEO for a while, and his personal, like, it was when Bob Nardelli was CEO back then.
Listen, it's everybody's turn. There
So
should be 100 people
they
lining up.
took all the corporate jets, like 4 of them, to Silicon Valley to have some meeting or something, and they had so much wine on the jets that they flew back first class, and the private jets flew all their wine back, all the cases of wine. And then Dennis Donovan
million a year. And my buddy was corporate security for him. And my buddy and I were having drinks at that party I was outside of the half hour. And he was like, oh, dude, you won't fucking believe this. I'm like, what? He goes, you know, Dennis Donovan just kind of disappeared. And I'm like, yeah, you know, he's spending more time with his family. That's what they all say, right? He's like, no. He goes, he had a laptop stolen, so we put in like a camera in his office, but we forgot to tell him it was in there. He fucked his secretary on the camera. It was like the highest paid I've ever got in the fucking world. Like a scumbag. There was so much shit that went down crazy like that. It was fucking nuts.
Does anyone else pay for reviews because of this?
I think I have. Let me think. I do believe that there is a problem with Black people getting pulled over at higher rates. I don't think I believed that before I came on here. I do think that there are some systemic issues. I still don't think it's as severe as it's kind of pitched, but regardless, I do believe that there's some issues. And then I also would have never been for reparations, but I'm not going to say I'm for them, but I'm like open to them in some way, in some shape.
I'm against the death penalty. When I came on here, I was for the death penalty. Now I'm against it.
Oh, really? Tell us more. Why'd you change?
Then you will behold. I really want to get into it, but just to be consistent, I guess. Welcome to
Drug decriminalization.
rule creators and speech communicators on this app who even up in better way to stop in time. Keep on beating and sharpening soul. It cannot be preserved for long.
What they did before they criminalized it, and then just what the fuck are people still being watched for marijuana and stupid shit?
Emphasize that we
I'm definitely a fan of that. Like, I would be fine with legalizing marijuana nationwide.
That's actually one of those things I'm in the process of trying to reconcile. I'm trying to work through that.
Well, it is getting pushed to Schedule 3 through Trump, hopefully federally.
Some police departments, like my friend works for I shouldn't say this out loud, but he works for the Miami Police Department, and they just flat out were like, if you see people, were given instructions that you see people smoking weed, just ignore them, as long as they're not causing problems on the beach. Like, some police departments are just ignoring marijuana.
Nick, did I have any part in your metamorphosis for that? Because I actually bring up the Portugal case a lot.
It was.
When we talk.
Maybe, possibly, if it was you,
Let's just say yes. Let's just say yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Also, this is gonna sound terrible, but this app has actually made me like Trump a little bit more than I normally would have before this app, which I find to be quite. And I still dislike him, but I dislike him less.
That's what I was gonna say. I was a never Trumper from day one. I was a Republican for my whole life, and I was a never Trumper from his first opportunity of being president. I said no, and then I hated him from then on. But I've actually come around to accepting him and being tolerant enough to not complain, and I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt.
It's like
I won't vote for him either, but I won't talk badly about him. I basically defer to okay, I hope our country is successful, and right now he's the guy that makes the decision for it for now.
So the one thing that he did was bring to the forefront that America's first of all, the Europeans are parasites, which they've been parasites for a long time, and I think that was a very valid point that he brought up. The second thing was we're pretty much getting fucked on the international trade level on a global perspective, and I found that to be quite fascinating because these are two things I never really thought about before Trump.
Yeah, I think mine's more like a general sense of America has been pussified and we just need to be tougher in general. somehow, whatever that takes.
I just think he's even bought a bit of a hollowing out middle class and a lowered, like, basically quality of life for the average American. Like, all the anger and animosity, that's really what it is. The country's stagnating. And people.
Yeah, it's true. And like, I mean, when I think about it, like, okay, so I have a paid off house, right? But when I bought it for $200,000 in 2001, I was making $86,000. So my house was what, a little over 2 times what my annual salary was. Houses now are like 4 or 5 times an average annual salary. And I have 2 jobs, so I make more than I used to. But if I still only had one job, like I'm an electrician during the week, but also shoot weddings, if I didn't shoot weddings on the weekends, I'd be making less than I made in 2001 at this point. So how the fuck can it be that 20 years goes by and wages basically haven't changed? It's crazy.
Exactly. And
like, people still talk about 6 figures being the goal. And it's like, what? Like, that was the goal in 2000. Like, how the fuck can it still be, like, that hard to achieve in 2025? Something's wrong. Because we have trillion-dollar companies now. Like, what the fuck, you know?
And you also have, nobody likes to talk about this, but the highest rate of unemployment in this entire country is men under 30, right? Like, young men under 30 are finding it much more difficult to find jobs. And they're dropping in levels of overall academic, right, compared to where they have been. So that's why there's a lot of angry young men.
Yeah, and an average salary is what, 60,000? Not even. Not average. It's probably way lower than that. But like, let's say that that's a decent job for a lot of people. It's like around 60 grand. And houses are like average 400,000. So houses are like 5 times an average salary now. When in 2000 they were roughly 2 times. That's crazy.
And then, well, this is partially Trump's fault, but like, the cost of everything going up. Like, every time I pay $6 for a cup of coffee, part of me dies inside. It's like a standardized coffee is now $6.
Yeah, I finally stopped going to Starbucks. I just can't stand it. It's just too expensive. I'm like, it's not that I can't afford it. It's that I feel dirty dropping $6 on a cup of coffee.
You feel like you're throwing your money in the garbage.
I really do. Yeah, I'm like, no, I gotta make it at home because I don't want to throw my money away.
How about getting to the point where you just don't drink coffee?
Oh God, that's crazy talk.
I did buy a home espresso machine though, and it's really nice. It makes weekend espressos are better than Starbucks, so that's an option.
I had to come up with a suggestion that coffee should be stopped. That can't be done.
No, that cannot be done.
That's silly. That's
You can get rid of alcohol before coffee, in my case.
Alcohol use in the country is actually at like 80-year lows. Like,
I have a problem with that. I have a big problem.
Really, I think it's great.
People should be
Kids don't drink
I
anymore.
do not think this is a good thing.
I have 2 18-year-olds and twins, and they don't fucking want to drink. They have no interest in drinking or smoking weed. It's bizarre.
I think it's weird. I think it's weird, and I think it's not a good sign.
Who has the home espresso?
Why, Holly?
I do. Mike has one.
Oh, what do you have?
I have the barista, the middle version, so it steams its own milk and everything by itself, the temperature-wise and all that. But it doesn't tamp itself, so I have to basically, grind. It has a grinder and it has everything else. So it's basically their top of the line one tamps the whole thing. It's like soup to nuts. The next one, it doesn't tamp it, but it does, steam the milk on its own and all that. And then the bottom one, you got to steam the milk manually and do everything manually. So I have the middle version.
What's the price difference, Mike, between top and middle?
Well, they have 4 now. The top one is even more advanced, but the top one is like $2 grand. The middle one goes for $800, but I got it like used, but basically brand new because there's a ton of them that are like used as displays. If you buy a used one that looks new in the picture, it probably is going to come in a box that hasn't even been used. That's what mine was, and I got it for like around $400.
So you're saving money tamping yourself. That's not bad. I really would do that because I'm not lazy.
Exactly. The tamper's not a big deal. It already has the built-in grinder and all that, right? And I actually measure I don't leave all the beans like in the grinder to like do itself. I actually measure out 18 grams on a little scale, and then I throw the beans in there, 18 grams worth, and then I grind it up, and then the grinder's empty when I'm done, so I know I'm getting exactly that much. And then I make the shot, and then but it steams its own milk. It is helpful to have the one that steams its own milk instead of having to do that manually. That's kind of pain in the ass.
Now, this is a fully automatic or semi-automatic?
It's still automatic. You still have to do the whole thing. You still have to put it in the basket and hook it in, and then pull a shot, and then pour the shot in a cup. It doesn't do all that stuff. Like a fully automatic, when you just put a cup under there and it would do it all.
Yeah, that's what I have. I have a super automatic, a DeLonghi Dama Avant.
Yeah, that's like, those are rich. Those are like $3,000, right? Something like that. Like the built-ins, they make them for built-ins for rich people and shit.
This one doesn't build in, but they originally were that. You can get them used for anywhere from $500 to like $1,200.
Yeah, the one I have is you have to legit make it yourself. Like Starbucks level make it, basically. But it's real Circle K, guys. Circle K. I don't think we have Circle Ks.
Anybody fan of McDonald's coffee?
I like McDonald's coffee.
Like cream and vinegar though.
I think that's the best thing in that entire store is the coffee. Like that is like pretty decent quality coffee.
Yeah, well, their Coca-Cola too. I don't even drink Coke, but their Coke is like having a cake. Like if you want dessert, it's
Yeah, they have their own special formula. I used to be a huge McDonald's coffee girl. Like every day, that's what I wanted. But I got one of those Italian mocha espresso pots. Yeah, and it completely changed my taste in coffee now. Now I only make it myself. It's next level. Yeah, it's next level.
So I will say, this is actually a McDonald's update. McDonald's HQ came out with an announcement this week that they're trying to lower the prices of their menus because they have seen a reduced amount of customer traffic and people are not going to McDonald's. They have like raised prices like 300% over the last 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So they're trying to negotiate with the different franchises to bring the Big Mac down. It's like $18 at this point. They're trying to get it down to they're trying to get it down to like 12, kind of more reasonable because they're losing customers because McDonald's has gotten to it.
Well, part of the thing with McDonald's is that there's a perception that a value meal with a Whopper is $18. There are some places that does occur. Their goal is to get the Whopper in a value meal to have any of the value at the Whopper. Big Mac, I was saying Whopper. Big Mac. And, you polluted my mind. And they're trying to have the sum of the parts be 15% less than if you bought them individually. So part of this is a perception thing with McDonald's. But I think the Big Mac runs right around, if you bought it individually, about $5.39 across the country, except in some of the high market areas like California, where they have to pay $20 an hour wages.
Which is
Don't you think it's also because of the play places though? Like it used to be a destination spot. You take your kids there for not just dinner, but to hang out and play, and all of that is closed down. So they had to increase the price of food because it's no longer a play place, right? I mean, they're kind of screwed. Because what's the point of going to McDonald's now with your kids and your family if they can't play there? It's not the same.
Tali, are you in a rural area?
No, I'm not. Well, kind of. I mean, I'm in Phoenix, but Mesa, so on the outside.
Interesting.
So, yes.
We don't even have any of those down here in South Florida. The play areas, we don't have. They just.
Yeah, they don't really
We used to. They closed them all down. During COVID and everything, they took it all away.
Well, they just went through a major remodel program over the last 10 years, and part of the major remodel program was removing the indoor play areas to change the kitchens, give them more space back there, and add more seating. Not that they needed more seating, because more of their percentage of their business is carry out and delivery now.
You mentioned it's Howard. Is he the one who mentioned Circle K? Because I was in Florida and there was so I was in Florida and there was a Circle K there, and I bought a couple things, right? So I had like my arms full of something and a couple things, and I walked up and there was this mat where the cashier is on the table, and it has like a grid on it, and then each corner of the mat had like poles sticking up with cameras facing down onto the mat from all four corners. And she's like, put all that stuff on the mat. And they stuck it all on the mat, and it immediately rang it up. It doesn't look at the UPC.
Amazing,
They
right?
took a picture of the shit that was just all on the mat and priced it.
And then you can put your gaps on there too, so you don't have to talk to anybody. It rings it all up. Put your gaps
So
on your
fucking weird.
pump and back
It's
it
not even
yourself.
doing UPCs. It's using AI to like just say, oh, that's a bottle of Gatorade from the top. It just knows what it is. It's bizarre.
And there's still somebody at the cash register though?
Yeah, but they just tell you how much it is.
Well,
Like
make
they
sure
don't
you don't
check
walk
it.
out with stuff without paying.
Yeah, they take the money, but oh yeah,
Or if you need something behind the counter, like if you're getting cigarettes and stuff like that.
She told me to put it on there, and then she actually just took my money. I did the card with her.
They add it to your list of what you're buying, and you check out. You just walk out with all your stuff you took off the shelf, and it charges you accordingly.
Yeah,
Like a hotel bar, where you, like when they remove stuff like a hotel bar.
It's done by video, though, I think.
Yeah, it's not.
Wild.
Is it RFID? Is that how they do it? I think they do it by
They
RFID.
can do it that way. The Amazon stores were supposed to be cashierless.
Yeah, those were RFID, I think.
Yeah.
Because you could like take it out. It didn't mark it when you took it out of the shelf necessarily. It marked it when it was put in the cart.
In the cart, yeah. And I never went to one. I wanted to go to one, but there wasn't any near me.
I think those closed down. Seattle had some, but I don't think they have them anymore.
Yeah, I don't think it worked out.
With respect to what Holly said, she mentioned that when someone said, kids aren't drinking or smoking anymore, Holly said, that's kind of weird. I wonder what you meant by that, Holly.
Yeah, me too. Sure.
It's kind of hard to explain, but I guess I'll give it a shot. I don't like it as a trend because a few reasons. I think it's part of the pacification of this country. I think it is. I think we're becoming less fun as a culture. I think that it's a little bit cultish. This whole like overly health conscious. It's almost like a religion at this point, like a superiority thing. It's obnoxious to me. Yeah, I just don't. It's un-American. I don't believe in it.
It's funny you said that. I watched a movie, and literally, the guy was driving. It was one of the old movies, and he was driving. He had like a martini or something in his hand, and a cigarette in one hand, and a cigarette in the other hand. So we've come a long way as a culture as far as the alcohol and all that. But I guess I don't understand why you think it's a bad thing. It's different. We used to be able to smoke on airplanes. We can't do that anymore. There are lots of things we used to be able to do, can't do. That doesn't necessarily make them a bad thing, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's easy. Americans we're puritanical, and we're very black and white, good versus evil, right versus wrong. Instead of having a healthy relationship with alcohol, we've demonized it. Whereas, when you go to other countries like, South America, Western Europe, I mean, all of Europe, really, Australia, they don't have that same relationship with alcohol. It's not like this demonized, shameful thing. And Americans we just have this habit of like, very judgmental. We put things into good versus right versus wrong. That's not healthy. That's cancer. Like it's annoying. I find it very obnoxious. It's like just learn how to fucking drink. If you can't drink and you have a problem, fine, don't drink. But like this whole culture, like a movement of not drinking, I don't like that.
Yeah,
You're talking
there's also
kids.
the second thing I do think Holly, she's mentioned this in other rooms, so I don't want to steal her point. Like there has been an increase in the under 35 crowd, like increasingly isolating in general. So like there's this thing like alcohol is kind of considered like a social thing. Marijuana generally usage, you predominantly stay at home for most folks and kind of stick to yourself. So like if people are just switching from a social type of outlet to marijuana, I can see where her argument makes sense to me, where it's like humans are not designed to be constantly isolating and alone, and the fact that you see skyrocketing rates of kids under 35 reporting that they are constantly lonely, I think that's a problem. But I don't know if that was Holly's point or not, but I kind of stole that.
No, I'm glad you brought that up. I forgot about that. Real quick, just piggyback back on that. Yes, and when we were young, I don't know if y'all remember, but there is beauty and just it's such a beautiful part of life, the spontaneity of not knowing who you're going to meet when you go out. The random, I mean, even still, when I travel, my favorite thing to do is to wander aimlessly, like by myself, and go into a pub and talk to random local people. Like that is my favorite activity. And so I feel like these young people, if they're on this bandwagon of like, just not like drinking, I don't know, they're missing out on some part of life that I find really beautiful.
I don't know what to think about that as I smoke my cigar and drink my Mad Elf Trobes 11% alcohol.
It disappoints me. I have twins who just started college, and neither one of them ever want to drink with me. And I always thought that would be fun, so I'm kind of bummed. They literally don't. Like, I have the margaritas in a can or whatever, and I was like, my daughter, I'm like, do you want one? She's like, no, Dad. I'm like, all right, I'll drink it myself. So the social aspect, I don't get it with my kids either. Meanwhile, when I was in high school, no shit, this is a little TMI, but my mom was like the party mom, and she would hold these parties where all the kids would come over to my house, and they'd all get drunk in the rooms where they had to stay overnight. They're not allowed to leave when they get drunk because it's not safe. And yeah, my mom like gave my best friend head in high school, and it was just a fucking wreck. So I guess I should count my blessings that are very normal.
Did I get that correct? Never mind. Let me know.
You did. My mom did that, yeah. To my best friend. It's a real thing.
Was she at least good? Did he get...
Thankfully, he didn't go into much detail. Thankfully.
He told you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, in high school, yeah, we're idiots. Guys are idiots. Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, yeah. He told me later more. He didn't tell me in high school. He told me later.
Kids are dumb. Like I was on the football team, right? And this massive group chat where all the guys on the football team would share all the nudes that the women would send to them, and then we would look at them. And I was like, wow.
Yeah, I don't have a relationship with my mom anymore. Like I don't let her have a relationship with my kids. I cut her off. There's a lot of shit going on.
Well, you're just lucky your friend's not dad to you.
Jesus.
It's been so much work.
That would have been worse for sure.
Jokes know how to rub it in, Daddy.
Jokes. I'm many years removed from it. I've dealt with the trauma.
Oh, bless your heart. No wonder you paid your house off. I get it.
Oh, dude, I'm the best dad ever. I learned everything not to do with my mom. She was a perfect bad example of everything. I totally made it all right.
My mom was not that bad, but I have a very beautiful mother who had me young, and so of course I was always, your mom, the MILF, and guys would come over and like ask my mom to prom, all this silly stuff. But I had a lot of freedom when I was growing up, and my house was definitely the party house too. And my mom would kind of like disappear. If she was there, she would like disappear. But a lot of times I was just there by myself, so I would throw like really fun party. I actually had a party once, and my baby brother, who was probably like 2 at the time, and he was in the crib still, I guess, so he was still pretty little. And he like crawled. I was supposed to be babysitting, but of course I threw a party. And he like crawled out at one point and like walked out. It was just like they were like, "Holly, your brother," and standing there staring at everybody.
I had some awkward moments because like I wasn't super popular in high school, but I was a smart ass. So like a lot of the athletes hated me because I talk shit, And the star football player, the quarterback of the fucking team of my high school team. So my aunt was divorced and my mom was divorced a bunch of times, and so they decided to live together my senior year, and they got this house. They rented this house down by a lake where we could party on the lake all the time, and I think they did on purpose my senior year, so they could get old boys over. But anyway, the high school quarterback like hated me, like fucking used to beat me up, throw me against lockers and shit, and then me and brother was like banging my aunt, and so he'd come over to the parties, and I was like, oh fuck. So I had like this guy that would beat me up at school, and he was like partying in my house and kissing my aunt. It was fucking bizarre, dude. It's a really fucking warped situation.
I'm gonna say something that probably everyone in this room is gonna disagree with me, but I think you should try to have a relationship with your mom because it's been my experience. Once they're gone, it's kind of tough, man. I mean, you really you really have, or at least I did, you know.
I think the main thing is, see, I've been married a long time too. I've been married 27 years, and my mom treated my wife like shit too early on, and my wife told her like, fuck off, basically. And so when I finally cut my mom out of my children's lives, it was only about 3 or 4. She was favoring one over the other. They're twins, but she was favoring one over the other a lot, ridiculously so. And I called her on it. She said she wasn't, and then she admitted she was, and she said, well, maybe your daughter's easier to love than your son. And that's when I cut her off. I was like, you're not going to love one of my kids more than the other one and make the other one feel bad. I'm not going to let that happen. So now I feel like they're 18. They don't know her. I could go back and get to know her a little bit, but it's a weird thing because my wife she won't know her. She has no interest in knowing her again. And I live across the country as well, so it's a little bit easier to be separated like that. But the weird thing is at this point, I don't have anything to talk to her about. Like, she sent me a letter last year, and she's like, it's been long enough. Like, I think about you every day. We need to touch base. We need to see each other. Can we meet somewhere? Blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like, I just know that she's such an asshole as a human being, and she's such a narcissist, and she's such a bad person that, like, she could never let me, like, get personal anyway. Like, if I told her, like, I'm feeling like this or whatever, she'd be like, oh, suck it up, don't be pussy, whatever. Like, she's just like that. And so it was always like, what am I going to talk about? Politics or the weather? Like, there's nothing else to talk about with her. There's no depth there. And so going back to her, I'm like, I don't want to just talk about the weather and shit. And at this point, I'm over all the other shit, so I don't really want to bring that up either. So at this point, I really feel like I don't have anything to talk about. It's weird.
This sentiment comes around a lot of like, whether you should extend like grace to your parents or whatever.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times like the way that I like to frame it is like, what would a parent have to do for a child to decide that the best choice for them is to eliminate this relationship? Like, there's always a lack of ownership and a lack of accountability for, like, I have a relationship with my parents, but like I have an aunt that I don't talk to. And everyone always pressures me to engage with this aunt at family events, and I don't talk to her. First of all, because she's a condescending bitch, and second of all, she's very anti-gay. So my entire existence is a problem for this woman. And so why do I have to engage with her so I completely cut her out, right? But there's still like this social pressure to like re-engage and keep it in the family, and it's like, this is a toxic human being, and I want nothing to do with them. I will be polite and cordial, but outside of that, you can.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. I think about it. Like, when she, to be honest, right now, if she died, I don't think I'd be sad. That's horrible to say, but I think I'd feel a nice relief. Like, oh, okay, well, that's finished. I don't know. Like, if I feel like that, then I don't know what I can go back to. You know what I mean?
Some people feel relief from the toxic relationship. I think that's normal. That's like a very normal response. Like, I'm free from it.
Yeah. It's a sad situation, though. But I did want to say, with her favoring one child, I'm not saying that you did the wrong thing by protecting, the other child's emotions. But I don't think it's very uncommon for grandparents to love a grandchild the most, because some grandchildren, I'm not saying what you did was wrong, but I do think it's somewhat common for a grandparent to have a closer relationship.
Oh, yeah, I'm interrupting. Did you hear him say it was a twin?
It was a twin. It's a twin, and right, my son. The problem is my son is almost all my wife's DNA. My daughter is almost all my DNA. My mom had 2 boys, me and my brother, so she never had a daughter. So when my daughter was born, she immediately, like, the narcissist in her got immediately attached to, oh, that's one of me. That's a mini me, basically. And so she became obsessed with my daughter, and then she would totally, like yell at my son and make him cry, and she would buy things for my daughter, not for my son in front of him. Just bullshit, really bad shit. And I think what she really fucked up is, honestly, when I called her on it, she admitted it, when she said, I guess your daughter is easier to love than your son. what that made me feel like, we don't get to choose which one to love. You have to love them both, and they're not doing anything to make it easy or hard for you. Like, it's not their job to make loving them easy for you. He doesn't make it hard for you either. He just isn't the person that you are attracted to. So it's like, so ultimately what it's going to do is it's going to hurt his feelings, and you're going to accuse me of being a bad dad every time he cries because somehow I'm spoiling him if I go buy him something because you didn't buy him anything, but you bought his sister something. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, it's like she's like fucking with his mind, and she fucked with my mind when I was growing up. I joined the Marine Corps when I was 17 in high school. I joined the Marine Corps to get the fuck away. I volunteered to go to Japan. They sent me away. I was gone. I never went back. Moved to Georgia. Like, there's a reason that I escaped, on purpose.
How do you handle that with your son when his sister gets stuff and how do you handle that?
Oh, it was so fucked up. I mean, we literally got off the airplane, went to go to lunch or whatever. My mom's like, hey, can I take her for something? Yeah, takes her on this mall that we were in, and buys her a bunch of shit. She comes over with a bunch of shit. My son's sitting like, what the fuck? And then I didn't say anything at first. I'm like, well, maybe she'll take him. She didn't take him. So then the night comes. Now she's playing with her shit. He doesn't have anything. He's like getting upset. I'm like, what the fuck? So I still didn't say anything. The next morning, or maybe that night or the next morning, one of the two, we took him to Toys R Us, and we got him, we let him pick out something. I came back, and my mom was like, what the fuck are you doing? And I'm like, it took, my son to get something at Toys R Us because you didn't give me it, he got her something. And she's like, I didn't explain away why she didn't. I literally just said, let's go get you something, buddy. Like, I just took care of it, but I didn't.
I feel so bad for oh my god, it breaks my heart.
Oh, it was horrible. And he got over it or whatever, but at the same time, I remember one time, it's just simple things. Like, one time, my son knocked a lamp over, he was playing or something, and then a lamp fell off the table or whatever. My mom's like, oh my god, are you okay? And I said, he's fine, mom. And she's like, I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about the lamp. It looks like he might have, I thought he maybe broke it. And I'm like, you were addressing the lamp with, are you okay? Like, what the fuck? Like, my mom would walk in and turn the lights off in the room when we're in there because she's going to bed, so she's just not going to let us sit in the light. It's bizarre.
Bro, that sounds like my mom.
What a bitch.
You're like the same mom in spirit.
So I will say, I do think that, parents and learners aren't going to like this, but I think it's bullshit that you don't have a favorite child in general. Like, I'm going to get a ton of pushback on this, but I had a favorite parent. Like, my mom was my favorite parent, and it was blatantly obvious to my dad. And he would even talk to my mom about why I didn't like hanging out with him. And he was as a kid, I was probably 7 or 8 years old. And so I think some of this is human nature. Not to the extent my way is describing.
Yeah, right. You don't verbalize that shit though. We don't verbalize.
You're saying you're like his mom? Is that what you're saying?
A lot of people consciously having favorite kids and favorite parents is not real.
You guys, I'm almost fucked up. My mom brought a guy in the house. He's like a boyfriend or something. Maybe he was one of her random boyfriends. And I found this paperwork, and it was he had broken into a hotel room and a sliding door and went in there, and he was jerking off at the end of some bed for some girl. And she caught him, and he was arrested. And he was found guilty. And he served some time, whatever. So my mom brought this guy into our house, and he was almost our stepdad. And later on, I saw it, but I never said anything. And later on, after the Marine Corps, I was hanging out with him. I'm like, what the fuck was up with that guy, Lee? How the fuck did you bring him in the house? He knew he was a sexual predator. The paperwork was in the fucking bedroom. And she's like, oh, please. He liked girls, not boys. I wasn't worried about you guys. I was like,
everybody jerks off. What are you talking about?
Yeah. So it's that, I just had a lot of that in my life, right? Or she's like, I actually liked it because he was a peeping Tom, and when you go to your dad's house for the weekend, we dressed it all in black, we'd park at the end of the neighborhood, and we'd sneak out, and I don't know if you know this, but if you look where mini blinds are, there's a little hole where the cord goes through, where you can stick your face up against the window, and you can watch people having sex in there, and we used to do that for fun, and I'm like, why are you fucking admitting to this, you creepy bastard?
It's a wonder that you're mentally okay, because this sounds like just unbelievable.
I'm super mentally okay, but I had to get the hell away as fast as possible.
Yeah, that one saved you, getting out as soon as you could.
Oh yeah, the Marine Corps was beckoning me. I was like, oh please, anything, yes, please. Make it as hard, punish me, make it as hard as possible.
You wear a shirt that says, I survived, Mom.
No shit, I'm not.
No, I'm super, dude. I've been married 27 years. My kids are amazing. They both had well above 4.0 grade point averages. I mean, everything's good, you know. Like like I said, she was a perfect bad example. I literally made every decision opposite her.
That's amazing. That's the funniest part is she was sitting there and she comes in and she's like, I'm going to bed. And she turns off the lights and it's like,
She's in the fucking dark.
we're not going to bed. Like, what
the fuck are you doing?
And here's my mom's place. She's like, but it's my house.
Yeah.
And I'm turning off the lights. And I'm like, okay, what's this? I'm just, and I was like, this must be female autism. That was like my conclusion. I was like, this is just what female autism is like. And I just have not seen enough clinical examples.
No women are later diagnosed.
You know, so that's not a little bit. That kind of cruelty, that's just me. Yeah, Mike, do you have a sibling?
I do. I have a younger brother, and he's pretty fucked up. Like, he's responsible, right? He's a sheet metal worker. He's been in the union forever. He has, retirement built up and all that stuff. But he's never been married. He's had multiple girlfriends, had abortions. Like, he doesn't believe in marriage. He tells me it never works for anybody. I'm like, hello, I'm your fucking brother. It works for me, And at this point, he won't talk to me anymore because I don't talk to my mom, and I really pissed him off. And so I kind of lost him in the process, which I didn't count on that. That part kind of sucked because I didn't really count on it. That he would be so attached to her. He's just gaslit by her, and he never got away like I did. So
Yeah, that sucks to lose your brother, but I'm kind of thinking she's gonna need or try to get one of you to take care of her, and it's gonna be more likely your own brother than yours. And I think that's a blessing.
And what's weird is she would love on me, right? When I was growing up all the time, like it was almost like we were her boyfriends. Like she would talk shit about her girlfriends back and forth to each other, in order to like break up with us. But because she didn't, she always had a problem with everybody we dated, whatever. And so she would love on me, and then she would kind of, shit on him. But then when I stopped talking to her, suddenly now I don't follow her on Facebook anymore. But for the longest time, she would just like praise him constantly, like, oh, my wonderful son. And she wouldn't say anything about me anymore. Then it was like all that love bombing transferred to him once I was no longer in the picture. Which, she just needs somebody to be feeding her narcissistic supply. That's all there is to it. Everybody's they told her she's great all the time.
People they got something in their childhood.
Yeah, that's trauma.
Oh, super fucked up. Oh, yeah. No,
But it's not an excuse. I mean, you found a way to turn it into a positive. And also, Christian, while you're talking, I appreciate you sharing, is that really your parents are kind of a moderator without a parents you get,
100%. See, in my mom's
friends.
It's a crapshoot. It's a gamble. My mom's mom was a horrible human being. She was divorced 9 times. She's still alive. She's 102 or something. God, that's how God works. I don't know. That's some of the fucking worst people. But she used to bring my mom and her dog and her sister in. And she used to let men come in and pay her to go climb in bed and molest my mom and her sister. So I knew this was true. So it's super fucked up. But what's more fucked up is that my mom used to have my grandma stay with us and watch us, even though all that shit happened. She maintained a relationship with my grandma, who I couldn't stand and hated her. And she would have my grandma watch me when she was running around chasing guys around the country when I was younger. Exactly. Right. Yeah, and that's why I broke it. That's why I said it. That's why I knew I didn't need my kids to know her. Because I know how much I hated my grandma. Because my mom made me know her. And I was like, I'm not going to do that. Like, they already aren't feeling it. I'm not going to make them do it. Like, I know what that feels like. That's not helping.
As you understand how your mom turned out the way she did.
And I forgive her for it. Yeah, and I totally forgive her. Like, I don't hold a grudge. That's why I don't want to talk about the old stuff anymore, right?
When there's a certain point now that you're like, yeah, I get it. Your mom she might have had a horrible upbringing, but it is her choice how she moves about after a certain point. Like, there's a certain point where you have to take accountability for the shit that you life does not give everyone equally, right? However, it is
back and not be involved in any logistics moving forward. And as soon as I did that, I said calmly, I said to my husband, I'm not going to try and be mean, but from here on out, I would like to be in charge of the communication and logistics with your mother. I just can't, I can't do it. And that was the best thing I ever could have done, because I have a hard time with boundaries, I have a hard time saying no. But as soon as he had to take over, and I wasn't the wedge or the passer off to me, I mean, it was me for my husband. She's done. She's out.
Like you guys in this room, I've been helping. That's what I've been struggling with this. And you like this might be a room where I may be able to get some help, right? So I have a family member, and like I say, who it is, but I have a family member who was molested by one of my uncles. He's a male family member who was molested by one of my uncles, and this particular uncle I absolutely loved and adored. He was just the coolest guy. Again, I don't know if the family member that I'm talking about is being honest with me, because he got busted on a solicitation charge and those drugs came out. But if he's just, I wouldn't think he was being honest with me. But how do you navigate that situation? I mean, how do I still maintain the relationship with this great uncle that I have? Should I maintain it? I haven't even approached him with it.
So, what do you just gonna sound super rough? Then I will be immediately calling from my life. I didn't agree. I don't give a fuck how nice they are. Predators are known to be, basic. Okay, here's the number one thing, right? Like, sexual abuse is most likely to happen within families by other family members. You're more likely to be sexually abused by an uncle or an aunt than you are to be abused by a trans person or a random person or whatever guy you meet at a bar, right? Statistically, he is more likely to be telling the truth than not telling the truth. But the second thing I was gonna say is, this is a threat to the entire family, right? Like, predators know how to mask, they know how to pick their targets, they know what this probably, like, there are specific traits that they look for, right? Like, they shows that they have shown that their progesterone about the presence has deterred sexual predators in their interviews from targeting certain children, right? Just having this immune to intimidating, right? Like, I don't know what the specific details are, but I wouldn't, for my own safety and the safety of my kids, I would get rid of this person. Okay, I just cannot put that risk out there for me.
I got a question for you, bro. Was there any evidence, I guess, like proof, or was there like any strong suggestion? Like, I'm just asking because you mentioned that the person who told you was caught up for soliciting, right? I didn't even know the person was gay, to be honest with you. I thought I knew he was never married, and it was kind of like, how the hell do you go through life and not be married? I mean, at some point you were married at least once, I would think. But I did just sort of, and then you look at other things that happen in life, and you realize, okay, it makes sense now, but it didn't put two and two together at the time. So when he got caught with this cop, I guess it was a cop in some bathroom or something. With the bail now, then we just sort of had this heart to heart, and he said he was molested as a child by this uncle that like I said, I love. So, but the thing is, I don't even know if he's getting trouble with me. I tend to think he is. But how do you accuse someone of something so horrible who has a family, wife, and children? I'm stuck.
That's why he doing acts like that. I mean, he's got a lot of people. Once somebody did that to them, they usually end up doing it to somebody else, or tend to be like overly hypersexual, especially if they happen at a young age.
So I don't think he's on the topic that gets close, and I was not sexually abused, right? But it's not from my experience, but I actually have a lot of friends who were sexually abused, right? Because it is actually very, very common in the gay community to have like sexual abuse happen to. I think it's like double the rate of straight men, right? The straight men average, I think percentage-wise, about 20% of straight men have been sexually abused. In the gay community, it's about 40%. And what you're describing are typical symptoms of someone who's acting out, right? Behaving in certain sexually reckless ways. And like, where does that come from? I'm maybe I'm biased, but I'm leaning towards believing your
later in life that he had molested my father's younger sister, who was his stepdaughter. And, it put a whole different light on. I couldn't change how he treated me and what he had done to my aunt, but I had to put that in a place and then change my feelings. He was good to me, but he was also this person who was flawed and caused damage to my partner.
Yeah, I feel like, Project, that if you want to know him as an adult, I don't think you're a bad person for having the feelings that you want to continue knowing him. Keeping in mind that it's highly likely that he's potentially that thing that you were told he was. The important thing, I think, is to make sure that he's not around anybody that he could hurt. So, no kids around him. If you ever saw that, I would do my best to try to eliminate that from occurring again or whatever. I would become a protector of others around him, and I would use my opportunities to know him to keep an eye and protect others from him at the same time. And then you kind of get the best of both worlds. You can potentially save other people, and you can also know him, and you don't feel guilty about that. But I do think you have to believe what you were told at the same time, and you have an obligation to protect anybody that might be at risk. So that's what I'm saying.
Instead of just saying, I'm not doing nothing like you know, that's a little kid, never rape somebody.
But your PC still questioning about if it actually happened.
What I'm comfortable is that in situations that there is almost no concrete evidence one way or the other, right? Like that's a problem. And the other thing is, this person, the victim, I'm just going to call him the victim, he's not as patient about the situation. Like, I would have confronted the guy, I would have, do all this stuff. And he's like, what happened? And just let it go. And so it's kind of like, where's your passion?
Right.
You're not why should I be?
Project doesn't convict them. Is he trying to question with other behaviors? Like, has he done anything where you might not trust that he was being honest? Otherwise, because it's such a strong, charge on a human being. Like,
But this is the problem that people who have experienced sexual traumas usually have higher rates of addiction. They normally have other extreme methods of acting out. They normally are hypersexual. They normally are doing drugs, trying to cope with the pain, all that shit. Like, all of the red flags that you would look for are signs of sexual trauma. So it's hard to separate whether that's like service content or if it's the issue.
no, that's true.
No, just molest one person. It's a good point. If there's other people that speak up.
Yeah, I was just reading this on Project.
Other people that this guy is also
Right. But this is the thing too, and I don't know if it matters as an adult. I was listening to some counterintelligence behavior. They said that a large, 90% of children or people that have been molested have a hard time answering direct questions and being direct. So I get what Mother said, they're gonna have other issues, so it may not be fair to just go off of him if he's had some other questionable behavior. So it's just gonna come on like a guy who's being charged.
This is a difficult question because I wish I had a clear-cut answer, but I honestly don't.
I actually might. Alright, say you guys talked about it, okay? And if he actually admitted to it, would you still love him after the
that also take me out where the person was molested and has to relive it.
Other than the shame that they're suffering now, I don't know which is worse. You have to kind of have their approval in advance, because that's the only proof you even have. I mean, otherwise you'd never go and get anywhere with it anyway. You have to have their. They should participate in it, especially if they're. Exactly, they have to participate, which means they have to be okay with it. Well, now, if they are now being an adult, if they're still a child, then that's a different story. Yeah, I thought it was an adult, but.
Yeah, it's really hard to criminally prosecute those cases. There's a weird kind of change that, hey, I'm a civil and civil court, and women are getting, and victims in general are getting better results in the civil courts because you're saying, hey, I'm going to threaten to bring this case to criminal court. Once you settle in civil court, and for whatever reason, the courts are okay with that, take that for what you will, but I know the cases have a lower threshold. Yeah, exactly. But it's also like, hey, is it reasonable to have that standard of proof for something that's so difficult to prove fundamentally, right? It's like it's you and me, my word versus yours, right? And that's how often the cases are set up. So we've seen that recently with like some of the like trauma victims have trauma victim memory. Like when you get challenged in court and the lawyer says, well, did you do this? You can actually go to a fight or flight moment and say something stupid and work against your case, even though that wasn't accurate or you didn't need to say that or whatever. So there's a lot that we can do, at least in the legal justice system, to fix these kind of issues.
Yeah, I appreciate all the conversations got me thinking, how would I even handle this? And I don't have a perfect answer. And I have several, I have 6 friends who have been sexually abused, and I know 3 women that have been sexually abused within my family members, and they're women, right? So like this happens so frequently that nobody ever talks about it. So I just want to give you guys a shout out for just having the conversation. This guy, the uncle that I'm talking about, this guy is a pussy lover. It is so hard to fathom. This is so very on anything. No, it's totally irrelevant. Totally irrelevant. I mean, predators are predators.
The greatest people you'll ever meet are on the spectrum. Okay?
So
Yeah.
you're faced with a he said, and that's a terrible position to be in. The person who confessed to you that he was assaulted by your beloved uncle, you believe him or no?
I think yeah. I have to believe him. I choose to believe him, but at the same time, I have doubts because well, I'll put it this way: I'm not going to go and confront my uncle based on what he's telling me because he's not willing to do it. He wants to let it go, let it slide. And I'm thinking, if you're not going to at least put as much skin in the game as I'm going to put in, then what's the point?
Most men don't move forward.
Well,
And he's probably done it to some other.
hold on.
women that don't have it too.
I haven't spoken in a while. Give me a minute, your piece. So, Project, understand that the average predator of children has 100 to 200 victims. And that puts a lot of pressure on your friend, and he still needs to know about it. Because it's not only him. Is your uncle around children now? Because what we don't want, for sure, is to have current or future victims, right?
But he has a family. He has a wife, his children.
The thing is they can still have families and they can still be predatory. But the key thing that you have to look at, Project, man, you really have to look at time, man. Time tells the truth. The time of when things are said and done tells the truth. So, your piece, I know you were trying to say something. Like, I don't know if you got a chance to say what you.
show up. Yeah, what the company show up.
Defect.
What is defects? Oh,
Department of Family and Children Services. DFS or DCFS or whatever, same thing.
You talk about potentially ruining someone's life.
No.
It's very, well, no, you start those type of inquiries. You're going to ruin a person's life. And I think what I did do a background check. I did do a background check on him, and I didn't see anything.
I think
What state is this? Are you willing to share?
Kentucky was a state.
Io had put something, I think that's very important in the chat. You know, predators, they often are upstanding members of the community because they get a rap sheet. You know, they often are, you know, just somebody that you thought was a nice, decent, cool, you know, guy.
Exactly. Yeah, there actually used to be a very fucked up Reddit article. When I was like in college, and you know, the internet was less censored then. I think there was actually an article like from a rapist, like a person who was like, no, I like rape people, and I know who to rape. I see you across the room. I can identify you and see you, and see, oh, you've been traumatized. You're easy pickings. And I'm like, holy shit. And then they went on to say, but I'm surrounded by, you know, soccer moms, like the women who help at the church and all this stuff. But even if you did, and nobody would believe you. And so most of my victims know that the people in the community would never believe them. So that's how I get away with it for over 20 years. And I was like,
There's a video out there too of a convicted pedophile. And Project, you understand when I'm offering you these things to think about. I don't want innocent men accused of terrible things. Our cancel culture society will ruin their lives on suspicion alone. So it's not fair. It's not pretty. It's not nice. And if there's any part of you that thinks your uncle could have possibly done that, like...
So this is fun because I struggle with this so much because I see where he's coming from. I have friends who are survivors of sex abuse, but I also remember the Ricky Martin scenario, right? Where his nephew came out and said Ricky Martin sexually assaulted me. And therefore I want to, he filed a lawsuit. He ended up dropping the lawsuit, and Ricky Martin counterfiled the lawsuit because he's like, defamation of character, all this BS, and he was like $30-40 million. And the nephew admitted that he just filed a lawsuit to extort money out of Ricky Martin in the deposition at the end of it, right? He wanted to like make amends with Ricky Martin. So like there are cases where like stuff like this does so much damage to actual people who go through sexual abuse, and it actually brings, it actually doesn't like Project's questions of what to do in the situation. It makes it even more valid because there have been false reports.
I said that, Nicholas.
I was adding support to what you were saying, Scarlett. Just give me an example.
Well, it sounded like you were disagreeing with me.
Oh, sorry. I get animated sometimes. My bad.
So I don't believe men. I don't believe women. I believe evidence. And then there's no evidence. So it's terrible.
The issue is that evidence in these situations are so rare. I know I'm talking a lot. I promise I'll share the mic, but the evidence in general just does not usually.
Yeah, and I interrupted your piece to get my little section out. So if you want to pick up the mic, your piece.
I mean, I think in the case of making allegations against somebody rich or famous or wealthy or whatever like that, there's a lot of vested interest in why that could be more problematic or more in need of serious questioning. But like this guy's not famous. It's not particularly rich probably, and this person that's claiming it isn't really trying to sue. Maybe not even want to get involved. Just got it off his chest. I don't know why he would have made it up after all those years. Like it seems to me that it's way more likely than not that it's true. But immensely supportive for the victim.
Yeah, and I think that's important. And AJ said this in the chat that just let your cousin know that you're there, which is important because I think it's probably thinking all this time has passed. What's the rest of the family gonna think? I'm gonna cause all this drama, but just let them know, hey, I've got your back, and if you decide you want to do something, I got your back. And I think that's really important.
So the victim has a relationship with his uncle. I don't. That's where we are right now.
Wait, what?
Whoa.
He's friends with the man who touched the sheet.
I didn't say he was friends, but he communicates with them, Facebook and other social media.
Damn, what is it called? Stockholm syndrome? Where you are still close with your oppressor. Jesus,
Along with your captor,
This person is an adult, right?
right?
How old is he?
I don't know because we're
So,
gonna start.
If the cousin's in their 40s or 50s, the uncle's in their 70s or so. So the main concern is, does the uncle, who has allegedly predated on the cousin when he was a kid, does the uncle have access to young children?
Right. That's the only thing you have to worry about. That's the only thing that you have any sort of moral obligation to really do something about if that's the case. And that's the only place you would have any kind of obligation potentially. Would be if he has access to kids. If he's just old, he doesn't seem to have access to kids anymore, then it's really just letting it go is not going to necessarily result in more victims.
Yeah, the reason why I asked how old this person is because of the whole, if it's a minor, then you have to get involved. But if they're an adult, there's nothing you can do. And the only thing you can do is go back to them and say, you told me this, it's been preying on my mind. What do you want me to do? Is there anything that you want me to do?
That really is good advice.
That's really good advice. That's the best advice you've gotten.
Reminds me of the old folk tale about the sin eater. You guys heard about that?
Yeah, this is a good story.
Yeah. And so, he transferred, he put a lot on you by sharing, and there was a reason he did it. So, why? To share the burden with you?
Well, he got caught, Monica. I think he got caught with the guy, the officer, something Project was saying, I think. And he was explaining, Project, is that right?
So
it's how it came out.
It was some kind of a sting or something. And we had to bail him out. And then because he had to come up with something. He had to say something because I wasn't going to take no for him. Where did this come from? What's going on here? And that's when it came out.
Wait, the cousin was repeating the behavior of the uncle?
Yeah, he got caught up in a sting at the bathroom. Picked up some cop or something. I don't know. I didn't get into it.
Canada used to do Canada used to do those things all the time in the 90s. They would go to gay mental bathhouses and they stand next to a man in a stall. It's what? Why are you? But kind of
to the bath.
All right, I'm sure the DS are going to be mad that I was bringing this up. There are certain areas where that you can go pick up other men, and therefore people will go and cruise in those spots. So if you got picked up from a cop at one of those spots, it's because it's probably a known hotspot where other men will go because other men, they have been doing this since the 70s when it was illegal to be out proud. So they go to this park or go to this bathroom or go to whatever and try to hook up with other men. That is a thing, right? So if that's where he got caught in the solicitor thing, it's because the police already know about it and they're trying to monitor it, right? That's actually less of a red flag to me than you might think, just knowing this context. And there's a historical reason for it. Everything had to be this great. Gay men didn't have Grindr, right, where you could hook up with other men. So the older gays used to do this shit all the time.
Like George Michael.
There's a something.
And they were adults too.
Yeah. My favorite movie, funniest movie on the planet, I think, is There's Something About Mary. There's a couple of scenes in that movie funny. I mean, there was a scene in the park where Ben Stiller was on his knees in front of a guy. It wasn't. It wasn't what it appeared to be. And he got busted by the cops rolled in on him. It was this park that you're talking about. The same park that this type of situation you're talking about.
But I will say, Project, it does like not. I know you don't want to say the age, but it does sound like he's slightly older because the younger guys just go on Grindr and find their and fuck. They're not. The cruising is a thing, but it's not as common as it was in the 80s and 90s before the.
Another thing to consider is the fact that you were very firm about getting an answer. So I'm not sure if what his answer, how honest his answer was, because it was kind of under coercion. He had to give you some, whether he felt obligated, whatever his feelings were. I would be suspicious if it was true, because you weren't going to accept silence as an answer.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. I had missed that point.
I actually interpreted it to be the opposite. The fact that he, like, someone mentioned in the chat that they were just looking for sympathy or attention or whatever. And I think, given the situation, like, that doesn't frame it as someone just seeking, like, sympathy and attention from people. It just seems like something that was, like, has been there for.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I definitely got some great advice. And Christian, I really appreciate what you said, and I'm absolutely going to take you up on it. I'm going to just ask him point blank, what do you want me to do? And we'll go from there. But I'm going to guess that he's going to tell me just let it go. I mean, he's basically told me that already.
And I think that's really a good place to go about. I would. Since we kind of have landed, do we have another topic? Because y'all have.
Oh yeah, so it's the Times Square Shark here. How's everybody doing?
What's up?
People passing on this. I had a question. I've been waiting since before this conversation. I just wanted to tell real quick. And you know what? He's not here anymore. So go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. So I answered the poll. I said the crash outs 20%, I guess. But there definitely could be more productive conversation and particularly organization in different ways, I guess. But let's definitely keep it classy and not messy, and leave the mess at home and take the red carpet here. And Cracker Barrel too, I have to comment, really stupid. That was one of the stupidest thing I've ever seen. What did Cracker Barrel do? Share with them. That restaurant, like Bud Light. Bud Light is not a Southern beer, dude. Let's just say that. So what happened with Bud Light with Cracker Barrel, you can't even imagine.
Why did you take the old man off?
Well, there's some woke controversy thing now because it's saying the person is woke, and I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that she is, and and then they lost 200 million today.
There was some other groups that was saying it was a white man on there, and why do they have to have a white man on there? Why can't they put Asian people on there?
It's Cracker Barrel. I mean, come on.
It's specific to white people. There's a white old man on there, so I don't know.
Wow. But there's a certain historical preservation that you can include with companies, and dude, if how you started it and how it was founded, the story remains as it is. It doesn't need any more modifications beyond that, So the thing is, it's the decision of the CEO to make a statement. If she never changed the logo of it, she wouldn't be in the news, right? But she decided to. Why did she do that? Well, there's obviously a lot of reasons behind that, right? Well, and
there's tons of other companies over the last decade or more that has gone through the same transformation on all sides. I got hold of memorabilia up here on the shelf of Aunt Jemima bottles and the pancake mix. I have so many things that have changed that I can't believe it. I don't understand it, but now I do. Thanks to Clubhouse.
Went through that with Jemima. Black people did.
And Uncle Ben's. They got rid of all the old labeling. And yeah, it's a shame. I don't understand it. Clubhouse is kind of.
But that's just stupid because, like I said, listen, dude, this logo was created as part of our company history for 80 years, so we leave it.
Well, there's pride behind it, right?
Well, I mean, we don't need to change it. You know, we don't need to change it. It's not the same people that decided it. Now you can still say that, like, you know, it may not reflect 2025 company culture, but you can preserve the actual, you know, implementation of it.
Well, that's gay. That's just gay. That logo, the new logo sucks. The old one.
Yeah, their stocks did take like a $250 million hit today, and I guess they said that since this lady that became the new CEO, their profit margins gone down like 34%. She's cost them a lot of money.
Why don't they focus on just improving their food? I used to love Cracker Barrel. I can never say Cracker Barrel.
I love that mama's breakfast.
Do you? I just feel like every time I've been in the last, decade, the food is like cold. I don't know. It's like not coming out.
It's been years.
Casserole.
So I haven't tried it. I've always
It's
got
got it's like hash browns and they bake it.
I do chicken.
Yeah, the Cracker Barrel's stock price didn't go down because of the logo. The investors were concerned about the $700 million they're going to spend on remodeling all the restaurants. And whenever you do remodels on restaurants, you do not get an immediate payback. That payback is amortized over time, but it's something you do need to do. And many brands change their logos. McDonald's has changed their logos 7 or 8 times in their history. So, you can not like the new logo. You can wax nostalgic about the old man, the barrel, and the chair. But the stock price didn't go down because of the logo. They're concerned about $700 million and getting the payback on it.
I thought they even had products like at the grocery store for a while, like Cracker Barrel, pancake mix, and the syrup is so good. And
Butter too, AJ.
yeah, and the butter, right? But hey, people maybe have just started eating healthier because the pancakes were just definitely not good for healthy.
I'm glad you brought that up because when they were having that McDonald's conversation earlier, all I kept thinking about was, y'all seen those 25-year-old hamburgers that they never bought? There's something wrong with that food, y'all.
Right? No, seriously.
The wild animals won't even eat it.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, 25-year-old hamburger in Grand Rapids. What? What is that?
It's called expense saving. All right, we got to save these expenses on newer burgers so we can use the old 25-year-old.
Well, and try this.
What
If
kind
you know,
of meat is it?
I mean, it doesn't mold.
It's epoxy. No, it just tastes good.
What are we eating?
well, and try this. If you know somebody with horses, take the apples to the horses, and the horses will not,
Horses don't eat apples.
McDonald's apples.
Oh, I was about to say, because I know we just gave a horse an apple in April. It ate it.
Oh, I'm going to test that theory, Wallace. I'm So
My
eat the
horses
apples.
won't, but yeah, good luck. Tell me if yours will. That'd be an interesting test. Yeah, they'll eat the pre-ripe ones off the tree that you can barely pull off. They'll eat those, but they won't eat the ones out of the bag from McDonald's.
Wow.
Well, I know where to eat apples. That's the reason why I was going.
Right. And because they're pre-sliced and soggy.
It could be that serendipity. Do horses like, or are they averted to lemon or citrus?
They're like watermelon, but I don't, honestly, I've never tried
Not like
citrus.
citrus. I see how that could
But
work.
that could be maybe something in the apples you think.
Yeah, I think that. Well, that's been a well-known antioxidant or oxidation thing with apples and stuff.
Yeah, preservative.
Yeah, natural preservative.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried the citrus with horses.
They'll put it on their mouth. It makes them do the Mr. Ed thing. Their lips will start moving around and they'll start. It's funny because it's tart and they will react. It's pretty funny. Does your horse talk as well when that happens?
Oh,
Mr. Ed.
Hey, Mr. Peanut Butter. I was peanut butter to Mr. Ed do that.
I
They're
think
real
you're
funny
right.
when they're smelling something. They've totally got that whole, lip over the teeth and they're like clacking. It's hysterical when they're trying to smell something that's not a familiar scent to them. It's pretty outrageous.
Do you ask them why the long face when that happens?
I actually am hesitant for you to experiment with McDonald's apples on poor horses.
Right? I'm just willing to bet. But yeah, I'm willing to bet they won't eat them.
I have something really quick before we get away from this fast food. If you order from the menu, nothing special. You're ordering from the menu and you're in the drive-thru and they pull you out, make you wait. Is that reasonable? Is that fair? Is that something we should tolerate?
Well, if the food isn't
I
ready,
don't know what choice you'd have other than leaving without your food.
the food's not ready. That's why they pull you out. I've worked in fast food for many years. I still do, and not an ideal situation for the operators. And certainly, you don't like somebody having to pull over to the stall and have a runner bring the food out. That's not efficient for the restaurant, and it certainly isn't a high level of customer service. Moderate food.
I'm waiting in queue like everyone else. I get up to my turn at that, and you're going to tell me to wait longer so my time isn't as valuable as the person behind me? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm just saying the way the production works at the restaurant, if they don't have the fresh meat quarter pounders ready, you gotta wait for them to cook.
You need to wait for your Happy Meal with double fries, sir, just like everybody.
Waiting is fresh, more fresh. If it comes out cold, then you might have something to complain about. Yes, you do.
All right.
So yeah, you just be content to wait on that food.
Yeah, that's so make it so.
Yes, ma'am.
If you order the ice cream and they actually are able to get it for you, please let me know the location because that would be the only one working.
No, we leave.
I was gonna say that's one thing that's changed for me since I've been on Clubhouse is I stopped eating fast food.
I can afford that.
Oh,
That's how it all started.
Nice circle back.
Right? Yes. Good health decision.
I have to get a second job to eat fast food. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I used to chat on here at like midnight after work, sometimes work until midnight, and I'd be going through the drive-thru getting a $15 Angus meal and sometimes extras. And I remember I used to stuff my face with so much fast food. And yeah, no longer. And I've lost 70 pounds over the last like 77 years, and it's great. And I won't eat that crap anymore. That's why listening to you guys talk about McDonald's, I was kind of like, damn, you guys still eat that stuff?
Congratulations, cringe. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about McDonald's too. Now, I will still get a coffee from there or a Coke if it's like cheap day. For the most part, I'm not eating at McDonald's though. Like, I don't McDonald's. I just cannot. Like you, the same. That's how it's gonna be inside your body too. It's not gonna like break down. It's gonna be heavy, bloated, and just calories and fat that we don't need. I'm always working on, especially at my age, because I'm perimenopause. So I have to watch, like, you know, somebody said earlier, like, it's not good for my waist. Like, I can't just eat like a child no more, like I used to. I just can't do with it. You know, it's gonna have me swole, and then just everyday stress. Stress causes inflammation as well. Sometimes you be feeling bloated, and you like, I'm bloated. You might be wondering that, but if you like feel like you had a stressful day, stress causes inflammation. So be mindful of that too, ladies.
Yeah, that's very true. Very, very true. Y'all, I'm going to do a shameless plug for a minute too, because I'm just really, really excited. Scarlett is going to be hosting a room in the Muff this weekend. So if you haven't followed the house, make sure you follow the house. We're going to do the what's it called? I forgot, Scarlett. The
Father Wound, the Father Effect documentary by John Finch.
Father Effect. We're going to raise up some men this weekend. We're going to take a little bit of an anti-gender war approach and give a shout out to all of the good men in the world. Scarlett, what is it called? I have to call you Scarlett.
Hey, Jane, it's good to hear your voice. The documentary by John Finch is called The Father Effect, and he talks about the father wound and how important dads are and what happens to children, both girls and boys, when they don't have a positive male role model in their formative years.
Yes, I think people underestimate that impact of fathers. Okay, when are you guys on the road? Saturday?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. What time?
Morning.
Saturday morning.
I won't wake up at 7 though. It'll be morning. We might maybe we'll do a pre-show, get everybody their muffins and coffee, and then
Yeah. For sure.
You guys have your own in the muffins.
We have muffins and coffee every morning.
But are they in the muffins coffee? I mean, the muffins
Yes.
in the muffins? Wow.
They're muffins in the muff. It's another good room tonight, guys. Thanks for everybody that participated. They all did good, Monica.
yeah, I think it's helpful.
Yeah.
I do like projects, PTR. I have a honey badger in my photo album. Okay, before we shut the room down, who is counting people's PTR albums and think like they? If you have one PTR.
I was gonna send you a message audio and I accidentally hit mine, but it's okay. I think we're close enough.
Yeah, I is a good person. I wouldn't mind it. Oh, you don't have to drop yourself down.
Aww.
Back up.
What was your question?
just because somebody said that, I'm gonna upload all the deep fakes of myself to this one. I have hundreds of them. Don't ask me why I have so many deep fakes of myself as a woman, but it's hilarious. Because my wife is like, you know what? That doesn't look that bad. And I'm like, okay, that's awkward. And I had a friend once here, I won't say who. He's like, is that your sister? And I was like, no, dude, that's me. But here, this one you can tell because I left the the facial hair on, so it's like super.
I was like, look, there's no limit. When Clubhouse tells me I can only have 200, then maybe I'll only have 200. But until then, like, leave me alone.
The things that people will notice and say, what is that? Are just, they're so wild.
Haters gonna hate y'all.
You're out of control. You're out of control, so.
Well, I did feel a little self-conscious, so I did move myself down to a slim 98. But I had 120.
I've enjoyed perusing your collection of photos. I see the little history. I'm like, oh, that's what that meant at that time. I got it. Okay.
120 is called a hoarder. You're a hoarder.
Is digital hoarder even a thing? Yo, don't judge my hard drives. Don't judge my thumbstick.
Y'all want to go into a competition about how many unread emails we have? Because
I just made a new email account. I don't even look at my old one. It's like, whatever. You have to email me at my new address. I don't even use that anymore. AI can't help me.
The better would be how many emails do you delete without even reading them. Just delete them right off the bat.
So it's like, hey AI, can you help me write this long email that's beautiful? And I'm like, yo, too long, don't care, don't want to read. Please, 1 point.
I'm all about text me. You got something you really want me to see? You just better text me.
So it sounds like we all play tag.
All right, Serendipity, what replay are you going to listen to tonight while you're sleeping?
Girl, I don't know.
So, Chillers and White Belts used to have 12-hour rooms in the, like last year. RPO, they are 24-hour people too. Because I don't think you want to put a replay on that just lasts like 3 hours, right? If you don't find a good room in the hallway that you know that you can count on to sleep to.
Yeah.
Wait, Serendipity, you fall asleep to Clubhouse rooms?
Oh no, I don't. Monica's suggesting it if I can't find a decent room. She's like, go find you a long replay. We'll go smoke.
Truth Seekers Tavern. I really like Researcher. I really do. No, I don't like. Nah, you like conspiracy theories. Do you know about Truth Seekers Tavern?
I don't want to think that much when I'm falling asleep.
Is that a house?
I like when they read scripture. They read scripture. I'm just like, that's fine. They think that like they make the argument they're the real Jews. Like they can avoid that part of it, but they get into reading scripture and some dude's got like this bellowing, preacher voice that puts me to sleep.
Wait, Truth Seekers Tavern, Abby, or something else?
It's biblical smoke.
Biblical smoke. I didn't hear what you had said, so I was talking about Truth Seekers Tavern. So we had like a little wire across. Now, Researcher Stoff. He's got a platform on X too, and I think he has a Discord also. You like him, Wallace? I like him too.
I just joined the house, I think.
I mean, it's complicated for me to leave to go from app to app, so I'll just stay on this one and find something. There used to be a guy I would fall asleep to. So I think he's back. The guy Faithful. Have you ever listened to him? Faithful.
No, but how is that?
So he debunks the Black Hebrew Israelites, but he also reads scripture. So I just like I'll fall asleep listening to it. I don't care. Either side of it, I don't care as long as it's like some preacher kind of voice. Puts me to sleep.
It's like the preacher outside the Starbucks. It's like, hey, just background noise.
It's background noise. But if it's too intellectual, I can't get to sleep. Then I'm thinking too much.
Ooh, so that's an interesting measure. I never even thought of that. Listen, it has to be stupid enough that my brain just naturally go, oh, no, go to sleep.
Not stupid, but just
I'm kidding.
not.
I'm a little
It's like I don't want the news, you know? I gotta fall asleep to something. And it's their voices. Sometimes they'll read scripture and they get like, they have some dude that's with bellowing voice.
Like they get worked up. They get worked up, but like in the way that like my amygdala gets worked up. I'm like, okay, this is like a lizard brain kind of thing. And that's why I said kind of like more stupid, because it was a little bit more, as you said, less cognitive. And it's more maybe primal or tribal, something like that.
Yes. Something like that. Have you guys not found rooms to fall asleep to? You can always fall asleep to a room in another language.
Why don't you just go read a book before you go to sleep?
No, usually I have the TV on. Some people need total quiet. Some people need like those noise machines. I need noise. Where'd Monica go?
She went to go train some other clubhouse for her sweet training of phone. You go to the black people land, you will see the difference between the black people community and the white people community, because the white people don't steal the government development. The things that are put on the road for development, they don't steal them. If you go to Southside where the black people are, you will find them, they steal something, the solar system on the road.
Don't compare us with the Western world. We are
giving you a
South
Africa
is the third world country.
Listen. You talk about development. I'm saying even if you develop the area and people don't control, they looted it, then you cannot have development because you keep looting the same thing. And you guys, your white army, is looting everything. You can then come call, go and loot it, young, go and loot it, super with a young, there, and get there with a young. Even Murray, you loot at Macau. Come on,
I think you talk that man.
No, you don't like the truth.
No.
You're gonna look at my
No. I think you talk that man.
Peter, you look at my job.
No. We can't do that. It's just you can cultivate it behind your backyard.
Your white army don't come anymore. They look my top of Anyuak. They look my top of Singapore. They look my top of neighbors.
Look at this kid.
I'm not bad. You guys need to be told. And then you think
we don't do this stuff, my friend. We are very straight people. We are straightforward.
and then you are calling for Salva Kiir to give development to you. What is he going to do? Salva Kiir is going to build hospital. He's going to build school. He's going to build land. Those are the things that government can bring to the people.
Just give me 1 second. Let me give you 30 seconds. What I was saying about Mr. President, what I was saying before is, I was saying Mr. President is in charge. He's the head of the state. Whatever anything somebody make a mistake, all this corruption guy, he can control them and put them in the jail because he's in charge. Okay. If I make a mistake today, you know what would be happening?
goes to the blame goes to the president because he's the head of the state. Why do I have to be every time I want to leave you? Why? That's not right. So now you want us to believe that the law should be used, right? What is the corruption, right? Yes, that's my point. Use the law. Because nobody about the law. But South Sudan, right. The entire South Sudan, they are all about the law. Okay, so now what I was saying, let president apply the law in the country and put all these people in jail. Hold on. Riek Machar now is facing criminal charges. What do you say about this? It's not a criminal. What criminal? What did he do? What is the evil? What did he do? Okay. Riek Machar has instigated the problem in Nasser. He said, are you sure? Do you have evidence? He did order White Army to go and fight the soldiers. Because I don't have power and then to drop you down this time and bring you back up. So let us talk with respect. Okay, let me finish. Okay, go ahead. Okay. Riek Machar sent his officer by the name of Gillen to Nasser. Supposedly, that guy is supposed to go and train the IO forces. Now, Torgile is someone who is under the law, under the peace agreement of 2018. Torgile is legitimate as an officer of the IO, as a member of the IO and officer under Riek Machar. So, his name is in that document. He has an ID that says he's an officer. He's not a militia, right? He get paid salary. He get paid money. Right? He get paid money. He execute orders. He take orders, right? But he's an IO officer. Now, when they send him to Nasser to go train some IO forces, later on, Torgile happened to be in the attack and the massacre of the SSPDM was led by the same Torgile. Now, when Riek Machar, okay, go ahead. No, let them play, let them talk.
Let's see what Dr. is saying, that you loot the country, you destroy the country.
You guys are the one who looting the country. You guys are looting the resources.
Listen.
After our initial encounter with the White Army, we had returned to Nasser at nightfall because our driver got a call from his boss. All these young drivers came about money entitled to something that's clear. Just before entering Malakal, they are each issued a red headband. This is to prevent us from being shot, or so they say. The trickle of people we first saw fleeing Malakal now becomes a stream as civilians and soldiers head south towards Nasser. We are also passed by more members of the White Army streaming in to join the fight. The newer men who made up the White Army were estimated at about 30,000 strong. Incredibly large force considering the logistics, the supply, and the naval water in a town of 125,000 people. As we enter Malakal, we pass medieval-style encampments. Each group is piling up their plunder. Rebels are driving stolen aid vehicles. Footmarks of rape, murder, and other atrocities are evident. police. You know what I'm saying? It's my country.
You guys wrong. Think for it, I don't know.
Some people think we're too young for democracy. We're not too young for democracy. I don't mind it. We sometimes think Africa needs to wait till it develops so that democracy can be established. Then sometimes the West supports dictatorship with the assumption that dictatorship brings
They
stability.
are fighting looting thing, and here's nobody.
Just a little bit chaotic.
I think this guy maybe just I can't be Western to the other. If Tokyo could have been taken, who went with Kawan. This guy was shocked. He don't believe what happened. Doctor, do you know the guy?
No, I don't know. The guy that went and shoot
No, the guy he went with Kawan have his video. He did it out. He was here in America. They went during the war.
yeah, you could believe I know that guy. He went with Kawhi.
Yeah, he went, yes, that is the theory of that is so let me guess about it.
What's going on? You know, if it is, if you don't have, you know, nothing to do, but it has nothing to do with it.
They are drunk, they are fighting over the nuclear thing.
You're all guns firing on dead bodies. I know, but you have said, I was doing twice out, I don't go that far. Be okay. I was doing his best to explain what was going on. This was war after all. These were his people. This was his country. How the hell was he going to fix this? His hopes and dreams for his homeland dashed. And it wasn't like the rebels or the White Army were going to stick around and save South Sudan either. Most of the rebels had pulled their families out of the UN camps and headed into the bush. After our departure from Malacca, the White Army
Some are taking horse, people like you know the horse people did it. They are road with things they are taking the Nasser. Some just kill the car owner. It is chaos. I'm going to put this video here so you guys can check it out.
It would be summoned again to be their ugly business and oil centers to rape and admit you. He brought me here because he genuinely wanted to save South Sudan.
This guy is going to
His life of being a child soldier, a refugee, and all this had given him motivation to get along for it. I was experiencing his fate. But he saw it was a new nation, moving from peaceful prosperity, being plunged into civil war. Going back over the rhetoric of Dr. Riek Machar and his wife Angelina about the need for political dialogue, the horrors we witnessed here over the last few days made all of their polite conversations seem like lip service. I should have been figured.
starvation.
You see, the report of Uganda is still repeated, it says more than 1,000 people killed. But to these criminals, they do the bad thing and then they act victim. Now, according to what we read before, what is the report here, and this is what the bill says.
So why you keep saying, like, why do you keep saying that these are criminal people?
You need to shut up. Listen to me. You need to shut up, please. Please, I tell you one more again to talk to me. This is not a joke. You criminal. It's not a joke.
Now you try to threaten me, or you just try to say, you try to prove your point.
You criminal. Why don't you want to hear the truth? We are not joking.
What truth? You guys are killing people, and you're telling us to be quiet.
Destroying Malakal.
You killing people in Juba.
We're killing Malakal.
You killing people in Juba.
Why do
In eye of international community, and you try to deny it.
You need to shut up.
If you want Yamachar before, why you didn't go after Yamachar? If you want Yamachar, why don't you leave civilian alone? If you need Yamachar that time, go for after Yamachar, leave civilian alone.
Your cry here about the people are killed or not killed. We don't care about that. Just to let you know. So stop telling us about people who are killing Cuba. You don't threaten us with it. Even if there were many, we just want to correct, say, hey, it was this number. But we can clap for you and say it's a million. We can make a song. Say, no, we kill a million. What is that? You want to come and rub that thing on our face all the time? I say, if Moira kills that mean it's the end of the world, Putinka. Really? Man, this is not my room. I would have said some things.
Wilson, what is this picture?
Yeah, I'm trying to say, but just what I was saying up here.
No. Look like a picture. Are these people alive? That doesn't look like.
This is the picture, the one up there. This is the picture, the report of the UN that their goal is 20,000, but according to the UN, it was 1,000 killed in Cuba. They did not mention where everyone who fight in Cuba was 1,000 actually. So we were to prove where did men come with 1,000 because they accidentally everything lie. People believe in this lie. This is the report.
So
you go to New York.
Is it 2013? Now.
Yes.
Oh.
And then we bring them the American Council of Elders before, so we take it out of the report. We close it. Now he wants to deny the crime. That's why we video of the crime that they do. And he was telling them that where is proof? Now when we want to prove it, become upset. Because they don't like the truth. They live in a denial for 1,000 years. And this is something that kill people is not a joke. If man does not believe on a human life, if they don't value their own life, other people won't value. Why come and kill us in Bali and in Malacan, in Bo, in Benty, in Ram?
Yeah, the one when they dropped your NASA. Yeah. They looted.
When they were defeated, here is what happened.
Right.
They were defeated in Logland. They went and looted the NSF, right? They killed the big hospital in Mulan. That's the way that they went there and looted it, but they threw down their own their own wounded soldiers. They threw them down and they took the city.
Yeah.
Because of three.
Just
And they
tell me
took
that.
over.
And I heard that the HIV medicine, they took them to Gambela to sell them. Those are very expensive medicine. They went and sell them in Gambela to those clinic there, to those pharmacies there. They went and sell those drugs they loot from Mulan. And this guy is calling for development. If the government develop their area, then they are looters. When Coramel was asking him that, do you have evidence that can impose orders so that young men can listen and don't destroy things in the community? Upper Nile is a city whereby Nasser is a part of it. They can live there, they can take their children there, and they looted it. Leave Bantu now is their own where there's no other tribe in Bantu. It's only for Nuer, but why they loot the land? Why they loot everything? And then they say, oh, you not develop. A little development in certain areas is not looted. Look, little development now in Polish. The Polish people did not loot it. The little development in Awil, the Awil people did not loot it. The little development in Rumek is not looted. The little development in Bon, you guys looted it. You have looted it.
You know why they want to loot Bangladesh? What happened? The guy who wanted to destroy the language was the police director. He been around thing during the lab. The guy who do the Ramla to destroy him. They brought the forces from north of Ram and then south of Ram. They crossed the river now from the Shiluk side to a place called Punjab. They come and kill 40 people in the village called Punjab. 40 people. In my own county, they come 7 times. One of the guys was killed there. Is kind of David Kabir. And one of our guys, who was his friend, put 3 cows in his marriage before the war. They were very friends. And the same guy who wanted to bring war in public to destroy the public. Forget about Bali, we cannot talk about it. They destroyed it, they killed over 300. Because Bali is the way to go to Nasser and Mulan. So they can, from there they get this. These people, when they talk like this, I don't know.
Wilson, one of my in-law, right? One of my in-law married here, wife. He married the first wife from our area, and he moved. He was more to Bilbao. He was trained. When he came back, he was stationed in Nuer area. He fought there with Arab, and then he married a girl from Nuer. He even went back home to our village with the girl. They went there and had children. When the peace was signed, he was brought to Malakal. He came with his wife, the Nuer girl. He came and lived in Malakal, right? His own in-law came and lived with him. In the home he lived in Malakal, the guy come and live with him. And when they kill people, his own brother-in-law kill him. Right? His own brother kill him. And then his wife, his sister are the one calling home and saying, my husband crying that my brother killed my own husband. Right? How can you, somebody is your in-law, you marry your sister, you are related, and then you come home, you live with him, and then when the war started, you take the gun and kill him. And then your sister husband, children. One daughter from our area married to a Nuer guy. Then he was transferred back to Bantu. When the war started, he killed his own wife and 2 children. What is he going to talk to their children when children grown up? What is he going to say? And these are the people who come here trying to debate with people. Even a lion sometimes have a respect, even hyena. But people who do things that look Kagame Majo was banned alive on the camera without shame to protect the Nuer image, the Nuer culture, the Nuer image. You post it. life too. And then they make noise, oh, kill government. But it is their own culture. It's their own culture that they have. They can sit down and say, how can we correct ourselves? And cut the head off. Yeah. Cut the head off like it goes, like a chicken. They cut the head off. And there was a guy who cut Guy's head off. I don't remember him. He was the guy that you got promoted to be John Kulam. Yeah. John Kulam, he cut his head off. He cut Guy's head off. So these people have no humanity completely. And then they come here and debate a lot. They are defending something. And
I put this video, go and watch it in your own. It's 11 minute video. You wouldn't believe how they destroyed Malaka. This guy, if you listen to Kawanya was shot. Kawanya said the general may be in control inside, but outside is chaos. That's what you, if you watch the video, you don't ever talk to him.
I mean, look at what. Now, look, you know, the biggest joint in Juba is Presbyterian for the man. All that politicians, they go in there to pray Sunday. That guy was trying to kill me inside that church, and he never go to that church after today. He went there when he was given position. He left out no position for him. He was so angry that and then he was mad. He cut Riek out, and then he went to church with his last no. But Riek came there. He tried to shoot him inside the church, and the chaotic in the church. And even there was a video, Abuna Maabuna. There are two videos. Two Abuna fighting in Khartoum. They were like videotape and thrown on. And I was like, these are
I know that. I think it was in the TV or something like that.
No, it was Khartoum.
That's true.
And last week there was another video too. Two pastors, I think it was somewhere in area or Ethiopia. Two pastors, they fighting for what? This fight. And there were other guys there and say, what are you going to preach the church if you are the one fighting?
Yeah, they want to destroy our two counties, but Shabab Tana, they don't do. We used to go to Bilfam by force, we give Tana by force. That fighting that they want to destroy them, they wouldn't make it. People took a risk, they fight back until they go sit to jail. But and not only that, our people took the same thing they do right now. We went to Nasser in 2014, they captured Nasser.
They ran away.
They ran away.
So the Peter, we went to all these troops. They ran away, and these are the people that right to do that.
When we pronounce it, we mean it. We captured Nasser in 2014.
You know this guy from Equatoria from Tech Party. They don't know Nuer. Nuer can loot Juba to zero. They can loot Jay to zero. They can loot Dorit to zero. They can loot everywhere to zero. Upan Michelle, Upan Bakafu, Michelle Zinki. Party was the Bala Blue. Wow was the city of Baragazan. Balakal was the city of Apanai. It was developed. Right? And they looted everything. Now, even when he said before that I went all the way to other towns He fight all the time. Kill people that by their name. The kid that kid used to fight every child. They call him Cadet. Because he fight all the time. Because these people are going to give people the name. And when we are telling them to quit their own culture or trying to calm their young ones so that they can even gain respect from other communities, they get mad. And they engage in this culture of looting their own belongings. If you loot the big hospital built for you, now my own village is desperate to get a clinic for two rooms. So should I keep that? They cannot allow you to loot, right? They looted Malakal. You know this guy called Yodao from Yonyami. If you had found out, you don't know that. How you don't know that? Oh, yeah. Great leader. I need to. Great leader, Martin, yes. Great leader, you are from Matthew. You are from Matthew. Yodao, you know Yodao, Nigeria, Yonyami, you give you. Right? If you big clinic in Yonyami, it was looted. You went to clinic, while Malakal men, Kenyan KCP men, Somalian men, they were looted in Matthew, in Malakal. All the school books, they were looted. In your own hometown, there, big hospital there, clinic, it was looted, medicine were taken, they were sold out, bicycles, even cars, the ambulance, they were all looted and taken to Khartoum to be sold. How can a community where you great leaders, you call yourself a great leader, if you are now given a leadership,
I think that the Dinka war will come to America in less than 2000 compared to where it will come to 1995. They have over 30,000 in Nebraska. None of them build any.
No, 80,000.
But I know the 95. Now, they destroy what was built by the Dinka warlords boy. They destroy it. John Dow took a good organization that treat all enemy of the Dinka, including Murle, including Wer. 2013, they destroyed the movement. But if you add the law where who are here in 1,000, they never built Bakana Saki. Nothing. The same thing to Wer Tanasir. They are in huge number here. They never built a school. But look, the Dinka boy who came in, and you are people, I know you build a lot of schools. They are really lost boy here. I know you build a lot.
The blind man, were taken there to be.
Yeah, they were taken there. You see the Ruben lost boy, they build a lot of schools. Where is the school where we really do that? Ask they for department, they ask government. But what do they do in America? The only
ran away. The guy who called himself a leader ran away.
They want to destroy things that Dinka make, and they cannot make it. They've been in America over 30 years, and they cannot build Bakana to Maryland.
انت عارف يا ويلسون and then Nato, انت عارف what you guys ideology and telling them to stop making or causing all these crimes toward the other communities and looting and all that. They start to threat, say, oh, we know you are our neighbor here, you will see. Why are you talking about that? You see, yeah, they were starting to, from the beginning, they used to start that. They used to talk like that. Why are you saying that? We know where you are. You will see tomorrow whether a Zulu person will come and talk like that to confirm what Aparak was saying. They will say, oh, we know where you are. We will come after you. Whether an Anuak person talk like that, they will jump up right away. They will say, oh, we know you. You are our neighbor here. We will see, you will see where you will go. Whether, a Denka from their neighbor talk like that. You see, that you guys expose that. And now, when they realize that they have nowhere to go, still instead of them coming out and say, when I ask my question, do Nuer have elders, or do they actually listen to their elders? And do they listen to their spiritual leaders? Because if they have elders like the Jiang do and other communities do, then there's no reason why the elders will talk like they are afraid of being killed or being intimidated because they are telling the youth not to do what they are doing. So you see that propaganda and that brainwash that they had is being exposed, and now they have to realize that they have to wake up because that time is over. South Sudan is waking up, and now you guys at Parak have indicated everybody who was not, who didn't have a chance to know what was happening by the Nuer, even the Nuer themselves. I give credit to some of them, who stood up.
No, they get involved before people like Bolivia, they were shut up. They were even threatened not to come to the Nuer.
Exactly.
In 2013. But now they get involved. People like Akeem, Marco
Yes.
was threatening to stay where he was. Because they don't want anybody to talk about the mistake. Whether you run that now, they will send you either you are a rock or a Dinka. When you try to correct them and you are Nuer, then you are Dinka. A lot of people are coming out, even the Nuer from Ethiopia. There was a guy who was a Nuer rebel, that Yamutari Gambela, Jarapi Australia. He said a very strong word last month about Nuer. He called like 4 Nuer leaders who wrote that Nuer. Yani, Gal Naira, Jati, Nuer, Jira, Jati, Kor, Gal Jira, Jati, Kala, Kakati, imagine that they become, the leader has become terrified. You see, Rimwachar is a weak leader. I don't believe him. What I see in Nasser, everybody wants to act on his own way. They don't listen to nobody. Your question was a good legitimate. I know who has to go out. They can shoot you. They left the young people to become wild. And the Koramel, this war of Nasser, it was a suicide war. I think this majority, this guy, Minister of Petroleum, also $100,000 US to Gambela to buy whiskey solution, dry gin. If you've been in Ethiopia, on that, Fimarizi sumu dry gin, Fimarizi into Romania. This time, Marisa Devi are in Russia because don't put Russia was bad. Don't put Ethiopia was bad. Those Marisa are 70% alcohol strong. They were given to White Army. They bring a drug called Tramadol. Tramadol here in Western world, they give it to people to begin to too much trauma or too much pain. running. They are not normal. They are under influence. Adam Marisa, the whiskey, some of the racket. I just want to say about them. You see them, they playing with a gun like playing with a toy. And then they drop that when it's played. But they hate the Marisa. They are dropped. Go ahead, Malaysia.
No, it's okay. I know we're all connecting the dots here and making points. And when we ask them legitimate questions, they become like cricket, like what Yaganur said earlier, you know. But we welcome Patrick. Welcome back from you went to sleep and we are still here in 1956. So welcome back.
What I meant is this guy called Ray Chuck. Ray Chuck was the deputy of Bill Foley. He went there, his parliament, he had his own wife there who sort of know. And then he started having cows. Then he was having a lot of cows, but his boys were not taking care of cows. So the cow lost for the whole week, right? The whole week. And later, someone went and found the cow. And he asked them whose cows are these. They said, these are the girl guy. Will be parliament. The guy came with cows. And then he was so amazed. You know what? He said, oh yeah, the man, I will not. I'll be competitive. He said, in my own area, if your cow lost for one day, and you saw somebody with it, and you try to say, it's my cow, that person will fight you. He said, now, my cows have 1 week, and somebody brought them to me. He was so amazed, and people were shocked, but he was saying that people at the government, we want him. If the cow lost for 1 day, and then you saw it tomorrow with someone, that someone will say it belongs to him. And if you say bring it, he will fight. He will fight it. And then they are coming in, so this thing that he loses. And the whole area is led by pilots. No Pagamo. The number 9, the law, customary law was among us. So the Pagamo, the customary law. Nobody implements Latin, but they are not ruling at all. They are just following these young boys. If they talk, they get killed. And they are there just ruling.
Yeah, and sometimes to add to that too, because you see when we say things here, some of them or majority of them they think that we are making things up, but we actually speak truth and reality. In 2013, I was in Cuba, okay. 2 o'clock at night, I was in Hyjalaba. Okay? They claim I've been saying this even when I came back. I wrote an article and I shared it on my Facebook that there was no intended killings in Juba because majority of us, even around in Jolangwood, me and Agud were in Juba in that day, that is incident of the 2013. 2 o'clock, we went out to the National Security Office that close to the Juba. Most of you who are familiar, the Central Equatoria National Security Office is in Hyjalaba there. Just being curious, and I wanted to know what was happening. Of course, there was a lot of gunfire, and 2 o'clock at night, I went outside just to go there and see what is happening. Of course, when we went out, we got out from the house. Me and my uncle's son, we were two. What was close to us, he was there's a motel there, and he was there. But we didn't go to him that night. We just I wanted to see, like having that curiosity, and you want to know what is going on. Of course, there was gunfire and flares of gunfire on the sky, but coming mostly from the Jebel Neo Sabah and all that area. But in Juba town, there was nothing. 2 o'clock, we were trying to get out. The army was
shits on the Dems because it's the Republicans now who got us here and got us to this mess. But I know one thing is that we still got to talk about what we need to do as a party. And we need to really, I don't care who they're going to have to hire somebody, first of all, who's savvy, who's young, who's active. They're going to have to change the messaging because we are dealing with a whole different set of mindsets. All the people from the 60s are dying off. When it was the Kumbaya, when it was MLK, dressing people up by the color because of their character, meet me up to the mountaintop, all that. Do you know how many times I cried when I hear those speeches? All the times that I got motivated when I heard the speeches. But this is not that now. Unfortunately, it's not. Trump is a son of a bitch. He is up there lying in your face. He is doing shit that everybody kept telling us in the 420 could not be done. And he did all of it and more. So where are we now? Are we gonna keep on doing the same thing? What does they say? The something about being crazy is keep on thinking shit's gonna work that don't work. I'm just quoting that.
Yeah, trying the same thing and getting the same results over and over.
The Democrats' problem is that they for far too long allowed things to just enter the ether. Like they've allowed the Republicans to call them socialists, to demonize the things they were doing, and they never combated. They just let it happen. And now it's out there, and now there's all this ire towards the Democratic Party, and it's like, now like it's like a virus in a computer. Like the minds are infected. I don't know how you can inoculate at this point in time. So it's like the Democrats have to be razor sharp and surgical on their messaging and responding to the bullshit.
Well, if I could say just for a second, what Lisa mentioned about the fervor in the 1960s about the civil rights, maybe it's a little deeper from like a cultural anthropological aspect. Maybe it's always just in group, out group. In group, there's always got to be I'm the in group right now, which is Republican, and the out group is anybody else, right? So what if the politics gets away from parties and actually gets to not a party or a division, but it gets to what you want as a voter? And I'm running as a candidate. Which party? Doesn't fucking matter. No party affiliation. I'm just running. And here's what I'm going to try to do. If you do that, you actually get rid of the idea of group mentality, mammalian social culture, that if I believe with this group, then the other group must be wrong. And they must be evil. Republicans think Democrats are fucking evil. They think they're teaching anal sex in elementary school library readings. They literally think these things. And that's what I think is a deeper thing. It's more in group, out group than it is cognitive understanding.
You said a word, because I'm sorry, I haven't eaten all day, now I'm starting to eat at midnight. Remember, listen to this. You said a word. I'm going to play this. I'm not going to play all of it. And if you guys who are still up, check this shit out. And he just said a word, because this is exactly what this president just did. And the way he said it, just check this out. I won't bore you too long, because I know it's getting late. Everybody's attention span is probably at -0. But check this little portion out. And we can do more of this, like, next room. But here, check it out. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me turn the speaker up, so I can barely hear it. Okay, here we go.
So I can't get in this room. I've never seen the room. Tells me that you want to talk about, this was a DC news conference. It tells me that you want to talk about crime in DC and beautification of DC, but I'm going to put that's easy. And I think, frankly, fixing the crime with the pros, fixing the crime is easy too. Person who I've known for a long time, and she's been incredible. She was a fantastic, one of the best ever district attorneys in New York. She was in Westchester. She became a judge, very successful judge. And then she went into showbiz because she was such a good DA and such a good judge, tough judge, but fair, always fair. Nobody ever complained about that, but she was tough. And because of that and her reputation, she went into showbiz. So a lot of people don't, they think of Janine as showbiz. Actually, showbiz was not her thing. It was, and she did great. She was on along with a couple of other of my friends on the #1 show, and she did great. But this is what she loves doing. This is really her baby. What she's going to do is going to be incredible. And I'd like to speak for just a few seconds on what she has in mind, what she wants to do. We're going to be appointing some judges. We have some open spots. We're going to take people because the judges are letting killers out. They just say, go. It's okay. Don't worry about it. So we're putting some Pam recommended, Todd recommended, some judges that are great. Janine recommended. Janine's given me 3 great candidates already. We've got 10 open spots, so we can probably create some more. We need them. Janine, would you say a few words?
Wait, I want to go past her because it wasn't what I wanted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you, Madam Attorney General. It's all my purpose.
Okay, let me go past her because that's not what I want you guys to hear. She knows that some stupid ass mumbles I will.
I made a deal with NATO. About low-income housing and luxury housing. I know about everything. It makes you sound a little bad. No, I won't put myself in that position. I won't put you in that position. Because I think everybody agrees with what we're doing today. But when I signed that thing, it was like a miracle. Everybody left. They were gone. They were starting to march down. They started the march toward Thomas Jefferson. And I figured he was always going to be safe. But they found something with him. And even in the name George Washington in California, numerous places changed the name of George Washington High School and various other places. They took George Washington's name. This was a sick, woke culture that I think we've largely ended. And a lot of those people that were woke are now turning out to be the opposite. I won't go so far as to say MAGA. It's a very special category. But they've gotten out of that. But we have people that love this country and they love this really beautiful capital. It is. I flew over it the other day and I said, what a beautiful place. But if there's crime all over the streets, when you get there, it doesn't look so beautiful. But we're going to make it beautiful again. We're going to fix it with crime, and we're going to also, as we're doing that, we're going to start doing things that we know how to do, that I know how to do better than anybody, I guess, because of my experience from previous life. But not only are we stopping the crime, we're going to clean up the trash and the graffiti and the grime and the dirt and the broken marble panels and all of the things they've done to hurt this city. And we're going to restore the city back to the gleaming capital that everybody wants it to be. It's going to be something very special. All of these people are really tough. Can I shake your hand, Gaddy, please? You're going to be so important. You're going to be that guy. I hope I don't have to fire him in 2 weeks because he's too soft. I don't think he's too soft. If I do, I will, though. Is it okay if you're soft, weak, and pathetic like so many people? I will fire you so fast. You're not going to have to worry about that. No, I think you're going to do a fantastic job. And everybody in this room, they may not express it, but they all want that to happen. They want to be safe, and their families too. So it's an honor to have such a large group. I've done this for years now, hard to believe. I've never seen this room so packed. In fact, I'm sure it's a violation of every fire code. But we'll let you stay anyway. You're taking a chance. And with that, we'll say maybe if you could, oh wow, we can hear all day long. If we could keep the first questions, perhaps, to the subject, and then we'll go on to a few other. Please, Mr. President, thank you so much.
everybody is a transgender now. Now, come on, you guys. Really? 0.001. Everybody's turning into transgender now. And he goes, the Dems are evil. And then, the people who listen to this, they come out and they sprout the same things. Evil, transgender. I mean, first of all, it's such a small group of people, but they make it their whole platform.
Well, Lisa, have you considered Laura Loomer and the First Lady and Junior's last girlfriend, who was Gavin's girlfriend at one point? Maybe they're transgender. That's why he thinks her.
Oh, it's more insidious.
Gargoyle is her name.
She was Gavin's wife.
Yeah, she was Gavin's wife.
But it's so much more insidious. How do you challenge a man, right? You challenge a man by calling him gay, right? This used to be called bigotry, but for some reason when Trump does it, it's not. Or you challenge a man by accepting that someone could hurt their children, like a trans man going into a bathroom. And what you do by doing that is you make them degrade their opinion on what actually matters to them, which is their freedom. The freedom to go work and be left alone. No, you add this fear, and this is what the Republican Party does. It is always, every 4 years, it is abortion, 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 trans, 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 gay, gay, gay. And even though they literally don't understand that they're on democratic programs for a social safety net, they will vote against their own interests. This is not an accident. This is by design. They do this on purpose to divide that bell curve. Because if they never did it, most of those people would be like, hey, shit's going pretty well. Shit's fine. I'm living, I'm thriving. No, they have to invoke hate. They have to invoke fear. And they have to invoke an attack on masculinity. That's what Fox News does. Like, none of those things matter ever in the election. Abortions, trans rights, and homosexuality doesn't matter when we're voting for a president. But why is it the top 3 topics in every presidential race? It's by design. And I land my plane.
Y'all got the monkeys out of here. I had to be.
They didn't know which.
It was feeding time. They had to go back to their respective cages.
And someone kept asking them, are you bonobos or are you like chimpanzees? And they're like, fuck.
That was me.
I love that.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, see, whoever threw the first monkey out, ape, I'm sorry, you started the trend because they came in here because this one of them, and I don't even remember who, listen, this has been a long day for me. I cannot even remember who was, what happened. Somebody got thrown out. He went back. Because, apes could do that, right? He went back and got the rest of the clan, and they came in. And I think their goal was just to disrupt. But you would have to throw out all of them. And then after that, you're going to have to block them. And they still can get in the room after being blocked. You guys understand that?
Yeah.
They can still come in the room. So what would have been the goal to create havoc in the room when you know that we throw them all down, or then we boot them out the room, and then you're going to have to block them. And blocking does not do what we think it does unless you're a mod. I think you have to be a mod. And I've had people in the room, well, I'm actually a mod. I have people in my room when I'm top left, and I'll have them blocked, and they're still in the room. And I have that bar. You have somebody in here blocked. So it wasn't going to accomplish anything that we wanted to accomplish because they would. I just didn't see I didn't see the end goal.
Lisa, let me spill the
being
tea.
achieved.
Let me spill the tea. So I'm in the Talking Apes room a lot. I am not a Talking Ape. But I was in there and they were like, let's raid. And I was like, what's a raid? And he's like, hey bro, here's what we do, bro. Hey, come here. We all go into a room and we try to get a mod and then we mod all the apes. And I was like, I don't think that's gonna work, but okay. And then they're like, we're gonna raid this room. I'm already in there, dog. I'm already in there. And then they came in here and you handled it. Because remember that one ape was just like, she kept asking to be modded, so it was fair.
But that's okay, but
That
I
was
would
fun.
never mod somebody that I don't know, first of all. And then second of all, chaos is not really a thing for me. Every time I'm in chaos, I don't do well. So I try to avoid chaos as much as possible, right? Some people thrive in chaos. I'm not the one. I will get so out of character that it just affects me for like days. So what I was doing was just basically, and it turned out well. I got a new friend, Tina. I got a new friend, Arrhythmia, and I'm good. I'm good. They will come back hopefully. Or anorexia, whatever you want to call it.
I got a new friend called CPAP too. Great. I can breathe through her.
I got he was enjoying the mispronunciation. I'm sorry.
He did. I don't even know what his name is anymore.
I wasn't trying to figure that out. It was too hard for me to pronounce.
Anorexia, I think.
I love it. Anorexia.
I was like, get you a meal.
He's cool. I mean, he's a cool guy. No one got really disrespected.
Dude, he's passionate. Very passionate guy.
Yeah, Mississippi, born and raised. That's interesting.
I thought it was funny because, like, right before that girl who was talking all fast, like the girl from the Cosby Show used to talk fast.
See.
Yeah.
Oh, she was in here.
Y'all don't know C? Y'all don't know C?
I don't. It's correct.
Yeah, C's a mess. C's a mess.
Man.
I thought
That's what I was
Goose.
I'm sorry, what happened? I'm sorry, I missed
I
you.
said you got the prize for alopecia. You called them out.
That was hilarious.
That killed me. Because I looked at his name and I was like, it kind of. I was like, am I reading that wrong?
It was really good.
That was funny, y'all. That was funny. We had a break. It was an unusual night. And sometimes this room can be like that, but I try so very hard to be patient. And it teaches me here, I can take that with me in my life. I never have problems that most of my friends have, but I've run into situations because of Clubhouse that I would never find myself in my real, you know what I'm saying? Because you have such a wide swath of people, swipe, whatever they say, of people. From everywhere. Canada, we're talking to Canadians, we have people from all over the world on this app, and then we have all kinds of economic, social levels here. And if you're used to dealing with certain people and you come on Clubhouse and they're either what you consider above or beneath you or maybe right at, you're going to lose your mind. You have to just meet people where they are and see if you can jive with them. If you find out that you can't, then you're an adult. You excuse yourself from the situation. But you're not going to find, half the people on this app, I probably wouldn't, if we were in the real world, I don't see us running in the same groups, maybe? I don't run into them in, dealing with, I deal, working what I work. I don't, but it's cool though.
But I can still get a drink with them at the bar. I still could, right? Even if they're great, I could. But only one though. Only one.
One at a time?
Yeah.
Most of these people, we wouldn't go to the same bars, lounges, clubs.
But if you met them though. If you met them at the bar, they're like, hey, what are you drinking? How was work today? Did you know the earth is flat?
Yeah, because you guys might not see the
Dude, I work with them. I work for them and I work with them.
I work around them. I don't go out. Like, listen. Just because people don't go to a work site doesn't mean they don't have coworkers.
I know you guys got the
I have them, and I just don't fucking deal with them. Somebody else deals with them.
Me neither.
Okay, so, and then you guys, that's cool.
My
You
whole
guys have
family,
the ultimate.
my sister is my.
Oh, wow.
Me too. I'm from northern Minnesota. My whole family is truck.
Against my Lisa. No, Magda.
Yeah, mega. My family's mega.
My sister's even further. QAnon Magda. Okay, look.
Lord.
Against her.
She needs a vaccine. She needs a vaccine. Give her vitamin B.
Hello, this is against her nephews. This is against her. When you come against my children, you are no longer blood.
Oh, wow. True. True.
You don't know how hard and Harry's could cut people off.
Oh, I do. I love it, Harry's.
And it's so skin off my back. Am I sad it comes back? Yes, but it's not going to. No, you're not coming against my children.
No.
I don't know who you are.
Nobody's children. Aries, Scorpio,
Scorpio.
Gemini, Virgo. You come in here.
Leos.
It's on. Yeah, it's on. It's on.
Epstein's. Why are you always in here? Get the fuck out of here.
My baby child came in here with his little welder cap on, and he's like, Mom, it fits. My hair. You saw him in the thing, right?
I'm taking it here because of the cause. That's a gnat. I think
I know. He looks like a man now, and I'm just like,
you look like a man before.
girl, listen, with that hair, he's always had his baby hair. That's all he comes baby hair.
Yeah, and then
He don't look like a baby no more.
How old?
He's 18. He just
How-
graduated hospital.
How do you do that? I got a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, and I'm like,
wow.
I'm buckling up every fucking day.
So I have a 38-year-old and an 18-year-old.
God, shit, I ran out of chloroform tonight. Just trying to get them shits to bed.
Oh my God.
When I cut my boy, like I'm bald. I balded when I was like 12. And I'll put a picture in. But my son has got hair and got his hair cut to, look at this boy. Look at this fucking boy.
You know what's funny is like you sit up and say like I've always had my kids on my schedule. Like my kids always been asleep by 9. But in the summer, my daughter can stay up until like 10 in the morning.
Yeah, they can.
Right. Let me tell
And then you think they'll sleep in and they don't.
No, so my son, he's 6. So during the school year, it is rough getting them up. When the summer came, he was up at 6 a.m. the very next day after the school year ended. And so we have a policy. We're like, we'll let the kids stay up until they go back to school next Wednesday. I got one daughter. She will stay up until 3 o'clock in the morning. They're on tablet. They're on their tablets. They're talking to their cousins. They're like playing games. Like all this stuff. And this little lady will not wake up again until about 3 the next day. She'll go to bed at 3. She'll wait till the 3 in the afternoon the next day.
That's what I woke up at 8:30 one day in the summer. I see her. I say, damn, you woke up early. She's like, I haven't been to sleep, Dad.
Damn.
You know.
That's crazy. That I can't do. This kid's gotta go to sleep. I can't even sleep knowing that my kids are not asleep. So it's a mandatory lights out, tablets off.
No,
That's why I'm always like with my wife. I'm like, I think he's got allergies. I'm pretty sure it's allergies. Benadryl. I know. I think he's sniffling a little bit.
No, but like,
What about
school? So school started a couple of weeks ago. Child knocked out by 8:30 every night.
Yeah, but so we've been prepping like my son. Like my wife is like, hey, it's 8 o'clock, 8:30. Like, yo,
I'm gonna lay it down. The school starts on Wednesday out here in Canada, for their school district at least. And so my oldest, she's 17, but she's pretty regimented about like making sure she gets her sleep. But my middle one, oh my gosh, it's hard getting her to sleep.
Yeah, man, because like when I was single back in the day, nothing used to piss me off more than me trying to creep over to a chick house at 2 a.m. and like the kids still up. I'm not breaking your back with your kids. Yeah, the kids in the dark. The kids in the dark.
Yeah, we took up your headboard with your kids.
Yeah, I gotta put a pillow back.
You know how funny it is too, because like when you're the guy doing that late booty call, you're like, I can't express to you, woman, how much I don't give a shit if those kids see what's happening. Because those are your kids. They're not my kids. Those are your kids. I stretch for this. I did breathing exercises for this.
Man, it was one time I was in shoot and we was done, right? And I'm just sitting on the couch. My daughter came out to me. You my dad? Look like the fuck no.
About to be.
Let me get the fuck up out these front doors.
Did you hear all I said, call me dad?
I was tired. Shit.
You press in vehicle, sir.
Democrats. Y'all right.
Democrats.
I didn't do everything right in my younger days.
Yeah, you can recover in your vehicle, sir. Like, okay, it's time for you to go. Bye. It's like, but no, bye. If we had a house full of kids and my kids are up, no, that's creepy. I wouldn't be able to even concentrate. That's just too much.
You want me to perform?
You're kind of a higher class.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Let's just say there are women out there that do not care.
I was in the projects, and I said, let me get out of the projects.
Yes.
And I was in the suburbs.
Quickly. No, that's nasty work right there. Because your kids remember that shit. You think they do not, but they
Not my kids.
Well, not your kids.
My kids were not there.
Their kids. Your kids get, we underestimate these kids. They remember, they listen, they listen to conversations when you think they're not listening. And I don't do anything in front of my children that.
That's exactly why they say you gotta talk to your kids.
I don't lie. I'll admit I did it if they asked me, but I try to show them my best side. And sometimes it'll always work, and they'll ask me questions, and I'm like, yeah, I did it.
That's one of the best advice is like talk to them. Just talk to your kids.
Yeah.
Even if you're not as present as you want to be because of work and all that stuff, you'll never know what they observed and what they saw and what they think unless you just say like, hey, what happened today? And they're like, I saw you pipe mom. And then you're like, what do you mean? What did you see? You have to talk to them because they're gonna absorb everything that happens to them with that fresh brain. You gotta get it early.
It's simple because human beings are infallible. I'm infallible. I'm going to make a mistake. So then that way, if you always try to present things as perfect, you set them up for failure.
And that's why, yeah. So what I do is like when they're confused, I constantly remind them that trans people shouldn't use the wrong bathrooms. And immigrants don't belong here. And then go back in your iPad.
Oh no.
No, that's not true. But wouldn't that be funny? That's what I think that the MAGA people do. Where's your handgun?
It's funny that you say kids remember stuff. It's like I left my mom's house when I was 6 to remember my grandmother, my paternal grandmother. And what I always found funny is it's shit that whispering at each other. Them children is never gonna hear us argue. Ever.
Because they will never forget it. Never. Like you talking about it now, they're gonna talk about it then. And then the thing about there's certain things that my mother used to. I tell her now that it was a lie. My mother go, no, I was protecting you. I said, no, but you were lying. So that kind of like in the back of my head, but just in the back of my head, every time I think about certain things, I'm like, my mother lied her ass off. And a lot of some stuff I find myself not trusting her in the instant, and then I have to think, well, you know, that's your mom. She got you. But just the lies about stuff that have to do with the family, you know, about things that have to do with what happened in the past. Why you gotta lie? That's what I don't understand. I said, you know, you're not perfect. Granny wasn't perfect. Grandpa wasn't perfect. Uncle Ed wasn't perfect. And I need for you to be truthful to me about the world so I know how to navigate it and not just think that everything is okay. That's probably the way I am now because my mother lied so much to me. I think the world is all good people are in it. It's rainbows and fairies. And every day that there's some really horrible people in this world. Everybody's not good. Everybody can't be trusted. But my mother lied so much about stuff she shouldn't have been lying about. I'm walking around thinking, you know,
everybody's my friend.
You know, yeah. And it's very damaging to me because I'm indoctrinated with it. So I'm like, that's why when I go out, you know, I'm in line and I'm that goop. You know, you see people like, what? Hi.
What you smiling
for? Like, huh?
What you smiling for?
Yeah, well, exactly. I said hi the other day to somebody. I was in the store. She came around real fast with her basket, and all of us almost collided in Whole Foods. So she had her face screwed up already, you know, ready for this confrontation. And I just said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, how you doing today?" And she didn't know whether to fucking cuss me out or smile. Because people they don't do that shit no more. Nobody's talking. Nobody's being pleasant. None of that. Nobody's talking to you in line. When's the last time you guys struck up a conversation with somebody in line in the grocery store?
I did.
Minnesota nice. I do it every time.
You do?
Yes, I do.
Okay, we'll get along. I do.
But that's different than that parenting thing, though. That's a double-edged sword. Like raising, like you take if you're gonna have a adult conversation with your partner, you take it in the other room because you can't really call it a lie because children don't have the same brains as adults. So the problem, I think, a big problem is when parents include children in their fights. And they include them in adult drama. That's a problem. That creates stigmas.
No, one time when my daughter she was young, she might have been 3 or 4, and we were low-key arguing in the kitchen. And my daughter said, "Mom, Daddy, both of y'all stop. Mommy, listen to Daddy." Oh, the look of anger that came across my wife's face. I thought she wanted to smack the hell out that baby.
Oh,
but
wow.
But I was like, yeah, you need to listen to me because I'm right. You're sitting up arguing, just argue. Listen to me. She just walked off. God bless your daughter.
So cute with the daughter, though.
She would stop and tell me if I'm wrong or something.
Oh, that's cute. I like that. And you are wrong. It's like kids can process lies. I didn't find out the lie was a lie until I got to be a teenager, and I held that against her for the lie.
Yeah,
So
but by doing
I process it then, but I did process it as a teenager.
Yes, but by doing that, you're taking something you ingested when you weren't part of that adult situation and playing it back later and then adding a judgment to it, right? So that's all dangerous. And a lot of kids do that with their parents.
Yeah, of course they do.
But the truth is, those parents are, in most cases, not in all cases, those parents are just trying to handle, well, they're trying to handle their situation with their adult partner. right? And so it doesn't even if you know it's a lie when you're a kid and you hold on to it, it doesn't translate because, especially if you're from New York, right? Any two grown people mind your business, right? Like, mind your business. It's the same for parents and kids. You're not in the same mind frame. Of course, you're part of the family. There's a lot of emotions there, but to when you grow older and that becomes something that's you perceive as detrimental to your perception of your parents, I just think it's kind of a dangerous. It's a dangerous gap, is I guess the best I can say it.
One of the things, like, I had to explain to my daughter that there's a cousin that I hate her guts, and when she asked me why, I didn't go into the full story. It was like she said something really mean about Grandpa, my dad. I was like, I appreciate that. She was like, why would she say that? And I was like, I don't know, but it got back to me, and fuck them. Do I have to be nice to her? I was like, you can be nice to her, be polite, but you're not like going to a house and shit like that. Play straight up.
I'm sorry, sorry about the noise.
So what's the biggest lie your parents ever told you?
Oh, I got one. Buckle up, kids. So my dad, his first wife, committed suicide. Closed the garage door, turned the car on, and just punched out. But my older sister, who I didn't know was a half sister until I was like 14, we didn't know about all this. She's only 4 months older than me. And then when I got old enough, I was like, hey mom, when did you meet dad? And realized that obviously it was a horrible situation where my dad was messing around on the side with my mom while he had a wife and a daughter. And of course, he had to his current wife so much that she took it away. And we found this out that was fucking happening. Like, crazy.
Y'all see these family secrets are very destructive.
Yeah.
Okay? And I know that, we can, because people say, well, you survive. No, I mean, it's traumatic. You can ignore it. You can try to smooth over it. You can try to say, well, it's okay. No, it's not. There's so much more.
Wait, your parents have every right to. Wait, hold on. All of our parents have every right to stumble through their life. What are you talking about?
So what about it, though?
Yeah, but why are they lying? Right?
What is this?
Because let's go back. Let's keep going back. Those stories change. Yeah, I had sex
act with an Ojibwe woman because we shot the wife. So like if you keep going back and back and back, this is a learned behavior. There's no rule. There's no reason to tell your children. Am I supposed to tell my 4-year-old children?
Not 4, not at 4, but you need to come clean at some point.
Okay, I agree with that. Absolutely. Okay, same page. I think I would have. Okay, I understand. I think I would have appreciated that when I was like 15, instead of doing the math in my head and saying, "Dad, hold up, my older sister's not that much older than me." Yeah, I get you. I got you.
That you tell and be honest. You're right. Adults are gonna adult. Life is gonna life. We're all stumbling through this life. None of us are perfect. And that's what I appreciate now about me being, because see, now my kids trust me. They're teenagers. They're like, Mom's going to understand because she told us the truth about when she stumbled, about when she made mistakes. She understood. She forgave herself, and she will forgive us. So now when they tell me stuff like my boys, I asked them the other day, we're getting ready to go back to school. They did well when they went through high school. They made me proud, and now they're in college. But let me tell you, we're getting ready to go back to Cal coming up in another, I think Cal starts in 2 weeks, I think. So I asked them again. I said, have you guys had sex? Not yet, Mom. I'm like, because I need to know if I need to go and get another box of condoms. Because I don't want no grandkids for my kids right now. It's just not.
That one's hard,
what I'm looking for.
That one's hard.
Okay, and these are boys, and they're talking to me.
Yeah, that's
and
hard.
that I'm not gonna judge. I'm not gonna say, well, you better. I'm letting them know. This is a part of life. It's going to happen, but we need to be smart about it so it won't change your life to a point where we're all involved in the struggle. Because I cannot take care of a grandkid right now. You can't afford a child at 17 and 18. Your life just
And you'll get deported.
and you'll be deported.
And the kid's fucking gone.
Yeah, you want to be deported too, okay?
Y'all want to hear the funniest story? When I was leaving for college, I packed up my car, right? Because I told you I was raised by my grandmother, so nobody could come with me. Packed up my car. And going back in the house, my aunt and my grandmother are sitting at the table. They playing cards. Say, my grandma got the biggest smile on her face because I wasn't even supposed to go to college. I was a
Proud of you. She's proud of you.
Said, Mom, I'm leaving. All right. Be good. Call me when you get there. Yes, ma'am. Walk away. She's like, Booby, come back. My name ain't Booby. She doesn't remember that, right? Come around. So just reach up into the medicine cabinet. That's love. She gives me 2 Z-packs. She said, here, take this. Dr. DePauli, I told him you was going to college. He gave me this. Just in case you get organic. What?
Granny, it cures it all, right, Granny?
And here's a green tea. Here's a green tea. Take that too.
Exactly, right? Insert this,
Put that Z-Pack right in the cup.
That's so funny.
That's sweet as fuck, though. That is sweet.
I said, how do you know I'm going to get something? My aunt yells out, because you're just like your daddy. I remember when you snuck. I'm like, oh, bye.
So your dad got a stuffy nose and they always thought he was fucking around?
No.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
My dad made his first kid at 15.
That was the same. You know, my dad gave me the sex talk. Here was the sex talk. He's like, we're out. My dad bought this fucking coal furnace because he thought coal was coming back around in northern Minnesota for some reason. He thought coal was coming back. And we're out there. We literally get a pallet of coal from a train to load a fucking house furnace. No lie. Unloading these bags, dumping them in the basement. He's like, my mom told him to give me the talk. I was like 15, 16. his talk turns into like he starts it by saying, "I know at your age, every time the wind blows, you get a boner," and then all he starts talking about is his sexual conquest. He never finished that statement where he's like, "Don't do it." And there's huge responsibilities. He just started saying, "Man." So he played music with my grandpa, in sort of like it's Minnesota, right? So like a lot of weddings, there was polka and accordion music. And they played that, and he was young, and he had sex with a bunch of women. He started talking about that in his sex talk with me, and I was like, I'm not getting the lesson here. But I only had 4 sisters. So I got a twin sister, a half sister, older, 2 younger sisters. Unfortunately, my younger sister passed away recently on the ATV accident. Fucking
to college, and fortunately, women dug me because of my sense of humor. I don't even know why. I don't know. Well, I think actually it's because I grew up with 4 sisters, so I knew how to talk to girls, and a lot of the guys didn't, and I just knew a little bit more about it. But a lot of sex happened, but a lot of it was bad. Like a lot of it was not great. It just wasn't great.
As long as that finish is good to me, but like,
oh, not me. I'm like, why are you crying? Why aren't I crying?
You might be asking me why I'm crying. Like, you're just so beautiful.
This one like tiny Asian exchange student came into my room, and we like met, and she thought she wanted to have sex, but she really did not want to have sex. And so we're like naked, and every time I tried, she was like, and hurting. Like I put my mouth on it, and like figured, and I was like, what is happening here? I'm not trying to do anything you don't want to do. Like I'm not. You came in here. Do you want to watch a movie? Do you want to watch a movie or what? I said, no, I'm not trying to do anything to you. I thought.
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get with.
That's what I'm talking about. Weird situations.
I'm gonna get with somebody and be like, yo, let's write a book. Because I can't actually write like that. Man, I'm gonna get with somebody and like the fucking stories that I have, like from 14 to 24 was I lived a fucking life.
From 14? Damn, 14. 14? Like you can barely say your R's. You're getting it in. You can't even conjugate verbs and you're getting it in.
I was organizing my dog collection.
Hell yeah. I was like, fucking BMX racing is the future.
Yeah, if I was good enough to do a BMX racing too. At 14, I just don't.
He was
girls, ugly at 14. I thought you guys know, like even like girls at 14. I thought they were ugly.
No, that's not. At 14, it's basically banging genitals. No one knows what the fuck they're doing.
I'll admit I did what I was doing, but I was doing it for them. 14, you lied.
Yeah, well, I remember the first time I had sex, and I feel so bad. It was actually my first wife, because she was like homeschooled and shit, whatever. Sounds like I better marry you. I don't know, but when I put the condom on, it was so tight, and I was so hard that I basically rammed this poor woman. Like I didn't come. It was like it was hilarious. Now that I look back on it, at the time it wasn't hilarious, but now that I look back on it, I was just like, fucking don't know what I'm doing. Condoms too tight, rock hard, just feeding her the business for like 20 minutes, and like if she's in pain, and I'm like, I think this is great. I don't know if this is great. No, like the first time, it just didn't like it was.
Punch in your head, bro. Well,
I'm just telling you the truth. It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
Not great for me. I would be
So,
it
wasn't great for me either because I was like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing.
You shouldn't be with
Well, no, I actually had this other route too. Like when I was like young, I found my dance floor, and that kind of ruined me a little bit. So I thought I was like doing all the moves. Like I thought the first time we're gonna do all these things.
Yeah. That I think porn. Well, it's saving a lot of y'all because a lot of y'all do not know how to socially interact with females, and you're never gonna get any. So you might as well just thank God for porn, so you have some place to turn and go to. And
no, but it gives you the wrong idea. Like it gave me the wrong idea. So the first time I had sex, I felt like I had to be like this Adonis. I felt like I had to be this. We're gonna the first time this poor young girl
blast in your face. No, I was completely wrong, and it ruined the whole fucking thing. You know what I'm saying? That's the problem with porn. Like you get this idea about what sex is.
You try to put it on her face.
No, because but yeah. I was getting. I honestly in my head, I was like, "Here's how we end."
Oh my god.
It ruined it. I basically just tore this poor virgin up.
But I'm just saying, the kids now, they don't. Okay, my boys don't ever. Do they go to dance in high school? Nah, they played basketball all the way through from elementary to high school. They played basketball. They did basketball. They did all that. And no dances, because when I was growing up, we had dances, we had play social events that we go to, house parties. They weren't allowed to do any of that shit because a house party to me was a perfect time for somebody to get killed. I didn't let them go to house parties. I didn't let them spend the night over anybody's house. Everybody's always on computers. They grew up on computers, video games, going to baskets. So they really have never been interacting with girls like that. They might be in the class or whatever, but as far as being out with them or in places where they're alone, that probably never happened unless it happened at school. So
You could do it at school. Like there's.
I found that out when I started volunteering.
Yeah. But remember, I grew up in the country, so it took us like 20 minutes to drive to school, right? So this is country. You can easily earmark 7 minutes in a field in a car.
Oh my god, not a field. Okay.
What? Paradise by the dashboard lights?
Oh my.
Come on. Yeah, I wasn't 14. I was 17, 18.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought I was like, roll the camera.
If I knew my 14-year-old was having sex, I would probably take the doors off the room. I'd probably take the phone off. 14's a little bit too.
Or if I de-chip them, fucking drone camera.
Exactly. Take the tag off all the clothes and backpacks and shit that I have it on their computer or whatever. But weren't you feeling a little bit traumatized at 14? Did you put it all together in your head what was going on and what emotions you were feeling at 14 years old? Did he go?
Yeah, that's not for me. But he did leave. At 14, I was like.
Who said 14 is not that uncommon? Who said that?
No, 14 is. Yeah, but that's the bell curve is like really high for 16 to 19. It is predominantly where most people have their first sexual intercourse. So you're just. I mean, that's maybe true for you, but you're just realize that that's not the common thing.
We're gonna have to do a group and a what is it?
Let's do a community sex talk.
How do you do community sex talk? I was gonna put something at the top of the room, like, what age did you start? Never mind. Because people be like, what is wrong with her? Why would she ask a question like that? But I'm shocked at 14 though. I really am.
Maybe you should call it community sex talk for those who have kids. Because I got 2 kids now. And
Virtual pre-com.
It's completely different. Because, I failed with I was banging a 42-year-old when I was in college. I was doing stupid shit. And, now I got kids. And I'm like, no, I don't want you to do that. Even though when I was doing it, it was fine. It's not fine for you. You know what I mean? That's a hard thing to manage.
Well, don't be upset. Just keep an open mind. Because like you said, life is life. And you don't know where the road is going to lead you. Hopefully in safety and in health. But, yeah.
That's why I tell my kids now, sex. Well, I'm not telling them now because they're as soon as they're old enough, I'm gonna tell them sex causes cancer and you'll die.
No, you better not.
I will tell them that.
That's crazy.
And I'll be like, have you ever heard of Mormonism? Wear these underwear. Wear these magic underwear.
No, dude, you're gonna tell your kids not to do something that you did.
But that's the whole point of progeny. Progress.
Back in the day, there used to be like in junior high school sexual education class.
Right.
And they would have a book that you looked at. It had gonorrhea and all the different STDs. Some of those STDs looked like warts and all this shit on your thing. And you're gonna tell you it was like a horror movie.
That's why I slept with older women because I figured they took the education a couple times.
Hold on, brother. I'm just asking a question. Just a minute. No, it didn't stop me because I didn't get the disease. Did you?
Wait, hold up. It didn't stop you. But you didn't get the disease. Was that?
Protection.
But I did get the education.
But I was scared, though. I was scared. I was super scared. I was like, what you gonna give me a disease?
You know better, though. And you did not. Okay, child. You said it scared me. But I did it anyway.
I got a confession. My first one looked just like you. I mean, she looked a little bit like you, you know. She the same lips as you.
Well, I think the sex education should change too, because
No,
it's true.
Did you?
The truth is, like, you can't. Adolescent kids need to understand that their emotions are stronger than their brains, right? Like they don't teach that. They teach like, oh, here's you're in
Don't you
control.
think the women, the girls are in charge during that time? Don't the women the ones that beat you down? That very dark road to the
The women are the ones who get shamed the most. The women are the ones who get shamed the most. Have you ever heard of the pastor's daughter paradox? Where the pastor's daughter's always the fucking freak. Like, women get shamed for the responsibility and the burden.
We all know that. We knew that intuitively.
No, but I mean, like, even in sex ed, women get shamed more than men. They get shamed about.
Women get shamed about sex, period.
Yeah.
You know, by men.
Even though they wanted the
So the
savory
envelope is the male perspective is driving women.
Well, yeah, why do that? The truth is, if you put a bunch of adolescent children are no different than putting a bunch of male and female rabbits in a cage. They're no fucking different. They are going to have sex.
No, I disagree because I was so much upset.
They do it. That's what high school is.
No, I was very sensitive. I didn't want to have sex with anybody I didn't talk to because I didn't want to have sex.
So did you?
It was just a surprise. Yeah, it was very much a
surprise.
Yeah, it was like, I was like, wow.
Don't you think those rabbits are surprised?
Wait, look. It's a surprise. I think it's forward in the second. Wait, what was that Asian again? I'm from the Florida already twice. It was just I got pulled under the bleachers. I was like,
Oh, the bleachers. That's right.
She took you right to consent. You got raped? You got raped? Is that what you're saying?
No, I wasn't raped, bro. I could have ran away if I wanted to. I could have kicked her in the head or something.
I was like, Krav Maga or get this guy.
I don't know. Those guns that we had weren't real. Right? Like those plastic things that we used to use in color guard. I don't know. I could have hit her in the head with that or something. You were the one.
Sound the colors. How did you get away? I sounded the colors.
See, when you have a orgasm for a man, that's a lot of ejaculation. But you have no idea what's happening the first time. You know, it's like taking.
I didn't have an orgasm from my first 4 times.
You did?
Maybe I'm fucking weird.
You're not weird.
I was so worried about.
I think she was more experienced than me, so she knew how to cultivate it out of me.
Oh, she coached.
I believe finally in the situation where
it was like the Spanish teacher. You couldn't even understand her.
She was not a teacher, though. She was a teacher, a grade above, but she was not a teacher from above. She cited it out. And she, yes, it is. He cited it out. Yeah. Anyway, how about you? Now it's voodoo. Now you've been cursed. Hold on to the bleachers by sucking. First time you had 2 or 3? How many did you have? Me? Oh no, I didn't orgasm for like the first. Oh, I thought you said that you had an orgasm the first time. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I was trying to have sex, but turned into pants porn videos that I found too young, and she's like, maybe don't treat me like a whore. So see, I was fucked up. Therapy session, you found the meaning. You found the reason, right? It was the porn that early, long time ago, we fucked up his life. Absolutely. I was like, one today, the dude, I had the stigma that like sex had to be a male performance. I had the stigma, like I was supposed to do this, like. Tell me this though, when you were doing it, were you whistling? Dude, I had a hand on my hip, like bro. My first fucking time, I'll tell you the fucking truth. My first fucking time, I had one hand on my hip. I was like looking for the lighting. The guitarist. Yeah, I was like, you like that? And then she's like, no, I don't. I did. That's how fucked up I was. Man, I was piping, dog. The pain on your body started to fade. I'm like trying to get like more angle for the camera. And that's why when I met my second wife, who was like Puerto Rican, she was like, you married this trustless? And then she just cured me. Yeah. She's like, I gotta think it was 2, bitch. But no, I seriously had a hand on my hip. Like, the first time. Because you have to have like 8 millimeter, right? I thought you're supposed to watch it go in and out. Because I've watched all I did. You can't lie. No, you have to mix it up. It does, because like that's my dad gave me that shitty fucking sex talk. I got a bunch of sisters. I found this porn when I'm too young, and I'm watching this porn. I'm like, I guess that's what sex is. Okay, I'm gonna do that then. And then I'm like, I saw porn before I had sex too. Or something that's a number, you know. Oh, and I like digested it. It was the right thing to see. I drew it. I practiced. Not enough. No, just my fadeaway. You wall play your fadeaway. I wish it weren't true because it's so funny and sad, but it's so funny. She was like literally like, I think we should stop, and I was like, I win. Wait a second. Yeah, you liked that. You liked it. I'll be hard for the next 8 hours because I'm 16 or 18. But great. Yeah, let's stop now. I mean, the fact that you had strangled your beat that comment is crazy too. It's like, man, who's daunting? And it's so funny because I was like, I must be like, so the next time, this is even funnier and more embarrassing. So I was like, I must be pretty big. Next time I'll get magnums. Were they Trojans? They were just regular Trojan, right? So I'm like, I'll get magnums next time because obviously these condoms are too small. Okay. So you got the green Trojans. Yeah, so I got a Magnum pack that I was like the most proud thing I ever bought from the Speedway gas station. You know why I know you're lying, bro? Because we told Magnum didn't come out to the year 2004. What are you talking about, bro? No. I'll tell you what I bought a large. Maybe they were Magnum, but I bought these like extra large. I don't know. No. The worst part is that we tried to get it. I got hard, and I put that larger condom on that Magnum, and it looked like I put on a sweatshirt. It looked like I put on a sweatshirt. I was like, oh,
I'm not that big.
Getting more and more weird.
I'm not that big at all. You guys never. You got. Just share a little truth.
It's like crayons, bro. See, some people know all the names of the crayons. Some people don't.
But how funny is that? That this, my dumbass self thought it was the condom, and then I needed a Magnum when I fucking hoodie.
Hey, maybe you put it on the wrong thing.
I put it on my fucking leg, and I had room.
You know, like opposite pride or something, man?
What? No, I'm not.
I am.
No, this was when I was 18. This is when I was.
Trust us.
We're bonded.
Take a leak. Okay.
I'm not Magnum-sized dick. I learned that when I was young.
First time. Not true.
What?
Were you not impotent first time?
No, I wasn't impotent. That was a fucking iron rod destroying a poor virgin. What do you mean impotent?
Not able to get the erection.
Oh no, I was rock. No, that was the problem. I was like rock hard, and I just, yeah, like I just hurt her, and it just didn't. It would just end up being a horrible thing. That's the whole point.
Did you say did you find enjoyment in it?
No, because I thought so. Okay, here's like a problem with my psychology. I grew up with all women, and I think that, and it's something that I still actually struggle with. But I think that the only value a man has is how a woman sees them. And then I saw all that porn when I was younger, and I was like, oh, I'm just gonna have sex with her until she starts moaning, and she starts moaning in ecstasy. But it was her first time, so obviously she's not gonna do that. And so I'm like just tearing her up and being like, soon she'll be in ecstasy, and then like realizing like, oh, I don't know what sex is at all.
I'm better than that.
Y'all got me scared to go to sleep over here. My head is like pounding. I was like, wait a minute, that was funny the first time, and now y'all finally got me out here freaked out. You men are just crazy. I mean, well, that was a nice way to like wind down in the room, but now I'm sure I'm gonna pay for it in my dreams tonight, because as soon as you say something, my face just visualize everything. It's just too much.
Well, we got married.
Well, okay, so I'll visualize the wedding. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Visualize us talking age while you're at it.
Oh my God. That's out of my
Jumping all around the bed.
It's just gonna look like planted tears.
Coming in and coming off.
Yeah, now the apes are gonna be having sex with loose condoms. In my dreams, that's how that's gonna work out. Thanks a lot, y'all.
I didn't have sex with it. It was too big.
Oh Lord. Okay. Yeah, the visual.
It's okay. It's okay. There's definitely some fixation on size.
But just think of my embarrassment. I think I'm this big, and then how is that not hilarious? That's so funny.
It's not misleading.
It was hilarious the first time. Now you just said 3 times. This will be stuck in my head. Watch. I will get it out. I'm telling you right now. So.
But if I would have been with an experienced woman.
Still doing it.
No, wait. If I would have been with an experienced woman, she would have just quickly told me that you're not.
You're probably the wrong person, bro.
What? Come on, y'all.
You know, Haitians are psychology.
But this is again when I was like 18.
That's it.
I'm 40 now. This is all. I figured that shit out quick. Every man is a pervert at 18. Don't get it twisted. It's not like there's a nice one.
Okay. That's like Friday night, Thursday. God only knows what y'all be talking about tomorrow. So.
You know what?
Tell me one 18-year-old man is like, I've never looked at her boobs.
You know what?
psychopedophile now?
Not now.
Oh, what who can't say that? Who can't say that? Water, you've been a pedophile all night. You've been a pedophile. You back-channeling me about if I can send you naked pictures of that boy. Why didn't you stop doing that? You're a pedophile all the. I'll prove it. See, anybody can do that, Water. That's why you don't do that shit. Because anybody can do that, you dumb fuck. Anybody can accuse anybody of anything. I'm not gonna send you pictures of my boy naked for any. You said $300. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Quit asking me. Quit asking me. Quit asking. You pedophile. That is disgusting. You would ask for those pictures. That's fucking disgusting. That's fucking disgusting. You would ask for pictures of my son. Why would you ask for pictures of my son? Why would you ask for pictures of my son? Do you want me to put it on? Do you want me to post it? I can prove it. Oh wait, you calling me in?
They don't know what is happening. Did you go on Mobile? So, school, my book, we do, back and go, well, they do, they receive my wife, I'm a pure one of Muru, that's they are supposed to know what they do school for. Mobile is outside, what some of us want to be. I'm not being upset, that's where. I'm a man there is out to start at Mokuma, and I don't want to know what is going on. I get to Okuma, and I dare, Benedict, a little request, and I grab the bed, I will do my business, your Benedict. And I get the side with us after that, that will be my job to do for them. Not to be even, well, I can't find an as MP, whatever, I don't want it. I have a step, Gelina school free so that I can go and do my business. This is where some of us are coming from. We don't care about what Okuma did. No, I don't care about it. So I think I will stop the moderators. If anybody wants to talk, you guys talk about it. Like for us to come together, it has to start from us. You check yourself, and you change yourself first before you can think of changing others. You know, because fear the professor Joyce Saitoti, he was a big professor at Kenya, and he became a big politician, and he was killed in a plane in Kenya. Joyce Saitoti, he said this 3 times: we change, and change. And if you don't want to change, the change will change you. But then also I tell them, one day the change will come to South Sudan, and then we like it or not, the change will come. And this country will accommodate all of us. Because now we let the foreigners are the one enjoying our land. And we, the inhabitants, we are now suffering. We become like Mabele Tanazan. Mabele Bitumon Moniaka enjoy South Sudan. Imagine, you are in foreign bank. Became him later, Kuliaki, Lama Deri, Aizon, Yejima, Bruce, Pam, Beta South Sudan, Bibet. Who are you to tell me that? Yani, Guru's time, Gilima is stuck. You know, the reason, few days ago, they didn't kill him, Guru. Mama Deri, Karaji, Beta South Sudan. South Sudan is found. Why? Because weakness to who? Lenas Alisa be good for who? Now, so tell the good who are not there, it about be that for my you cannot pay the hotel with the South Sudan is found. You have to pay with the dollars. Yeah, it is my country, it is my money. Whatever you want to do, you have to do it in my currency. You have to enforce it. People have to buy things using your currency. That's why the value of the Gurusta Sudan rocket. And we don't know what as a Gurusta Sudan, South Sudan, it might be going to rotate. It might be pure Jamin to have the foreigners. They later use This where some of us are saying there's no government because Lokuma Bigama back the right agents, if I back the enforce laws, and then everything goes wrong. Well, I will leave it there. Moderators, you guys go ahead.
That's why you know Bulldozer. Bulldozer before I came to say no, it's not $800. It's $100. It's $409, $400 a night. I said no. When I came to this hotel, you guys tell me it's 400. I said okay, I will spend 2 nights. But now you're telling me it's $800 for 2 nights. They said yeah. I said no, I thought it's 400 pounds. They said no, it's $400. We are here to talk. I'm here in South Sudan. But you tell me 400. I thought it's South Sudanese currency. It's not a US dollar. Why do I have to pay US dollar? Why not the South Sudan? And we argue. I say, oh, okay, call me the manager. They call the manager. When the manager talk to me, I say, hey, they tell me it's 400. I thought it's 400 South Sudanese pound a day, not 400 US dollar a day. And the manager asked me, who paying for your rent? I say, it's me. Oh, he thought that was we have somebody's going to pay for you, like Department of Labor or Department of Finance or Department of whatever. I said, well, I don't know anybody over there. I'm just paying my own money. They said, okay, we are sorry. We didn't tell you it's $1. And I was like, why are you using the sum of $? Why are we using South Sudanese currency over here? Oh, we're sorry. Those people, sometimes they bring in people, and then they don't pay us. Maybe they will pay us after 1 year or 6 months or whatever. I said, no, I'm the one who pays me. But according to what you tell me, you say it's 400. I'm going to pay only 400. I'm going to pay only 800. So 400. When they try to argue with me, they say, oh, okay, you're right. We didn't tell you that it's $1. I said, no. Tell me it's $1, I will go and see somebody else or see another hotel. Okay. Yes, thank you. My name is Khalif. I pronounce your name. I'm sorry. How do you pronounce your name? Good. Oh my gosh. Good. Okay. Yeah. Okay, brother. I'm sorry, man. No, it's okay. my interest is that because brother, it turned my heart. I'm from Dig anyway, but I'm proud South Sudanese. I'm liberator. I get trained 3 times, and I don't know why 3 times. Because if you know during movement, I was I was pay as tech. If you know in during movement, that is what they call blue gap. People were contributed to LTLA. They go and force you. I don't choose to join the movement, but I was forced. But thank God I'm still here. So I see that we have a country that we fought. And I'm proud of brother. Brother, he did that. We are suffering as South Sudanese, as the ordinary. I'm in the US anyway. Now is 2:24 a.m. in Eastern Coast. I'm in Boston, Massachusetts, USA. So I'm proud. I know we talk here, but we try to send the message. What I like about South Sudan, we need only security. All of us cannot work for the government job. As we are hearing here in the Western world, not everybody working for the government. Now we support ourselves because we're working for the owner. Whoever do his own business, we need to care that for our own. What we need is security. But I feel bad that our current South Sudanese is denied from the bank. Who are those banks? I was getting discouraged when I was there in 2008. When I first entered Juba, somebody gave my passport when I was in line, and they told me, give me your passport. I don't know who is it. And then he looked at my passport and he told me, welcome back home. I was really amazed, but even though it's $10 that they cost for passport, but he don't ask me. I asked him, how much do you want me to pay for the visa? He told me, welcome back home. He repeated 3 times, and I was happy because I feel like home. And then I go and then I asked the guy, the one for Mysteria asked me, he paid $90, but he was there working for a road construction. He paid $90. So, but I pay nothing because that person, I think he know me. Maybe it's one of Red Army or soldiers or my clubmate. So I'm proud of South Sudan then, or Sudan that time. But we need to be proud about ourselves. When I was in Red Army in Fanjinduk, I was in Group 3, Sadi, Siltani. I'm proud to be there because when we were Red Army, we don't ask where are you from.
That guy is his name is Atoy.
Who? Atoy?
Atoy. I said, is that guy working airport? His name is Atoy. The one who let you go in?
No, I don't know who you think.
Yeah, there's a guy, one of my friends, his name is Atoy. Then when you see somebody come from the United States or Canada or wherever, he will let him go. I know this guy, he used to be with me here in the United States. He doesn't like the way people behave. So, I know.
Yeah, maybe he's in, but I don't know who he is.
His name is Atoy from Denver.
Okay. Yeah, maybe he's the one who gave me this. I don't know who is it. I don't recognize him. So they let me go free, and I'm proud that I feel I went to Bilfam. I'm look good anyway because I dress well when I put the suit. I'm tall anyway. the Joro, people, they believe me, they think I'm a Joro too. Everybody, we will respect and they have Joro business because all Joro in South Sudan, they don't know who is who and who is who. So I'm proud. When I was in Cuba, I was asked to go and stay in a hotel, and I said, why I go in a hotel? I stay. You see me normal, even at night, I wake up and work. I go to the Juba headquarters because I used to live in Haganah. So I went to downtown at night. 2008 was 2009. Nothing wrong, no, I'm not gunman, but I dress up as a normal guy and I walk around, see what is going on at night. I don't tell people. I just sneak out. Later I was in Juba too. Yeah, it was really good. So we done it, and I was proud when children of our late Commander William Yuan, when they came completely, Papa leave J1 and they go to airport, and the road was blocked, and everybody was saying, oh, who is this? The children going to receive the children of William Yuan. I was really pleased and I was really excited. So that's the South Sudan that we proud, but not South Sudan for today. So what we need, guy, I will make it short. What we need is the security, but our government failed. That is my theme of the day. The government is failed, not because Alpha Key is son of Dinka, but they failed. Whoever work with him, the government is failed. Look how our people are suffering. Now people say that, oh, you cannot put South Sudanese on. Who give them the license anyway? I'm here in the United States. I cannot sell my water in a park during a game without getting a license or a permit to sell it. And people there, they go and sell their clothes. They walk around and they around on the road selling. You can go and cook on the roadside and people buy, but those people, you are not guaranteed them whether the food is infected or not. Our government don't care for the citizen of South Sudan. But you learn say the government, the poor government, people are rich. For example, look during COVID here, United States released 1.2 trillion during COVID when President Trump was president. And America was sad. We challenge the COVID. That's what we call, but where the government of America get those money, they get it from tax. In South Sudan, you work in the government and you don't get tax. Where the government will get your money? For example, right now, I know my cousin, where I was in California, is close cousin. The one now in border. So if I go now, I can go without touching me. I put my passport in a pocket and I will tell him that I'm coming. If I go, he will walk crossing the border and he come. And if the last clear, I can walk free. No one will ask me in the border. But that is corruption. But anyway, we need to respect our sovereignty. Who are they to tell us South Sudan money cannot work in South Sudan? This system needs to be changed, but what we need is our security. But we can change South Sudan. We know the rule. We came here and get power from Western world, and we need to go and teach our brothers and sisters left behind, but our government. But everlasting, don't give our brothers and sisters kids. Let us educate our bring the peace. Fighting is we lose a life and we lost and destruction, but peace. Let us create the peace. But I know our government is oppressing us to go and fight, but we don't have, let us see ourselves as South Sudanese, like the way we say that the army call ourselves comrades. But I now, if I call somebody today, if I say Salva Kiir, Comrade Kiir, I will be arrested if I say that in Juba right now. But before, we call John Garang Comrade John Garang, and you don't get what they can praise you. Comrade is very important. But our people right now, they say it's a disrespect. Even though I'm a former army, if I go now, people see, even people who joined the army recently, they will see me that I'm strange. I don't know anything about the movement. But that's bad. But I will tell you guys, thank you for bringing me up. I live in Worcester right now currently, but I used to live before in Everett and Chelsea. And I go to them sometime. If you ask, if it's from Governor of Western Barkatali, Tararia, I think I don't know. I live with you in the United States. I live in the United States too. Yeah, I don't kiss. He used to live in when he left here. Or puberty, I think. When he moved to Salt Lake City. Yeah. Yeah, right now my hand is tied, so I don't move around like the way when I was in high school and the college. I used to be a single, so I know you get married or what? You get married or what? Yeah, I married. The age I'm an old man too. So I have my family here. So maybe you're in the 40s now, but you're in the age of 50s. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'm 48. I'm 50. As I'm talking to you now, I'm 53 years old. Yeah. Yeah, you my brother. Yeah, I'm 48 with exactly my age, but according to American document, I'm 43. Or 44, sorry. Oh man, why you put your age down? No, I came here. I don't come with my name actually. I used to. Somebody give me the name. No, I understand that. I understand that now. Yeah, but I come with those. When I came, when it comes to the name, I put my name. You know, my name. I know everything, man. I was in the camp before. A lot of people they came with different names. Yeah, nobody don't get the opportunity to take this name, even though they have no card. But thank God I met it. Because the time that we used to live in camp, if you get a name, if they give it to you, you can take it and if you're not a with it. Yeah. You know, thank you, I will mute myself anyway. You know, those who come out last time, they were actually helping people. They didn't make it difficult for people to use other people's name. Otherwise, a lot of people could have not come. Those people who already left they could call myself. Yeah. People who want to talk it. But no longer. Yeah. Yeah, for those I'm going to draw myself, I'm going to work in less than 4 hours. I just don't want to leave without telling you guys. So, Paul and Stephen and Arun. Yeah, you guys continue. We'll meet tomorrow. Yeah. Okay. Have a good night, man. It's already tomorrow. For me, it's still 11 a.m. now, coming to 12 midnight. Yeah, so to me now it's 1:39 a.m. Central Time in the United States. You can wait. I'm going to South Dakota, United States. Oh, South Dakota. And I'm Arizona, Zaman, Arizona, where the last people. I'm from
council and Jerusalem to get out. And thank you very much. And point one command and assalamu alaikum. And I wish for no hope with the brother of the age down. The hard and sorry, super.
Thank you, my friend. Don't worry. We are. Sit down and eat in the same place, so don't worry. Identity is completely different than when you meet somebody in person. Charles Dave in Texas, his wife used to fight me all the time. But one time, Charles Dave came here and he met me. When Charles Dave came and met me, he came with one of the guys, Aulado Mandabo. So, Aulado Mandabo, he was the one talking on my own behalf. I did not say anything. Simon, this all be done, this all way, so then he's the one who started explaining the Charles Dave. So, Charles Dave Mashwara, and when we met in the clubhouse, Charles Dave sometime. When we meet in this clubhouse, it's different than really life. When you meet someone in life, because sometimes you may be thinking that Anazol Batal, Anazol came like it. When you meet me in life, it's completely different than what we say sometimes online. So there's no problem. It's not a result. Listen to that baby. Okay. Sometimes people they're taking في مشاكل بين القبائل وما في مشاكل بين القبائل. Before I joined SPLA, عندي مشاكل كثير. زمن ده لما كنت قاعد مع جلاوة عندي مشاكل كثير. الزمن ده جلاوة ده ما بعرف ولا ده خاو، ده مراوي، ده شرخاو، ده من مرلي، ده من دينكا، ده من فجولي، وده من لاتوكا، وده من وين من باريا. جلاوة ما كان بعرف حاجة زي ده. كلنا جنوبيين. أنا كنت رئيس الاتحاد بتاع طلبة الجنوبيين في الشمالية. طبعا بيتمالي تمام مشاكل معاه. أنا قاعد في دمر. في دمر في الشمالية. أنا ما ماشي. لكن دمر كان بيقولوا ولاية شمالية. أنا كنت رئيس الاتحاد بتاع طلبة الجنوبيين في دمر. لما نيجي يلمونا أنا كطلبة أنا كنت رئيس الاتحاد بتاع طلبة الجنوبيين في دمر. لكن لما نيجي يلمونا كلنا أنا كنت يا سكرتير العام بتاع طلبة الجنوبيين في المدارس الشمالية. ما كان في فرق. يقول لنا انه ده يتجنوا لما ما يتجنوا ما يتجنوا بس. ما يتجنوا. فيش علاقة فيش علاقة كتير. هذا اللي هو قاعد يحصل حاليا ده موضوع أكل. موضوع أكل العسل في جنوب السودان ده هو خلى جنوب السودان ما بكون دولة الليل والليل. لأنه أنت لو قاعد تقول أخوك تاني إحنا ناكل معك الشعب زي ما كنا قاعد ناكل في الشمالية جمهورية ده الطلبة الجنوبي ما لنا أي قبيلة ده أهل الجنوب بس. لكن المشاكل اللي
حاجة حصل يا هو بقى قابلنا مشاكل اللي هو مشاكل القبلية اللي هو قاعد يحصل حاليا، لكن أنا لسه قاعد فيه trying to يقول يا أخي يا جماعة نحن جنوبيين نحن جنوبيين، لكن جا وصل في درجة أنه خلاص بقى طلعوا قبائل هسه حاليا يقولوا أنه وين ده مشاكل اللي حصل في كوفة من ترتيب بقى أنه وين بقى براون بقى براون بقى براون مش كتورة برضه فيه قبائل كتير كتورة بقى طلعوا براون ده يعمل نفس المشكلة اللي هو جا حصل لنا هسه حاليا، لكن نحن جينا في ويسترن وورلد هل ممكن نكنترول ده؟ نو، لأنه حاجة ده بقى مش كتير في العالم حاجة بقى مش كتير، لأنه زي ما ده لو كان نعمل له كنترول ووصلنا في درجة أنه القبائل التانيين بقوا بشكل منفوسة كان ثبتناه، لكن هسه بقى we can control it, but أنا شايف هسه حاليا it's gonna take us a time. We need a president, we need a government, we need president براو يوم no, the government يوم ده ما president، لأنه president ده وبصير ما هو زي ما قال ناس في United States، ما president بتاعتنا ما قمش according to his government according to the law هو عمله sign already قاعد أنا متأكد كان قاعد في أرزانا جبال الراجل اسمه جون ماكين ده جون ماكين أنا لسه جون ماكين جون ماكين هو هداك كتير أقوى في أرزانا ده سنتر بس ده سنتر جون ماكين إذا سنتر ووقف مرتين عشان يكون بريزن وفين، لكن ولما نمشي في أرزانا ما كان يمشي يعمل كومبين even في أرزانا، لأنه those people of Arizona they knew him. John McCain is capable of what؟ وصلها أرزانا. عندنا واحد كده اسمه جون تولر هو بالظبط كده، عندنا واحد كده اسمه جون تولر هو majority leader right now. The White House right now. This guy, he came to campaign twice. He never came to campaign again. In South Dakota. I know that South Dakota, but I want to know who is John McCain is. The president قال يعمل حاجة هو غلط president. هو يشتغل مع أوباما. يشتغل مع أوباما twice. يشتغل مع ترامب. يشتغل مع بايدن. هسه هو شغال مع ترامب تاني، هسه هو المجور ليدر هسه في الوايت هاوس مع كل زول، بس ممكن لكن لما تكون سنتر انت you say oh my president يا اخي ده ما شغال، انت الناس بتاعك elect you from your state to represent them. They need this. لكن انت لما تجي president ما شغال. And you guys, I don't know if you know, today's Thursday night to us. On Wednesday, you know, the iron of bit, and the police station and work. is increasing. المشاكل بتاع جنوب السودان. لو قريتوا الأوراق ده دكتور عدو نيابة دكتور لما كون من يانجي وبيل كلام الرومان قالوا ده after the election after appointment of Adu ده كتير يعني أوراق الرومان كتبوا أحجار الرومان كتبوا ده it is said to decrease the problem of South Sudan is increasing. It's against them. All of them is against it. It's against No, this is the problem to people of Jonglei. The Seychelles boy is the position of a Kurua, who am in Murle. Now, Salva Kirmaya is then Daga to go and Amurle to come and kill all Jonglei. And you are a Chipo, Gia, Alam, all former Dingapore, we is not today, all them Tamil Dingapore anyway. So it is well known before. I'm from 2 years anyway. I don't call myself because I become a victory, never Dinka tribe. But before we call ourselves, we were born before. But when self-determination came, we create a county. So I'm from county of 2 years. So I don't call myself Dinka anymore. I call myself a Dinka of Jonglei. You need to be known because we need to be full of good. I know what you're talking about it, Dad. I know what you're talking about it. Yeah, but here, we as the other tribe, we used to call you Boer. All of you used to call you Boer. Doesn't matter from Lupadiet to Boer County and us. Yeah, we used to call you Boer. All of you, we call you Boer. Yeah, even you know one section is called Boer because they can be divided into Boer and that is one of my friends. One of my friends from Teach. One day I was talking to him and then he told me, I tell him, why do you don't want to be called Boer today? And you already accepted the name before even I was born. You guys used to be called Boer. But now you say no, we are not Boer, we are Twitch. He said, Congressman, this is a question that he asked me. He said, Congressman, where are you from? I said, I'm from Bantu. He said, oh, okay. There is a tribe. Oh, there isn't a clan called Bantu? I said, no. There is no clan, there is no tribe, there is no whatever called Bantu. Bantu is a Bantu for all of us, and then there is no tribe called Bantu, and there is no tribe called whatever by the name of Bantu. People of Monday say we are one. Yeah. And then he said, okay, why there is no tribe called Bantu? But all of you from that area, from 9 counties, calling yourself Bantu, but there is no clan called Bantu. Why do you want us to call Bo while there is a town called Bo and then there's a clan called Bo? So we are not going to be Bo. And you know what? I accept after 2 days humanization. Yeah, I accept what you were saying is true because there is a clan called Bo. You cannot call those people. You cannot call all of them Bo because there is a clan called Bo, which means all of you are Bo. No, they are not Bo. All of them. They are not Bo. All of them. That's where I accept. His Malaki Tato. He was telling the truth because if the, like now I'm from Lair, I'm from Anak in Lair. If there is people who come to Lair, people who are in Lair, they call all of them Anak. They are from Anak. If somebody comes from somewhere else, and you call it, oh, you are Lair or you are Anak, but is registered in that county. Are you going to call them, are you from Adam? Are you from Lair? No, you cannot do that. So you convince you on that. Why Bo? Because there's a clan called Bo. Why do they have to call us Bo? All of us. I agree with them. They have to change the name. If you people want to sit together, they have to change the name. They cannot be.
But when someone is saying down there there's nothing called, there's no clan called Bor. It seems that the region is called Bor, but this person, I don't know, maybe it's from Bor.
No.
Somebody is writing down.
They say there's a clan there called Bo. And then they see they call it Bo. That's why other people don't like it. Like they don't like that.
Let me interject. Do you mind if I will interject?
Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I can indicate you because this is important, but some people they don't understand. If I ask you before I call you come, but your name is one. So you are the one who will tell yourself, you introduce yourself. If I ask you what is your name, you say my name is blah blah. And if you tell me your name, that's what I will accept it. Because you know your name, but I will not tell you that you will be called God. Why you told me one? And then I see here, let me see, one Stephen.
Yes.
But you would say, yeah, my name is Juan Stephen, but if I say, why you told me your name is Juan Stephen, why you don't call yourself God? And my name is called Gojano. How do you feel? But that's what people preach. Do you know why? Before we have where the name will come, because of the reality is the one who is the vice president of Sudan. But when we in them, because he's the guy with the power, our people with his fear cannot fight the man with the power. For example, right now, if Kirmayadi tell you go home and you are a minister, even though you are like Walmanyang or Awena Kuru or Waniga, they go home. But they have realized Salva Kiir. But Salva Kiir is they put him in to be the leader, so we can do whatever he is. If you disappear, they will send you army to your house tomorrow and you may lose your life. The power
Mading, and then there is another Mading. And then people from Khartoum come with suggestion. They say Mading is surrounded by people called Will is the self-clan in northern Margaret. And they are the indigenous of that land. And Bor are regional of Mading, our Mading. He is Bor town today. Bor are surrounded Mading. So that's how they now come with Mading. Bor to very different. But Bor is a self-clan. John Gregg was smart. This name, John Gregg educated during movement. John Gregg believed during what he was doing Khartoum, but he don't want to lower himself. He still calling, used to be Bor district, Mading Bor district. Yeah, bring that name, and we are under it. And then after that, when the America come in 1976, I believe name it as Jungle 8. And then they divided. They say they call it Congo is a small section in trees. And you see how our people are going to emulate people. Congo in trees, because they are educated, somewhat the way the divider, and people were gathering in Powell. It said they will call it Powell district, in the name of town, and then they said, oh, and they made it mispronounced, they called it Congo. And then somebody from Congo say, oh, what the president says Congo is Congo. And they say these people are qualified for district. And then we were called Congo district. When we leave when we start liberation, I'm from Congo. My name was in Red Army League. The Red Army League in Geneva. When we were registered in Fajidou, I was under Congo district. I am not under Bor district. But Bor is a old school. I was under Bor. Hero was under Bor. Akopa used to be under Bor before, but after that went down books. And Bor, me as a son of three. If I marry a girl from Bor, I married a girl from Bor. I married a girl from Yarwe. I married a girl from Tui. I married a girl from, these are four sections of people that you call. Greater Bor was formed in 2002. And look how people mistreat people right now. But during John Glenn was accept Bor. He introduced himself. He is from Bor district. He don't introduce himself as a from Bor ethnic tribe. No. Before people of Padam, from a BA, from what do we call the demonstrative, we is called Ruin today, and people from Malakhan, and people in Jonglei who are, we call them PG County today. We have four sections. Before we call them long. We don't know them. The name that they say today is need themselves to be called a Fadan. But we were not. For example, people of Lagos, they were called Aga. And you believe that you can call Gongaro the Aga, people of Kide and the Aga. That is a beer.
education, Macrisio, is the one who named the town, Bo Town. He was just named in Kakuma. And they called it Bor, and people were protest. And they say this is Madinga. People say Madinga Bor, and they refuse to add the name of Madinga. They just put it Bo Town. And that's the word Bo Town coming. The current Bo Town right now is supposed to be called Madiang Bor. That is the name I know. I was in Bo Town in 1982, and I lived 1983, 2 days, and then the word is done. So people, they just go there, but if you don't know the right of somebody, I don't know how to say it, but I know how to say it, but I don't want to say it in social media. But
Brother Guy,
if you told me, but
were you in
Kakuma? Yes,
Are you in Kakuma?
yes.
Which group?
I used to be in Group 23 with Juba. That is where my Red Army. But I went to community. I stayed in community Group 7 in Zone 6. We used to be Zone 1 and then.
Close to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay, because you're from Congo, right?
No, I'm from Majong.
Majong, okay.
Congo is Group 8.
Oh, Group 8, yes.
We are the first people. We are the first people to Group 8 and Group 7. They were called Group 25 when we were in Loki. And Najangala was the game leader. When we came to Loki, and I was chief with Ding Tao. And Najangala was the group leader. Ding Tao was in Group 17, but it's from Majong too.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, because I was, I did a lot of work with by then. Yeah, we opened two churches essentially. One in Group 13 and then one in Group 45. That's why I spend most of my time. Even Mackenzie, I know him. And then
Group 45, the Group 45.
Yeah, and then John Mann, he passed away in Burtown also. Because he was in Kakuma, he went back and he passed away there.
John who?
John Mann.
John Mann, okay, I don't know.
He was in Group 45, one of the elders. And
yeah.
And then those of he's here in the US. Do you know Michael Ayuen? He's a pastor now in Tennessee. Yeah. Ajima, I think I'm gonna leave you guys some of that bigger class. I need to rest because maybe the last day of chocolate. I don't know where's that. So we'll see. Let's meet again tomorrow, guys. Thank you very much.
Yes, I was under that. I'm not going to go. I know Dominic is not awake now, and I'm going to sleep now. It's 2 o'clock now. It's not 3 o'clock in the morning. And we have a lot of things to do tomorrow morning. Yeah, me too. I have only 3 hours in sleep now, so we cannot keep the room. At least I'm going to close it. Dominic is going to open it tomorrow morning again.
And there's somebody brought him up.
If there is somebody can keep it up, okay.
There's somebody that brought up here. Let's hear from him and then you can close the room. Yes. the car. Yeah, when you come back later, then we will get you. It's 2:11 now, and I'm going to sleep. 2:11 at night. 2:11 in the morning. I'm going to sleep now.
Yeah,
So you can keep the room.
well, Mr. Dominic, because I want to ask him a question because he's the one that who brought up this
No, you can keep the room until we come back. When he's sleeping, when he's working, I don't know.
Will you come back later, Amma?
Yeah, I will come back later after I get nap for 2 hours or 1 hour. I will come back. So you keep the line moving.
deaths through people passing away, but mainly old age, than we have actually people losing and moving on with their life. But that's a particular demographic I was looking for when we first got into the PRS sector. But yeah, no, once I read the writing on the wall, which I'm relatively good at doing and not as good at doing as like, it was time to move out of that sector. I had 20 good years at it, and that's a long time in a business, to be honest with you. There's other businesses I've been involved in for 5 or 6 years, or businesses I've been involved in for 3 or 4 years. So to get 20 good years out of property is a heck of a long time. I didn't expect it to last forever. I don't expect any, if we look at a lot of the high street names that are on the high street today, that are the big companies today, right? When me, Mark, Emmanuel were younger men, those companies didn't exist, but there was other high street names who dominated the high street, but they're gone now. And that's the way business works. There are very, very few businesses that stay at the top eternally. And there are very, very few sectors that stay the same eternally. And yet there's a lot of people who go into business and say, this is my sector, this is what I do, and I expect it to be here for at least my lifetime, and perhaps my children and my children's lifetime, my grandchildren's lifetime. And that's just very, very unlikely.
Thank you, Paul. I suppose another question. Do you think that, and I know you can't really say, but do you think that the government, just on what Trish said, do you think the government's trying to push people into, sort of renting instead of buying property? And it's a slightly different topic, but I'm just wondering, do you think that's where they're sort of headed?
I think there's a confusion between many people between Whitehall and government. Whitehall very rarely changes, and the attitudes within inside Whitehall very rarely change, and the policies within Whitehall very rarely change, right? And it's almost like a husband and wife situation, where one of them makes the bullets and the other one has to go and fire them. So you might get the wife who complains about the next door neighbour, but it's the husband that has to go and knock on the door. So Whitehall creates the bullets and the governments fire them, right? It's how politics really work, right? If you're ever not sure about politics, go back to an old 80s TV program, and you'll see what politics is really like. Whitehall really decides what policies. Whitehall doesn't decide because it wants to change the nation. Whitehall decides because it wants the administration of any particular business or any particular sector to be easier for them. I'm going to repeat myself for the 150,000th time, right? It is much easier when you look at the private rental sector, right, for government to deal with large corporate bodies than it is to deal with Mr. and Mrs. Trump. One, right, their accommodation is likely to be all of a very similar standard. So if you've got a large corporate body that let's say 10,000 homes, right, then for the government to inspect the quality of those homes, they can randomly select a few hundred and say, right, this is the quality that this provider provides, right? Whereas if you've got Mr. and Mrs. Jones letting out 10,000 homes, right, you literally have to look at each individual home for the quality of them. So it's less expensive to manage big corporates, right? Secondly, although there's some clever tax kind of management with big corporates, it's in principle easier to collect tax from one large corporate than it is from 10,000 individuals who might not even tell the government that they exist because they've bought a flat and not told anybody about it. So taxation, then you look at how government actually work and how parties actually work and how our politics actually work. And we don't have a system in this country where we pay the political parties who be political parties and to kind of go out and fight elections. They need to find private funding to do that. Now, they're not going to find private funding from 10,000 individual landlords who are probably not going to give a £10 donation, let alone millions of pounds donations to a political party. So it suits Whitehall, it suits government, and it suits our political system to put really large corporates in place so that they give really large donations, which keeps our political wheels turning. So there's very little incentive from a governmental point of view, and from a Whitehall point of view, and from a political party point of view, in having thousands or tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of small independent landlords.
This comes up, I feel like I need to start doing research and knowledge. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, because
Can I say, I remember 2015, I think it was, I used to write for the YPN magazine. I was writing for YPN magazine, I was writing an article on build to rent, and this was when build to rent was a phrase that wasn't even on people's lips. In fact, so much so it wasn't on people's lips that the editor of YPN magazine said, it's hard to believe this now, Harry, but she said, what is this bad build to rent that you're talking about, Paul? I don't think people recognise that, right? And I looked into build to rent and I did my research, right? And a heck of a lot of the advocates of build to rent that were in Parliament, right, happened to be either directors or happened to be investors in many of the big companies that were going into the build to rent sector. And they weren't going in with tens of thousands of pounds like Mr. and Mrs. Jones, and they weren't going in with hundreds of thousands of pounds like the professional investors. They were going in with billions of pounds. And the moment that you see that the large corporate money was coming in billions, it didn't take a clever man, an intelligent man, a capable man, or a man with vision to see that that was going to remove a great deal of the small private rental sector, right? And the argument in the kickback that I always get back from this is, well, there will always be room for small landlords. And I've never ever denied, despite the fact that people think I do, that there will always be room for small. In the same way as there will always be room for somebody who's making telephones that plug into the wall. And just the question you have to ask yourself is, do you want to be in the business where you're, by the nature of the way the industry is changing, you have to be small time for the rest of your life? And the answer to that question is, for an awful lot of people, yes. And what's interesting about those same people is they go into that environment knowing the disadvantages of being in that environment and being a small player in that environment, and then they complain about it. And, you know, we've got Emmy in the audience, and there isn't a week or a day goes by that Emmy doesn't complain about the current government, whichever government it is, right? And the current taxation and the current way that that legislation works in and around the property industry and in and around business, and yet he still chooses to be in it. And it's a bit like somebody who's a battered wife in a marriage saying, I'll stay here, but I want to complain about being battered. And all of us would think, well, the best thing you can do if you don't like it, and you shouldn't like it, is get out of it. But to stay at home and complain about it, we would all think that person, you know, needed some help.
I suppose it's a similar thing to like corner shops and could be a similar thing to like corner shops and Tesco's and big chain stores like that in the future. Yeah, okay. We've got 1 minute left, so I'm not sure if anyone has any sort of closing thoughts that they'd like to share. If anyone on the panel has any closing thoughts they'd like to share on the topic.
Well, I'll say a few things. I think, like Paul said, don't complain about things and don't do things that really irritates me. It's like people complaining about being in the country, particularly when they're foreign. And it's like, I don't think there's a rule saying you have to stay here, just move on. I also think, Manuel's points about, it was interesting on the training course, he was talking about having offshore accounts. That's a different matter about offshore companies, not accounts, to taking money out of the UK. And the other thing he was talking about was multiple streams of income, which I think you get calls get to there. I think do not rely on just this sector streams of income, which, as you know, I always preach about, because I think you just don't know. Some things are outside of your control. So just protect yourself by having these different streams of income. And also look at some of the stuff Amanda was talking about. Where's your money safe? And just because it's bad in the UK, that people perceive it to be bad, and it's brighter elsewhere, doesn't mean that won't change. So just, from a risk management point of view, don't put all your eggs in one basket. There's a reason for that saying. So that's why I sum up with that. Oh, sorry. One last thing. So if you are, I do know someone who's immigrated to Dubai with his young children. In fairness, he was originally brought up in Abu Dhabi, but he's brought up in Wales, and he's moved over and then set up a state agency. So happy to put you in touch if you think about me. Sorry.
No, I was just going to make one final statement. The only thing that's consistent in life is change.
Perfect. Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Paul, for those closing statements. Cool. Okay, so it is the end of the room. I hope everyone
I'll leave you with the start of my second Friday afternoon. What the difference between Dubai and Abu Dhabi? Dubai don't run these things, but Abu Dhabi do every weekend.
Thanks, Amanda. Perfect. Okay, yeah, so I hope everybody. No, I got it, Mark, but I'm clutching a really old memory there, mate. Good stuff. Okay, yeah, thanks everyone for joining the room this morning. Thanks Cyril and Paul for coming up as well. Thanks to all the mods. And we'll be back 7:30. Oh no, we won't, will we? I don't know. Is Cyril doing the room on Monday? Does anyone know? Normally don't do that holidays, do they?
No, well, he does actually.
Yeah.
I don't know. I did message you in the background, but I've not had a response yet.
It's David that needs to do back holidays. That's what I mean.
Wow, that's his thing. It doesn't work.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. So I think there'll be a room on Monday then with Cyril 7:30. Have a great weekend, though.
Take care, all. Have a good one.
Cheers, guys. Have a good weekend.
His head off.
Como que salió
Well, you don't need to transfer his aggression to me. I ain't
I don't feel like you should be voting at all because you didn't want to be a part of the votes, and now you're voting for somebody for staying fucking category.
Yeah, you can't. I was about to say this, right?
That's diabolical. That's all
No, so there's a legislature.
No, that's
Well, you can't. If you don't want to be in it, you can't vote.
No.
I don't think it's that serious.
No, that's you.
much now.
Hey, you really want your
Now we can talk. Now we can talk. So now I'm about to close everybody. How to smash your pass? I'm waiting.
we're not doing that again.
But Saturday night was more for just talk back size me from speak.
Sound now.
Now, take me on to can be close to smash your pass. Alaji, what did I smash your pass in the press? Why you ask it? I mean, because the said she has a mom body and that body. So she looks like 1 year's battery, so I don't really know what exactly she is or whatever. Because today, you see in her picture, she looks like, you know what, let me say too much, but yeah, they said she's not fine, so I'm like, hold on, so let's just, I'll put it down.
No, because I said
I want to hold on. I want to anonymously denomination, denominator. They nominated. I mean, down. Alaji, can you be serious? Let's go. Serious. Yeah, pass. Yeah. Okay, pass. Tami. Oh, that's my wife. Married. What position are you going to go? No, there's not too much. Don't worry about our private life. Okay. Pretty. I mean, you know what the black people look like, right? You said now when you see a black people that's about to play eggs, you go to the bomb side, see how mouth but I have to tell what's the difference. People like take away say if they try you get constipation as they did the egg. And they say that's what we are doing.
now why your hand look like that for you?
Hold on, we'll get back to you. Hold on, we'll get to you. I just see the job down here. We talk too much, not true. I was. Let's go. Let's go to. Yeah. That's the question. Smash your passport. I mean, she's fine. Okay.
I don't know you.
Hold on now.
I don't know you. I do not know you at all. I don't know you. Respect yourself. I do not know you. Everybody else knows you here, but I do not know you. I don't know what you look like. I don't know what you sound like. I don't know you. Day your day, make I day my day. Okay?
Okay. Let's move to Modupe. Smash or pass Modupe? I'll pass. Why are you passing Modupe? I just talked about my university because he's a very stupid boy. You said? He's a very, very stupid boy. I thought she's a girl now. So then it's exactly. Let me tell you what. Modupe is the kind of person joining from our front. She looks like it's clear in front that when I see her, I'm going to talk about push off a hug. Because when I give her a hug, she doesn't see that front chest. It looks like I'm giving her high five with my chest. It's nothing there, it's flat. You feel me? And if you look at this, some of our pictures, I said, I want pictures that before. Look at the Mona Lisa painting go. That's when they carry Mona Lisa painting go, turn her down. When they make our own fashion. About me fashion, that's what you really be. No more thing. I'm just like, okay. You see where this monitor parts look like this, that's how I bless me like. Very, very tiny. They give me like woman. That's what they go for. Yeah. Okay, moving on. I like to smash your pass. No, I'll pass. Why are you passing now? Okay, let me just put this place. That's a belief. I don't have that belief. So let's just leave it like that. That's very, very easy, actually. Should I take it?
You understand that sense of Okay, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Okay, smash your pass at any. I'll pass this. He's married to my brother. Okay. Value. Big Jen. That's not a big deal. Oh, okay, so Kendra. Smash your pass, Kendra. Johnny Banani. This kid cannot do anything. Can you explain? She has a face where, without that wig, and without that dress she's wearing, I promise you she wears suit to this in that man. So are you talking about Ken or Ken of the Bible? No, I'm talking about Ken as in Ken from Barbie. Ken from Barbie. And if you see that wig, there's one place it starts from. That wig, I can promise you this. If you just do mistake and now put your hand around it, because how you wearing me and I can see that straight line of that wig. You see that wig? Do you know what I'm saying? I can see what you're saying, bro. Like that wig is literally giving me my papa dashed me wig. Now I put down for it, now I go shoot. You hear what I'm trying to say? And again, he's saying why should not be sure about that? And I can promise you, if she literally goes up and neck like this, you see her hand outside. I will laugh for you. You know, go laugh for me. I will laugh for you. No. And if you see that two eyes and two eyes, like, you know they walk it up, okay? Shit. If you don't have fish, and I don't know what the English name for it up, okay? Or fish. You know those fish eyeball, where they chop like that, that's why I eat. Oh my God. Moving on, smash your pass and I'll pass. Why are you passing, bro? She looks like one of those female character from SpongeBob. Yeah. And it's a nice wait, let me see like the things here. Let me find the GIF of SpongeBob. Let me see if SpongeBob. 1 second. Give us a I'll find it. Don't worry, you know me, I'll find it. Moving on, smash or pass, Hawa. Sorry, it's my bit here. This was not a good one, but you get the gist of it. You know those characters that look like this, but not exactly this. That's what they look, but not exactly this. But think of it. How did I know what you're looking for? No. I had it in my mind every time about the straight pitch. That's good. Why? I was a fine babe, but too bad I'm married. So, to be honest, no, not to know. No, I didn't know. It's not like I'm talking about you. I'm just saying, like, I knew the fish that you're talking about. Oh, yeah. I just, I don't think that would be okay with me smashing anybody's sort of pass. Smash your pass, Kitinaya. Oh, yeah, I'll pass. Why are you passing, bro? You know, you have this like balloon. Yeah, I know what's up. Now, put weight on top of my head. Oh, shit. And what's there's no definition in, you know what they call some, you know what they call, they call, what always say, what's his name? They say, Dina, Gina, Dina, Gina. The girl, the man was like, hey, will you marry me? Will you marry me? You said what?
Smash your pasta.
Who's that? Oh, Ty. Ty, I'll pass.
Why are you passing, bro?
I don't know that is.
I mean, check out PTR.
I don't know that is.
Last time I'm asking you smash or pasta, if you can beg your food.
I hate this guy. I love all these verses because man is where he fights.
You said?
What did you say?
It's a nice guy pass. What those guys say? I pass. Why is that your friend?
That guy.
The pastor.
He smashed you.
I pass. Are you deaf?
You know, smash or pass, you know.
What's it? I mean, wait. Hey, this one. Hey, pass.
Please, bro, explain to us what you pass.
You know in Yoruba movie, when I'm doing sacrifice for money, ritual, when they put someone's head, when you know when they say I put your head, you put someone's head inside the closet, and you open the closet, the first thing is that just sit down for that. You know what I'm talking about? I'm a young Muslim. I heard like okay, no, you know. I heard like all those calabash where they put for the junk for when they eat and people come. I heard come like all those back in the days where they put for those people where they put calabash like this, you know, all the light. And that's what I heard.
Yes, and I think he's talking about you, right?
Oh yeah, you. I'm just judging for my aunt, right? My aunt is giving that she's literally 85 years old. But this is giving me ugly and made old.
Jesus, oh my God. Okay, moving on, smash or pass it here.
Let me pass. Yeah, pass.
Why do you pass me in your life?
Just give me a low budget Mamiya build.
You said?
A low budget Mamiya build.
A low budget?
Just looking from the angle what I'm saying. Our breast, the way our breast is looking like, it's looking like, you know, when, like I said, when your hair is not back in Nigeria, when you wear shoe, I know the bottom of your shoe, when it comes out, it's like flapping out, you know my point. That light is giving like the breast is just out like that, you know, just flapping, whatever. And I can't really, now that I say low budget man, I type build. Not so much to talk about.
So that's, we have couches. Smash or pass couches.
Duchess. Let me see. Oh yeah, pass.
Why are you passing? Are you serious?
To be honest, I don't like you. Judging by that, you should not like say she get paid for it. And if it's not paid, then I guess those one for just hard.
You say what?
I don't ever be say that. And second of all, the fashion sense is just not there. Like it's giving all those holding this fashion sense. Like it's not good there at all. You carry jump rope for body, you carry things, how we pink. So I think I'm gonna read everything in this. And not just that, the head, oh Lord. You know they say heavy is the head that weighs the crown. And this head doesn't ever fit no crown. Okay. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, but this one not thinking beauty.
She can't find the holder.
I think you will come hold herself for that head.
Okay. I guess that's the end of it. How about Z? I like you, Z.
Oh, Z. I'll pass it.
You don't mean it. Why are you passing it?
I feel like she what that confession talk about meeting with that confession dress also compress her belly. Even though she still with that belly now, say she wear confession. She still with belly for there. I do not tell her armpits be black here. As a woman, you get her armpits. There's something called as a blade. When you put this a blade, you carry a mistake, shape it very well. When you wax it, see her head there. You can see that little blade. It's not here. Your armpit is black. You should be in that category of smelling careful.
I think it's chattel. I think it's chattel.
China.
Yes, Chuck.
You are Taiwo.
Yeah, it was Tile and
I said pass, but that was
TSC. That's a different
wait.
Yeah.
That's not for the main.
T-square.
Tell me, so why is closing the take your message?
Don't
No.
fucking try to gas.
Why is the take your message?
Don't fucking try to
First of all,
gas.
let me know what message is not correct.
He's talking about bankroll.
Okay, well, me, I want to play my role too.
Can you play goldfish?
Tommy, I said, wait, I message.
Lotto.
You message your Plato, Tommy.
Yes. Do y'all want to play goldfish or Uno?
Let's play goldfish. It's a casual play.
Goldfish
Yeah.
or goldfish?
Goldfish.
Wait, tell me, why is Joseph laughing? So, he didn't text you on Plato.
He did text me on phone.
Tell me, would you ever lie to me?
How would I ever lie to you? You always lie to me all the time, but I don't take it.
Tell me. I know you don't spell no apple. You know I see his makeup on your face. I know you don't believe in that person was slowly. You know, they all lies. But I see why. You stick around, and I still just don't know why. Since I'm your man, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'm coming home back to you. And
Why would I lie? I just think you're just trying to gaslight the situation right now.
How would I
This was just about you, and you try to twist the situation and make it about me.
Oh, so this is what they mean by women when they say, what's that word?
Gaslighting manipulative.
Yeah, exactly. So, because the first statement I was putting in there, if you want to ask those books,
Oh my goodness.
he's just made a statement, said,
Don't forget narcissistic.
I started asking about cigarette one.
I remember that. I don't want to say.
Let me finish. Calm down, let me finish. The second, the chosen one came up on stage, I was like, oh, really, Tommy? I noticed that I didn't say a word. Now he's saying take your message. Now I'm telling you the message to plan. So what I do? Please do the message, Tommy.
Okay. I'm lying.
You know what? Just because my pastor told me to stop having church, like,
And actually, you have the message in the school. You have the message in the chat.
Yeah, what's it? Calm down, let me talk at the finish.
I just feel like you're trying to turn it all on me, and just apologize.
Bottom line, he smashed Taiwo. That's just a chance.
You're wicked.
Interesting.
You say they back.
Anybody will do that, you go punish that person first of all. You're a licensed fool. Idiot. When you start clown, God will punish you.
Let's play bankroll.
Man, that game
I
is so
hate the game right now.
I don't know if I could create one.
No, it's a question. You just said yourself, you said chosen one text to play basketball, right?
Yeah, I didn't play because we've been chit-chatting.
Yeah, that's a good answer. I would not answer.
Like
Let's
you
play bankroll.
Yeah, enter importance. You get importance.
Yeah.
So it goes out to 220 members.
Okay, I'm gonna create it.
Okay, time to create.
Chosen join.
So let me see how just what you're playing. I say chosen. I want to see the first person you call. Why did you call my name first to join?
Because I see you here. I think you just want me to be a liar, but I'm just not.
Because, you know, it's not coming. Let me ask my. I'm going to check something. By the way, wait, sorry. Please, if you're not, I apologize for you because I know this is probably your first time meeting me. I
don't say no to the thing.
I joked a lot. I promise you. It was not because I said, you take the word.
We're tolerating him. Don't worry. We all like it.
Welcome. See, these are my people here.
need to stay hydrated. But you need to stay hydrated.
No, I don't like this game.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, now, since you don't stay for wilderness, oh, say camel, don't drink water. You make it. Maybe I'm mixing up with your babe down the gulag.
Jonathan, I think you should have paid to come out. Oh, fine.
Yeah, you paid to come out.
I got to pay. I gotta do it.
Actually, have a treat.
Okay, no, we can't find me and I can't find. What's the provision?
What's your fault? Why you did start, boy?
This voice sounds familiar.
It sounds familiar. It's probably nothing crazy. I don't do, bro. This says that if I'm choosing trouble for good, like you want Chris.
That's the person I started. I will use them. Go say, you just enter me some power. What is your man? This guy
Just
get
the trash out, bro. I just did what you laugh.
He's in his feelings, man. I didn't in his feelings. No, that's not. Okay, so no, not really. So at least that's what it is. At least you don't have real about
Yo, this game hates me. No.
Okay, now that I know this video, I got
Choosing now you be now.
What was about surprise? Why did you get angry, bro? Like, I don't know. No. It's when they're talking about money. I'm on the network, it's what I mean. The network is good. The network is good. Like, just no, we have to end, you know. We really have to do it. I like it. I like it.
Just to say that you're really happy.
No, I was saying they're talking about anonymous. I was saying they're talking about anonymous. What was it? That's what I'm saying.
Trade for money, Chelsea. You can only trade me.
No, what you meant was it? It could be someone that know that. Your network is bad to you. Your network is bad. Yes.
Be patient to the network now.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm back now, sorry. Alright, so I was thinking it could be someone I don't like that is my name random. I just been picked up. It's just been picked up. So I need to say, okay, I need to be in the room to put my name as well, to put names of people that are
Okay, trade for money.
if you need anonymous, you can say it like
Okay, I know what you're saying.
yeah, but I can't go.
Like, they just killed the game, bro.
I'm not going to talk right now. Don't worry. You just do the game. You go cry. Yes, no, you killed. I'm not ready. Don't worry. Just one. You got something from out?
Huh? Please don't say that.
Wait, what? Tell me, are you okay? Are you okay? You're alive. Don't speak right now. Tell me, if you just stop. Yes, just think. I'm lost. Like, I'm lost. No, it's alright. Tell me. What? Hey, go ahead. No, before she gets
Makanaki will audience, let's really bad, let's really look at things, let's really don't like you know what? Auntie back at the she just do it.
So basically, I'm gonna lose.
We will do win best boy Makanaki get it over there.
We will win best way.
See, I just tweet you say, easy.
See, the way I detest that man.
I don't have anything.
No, Toronto.
Oh,
Beats. Toronto, I want you to money beats. That God will punish you. I tell you, whenever you get there, Toronto for most of it, that God will punish you. Waiting man do man. Man, we see. Exactly, waiting man do man. You don't play. Yeah. Make sure he's focused on God. I don't trust this Benjamin music guy. Toronto. The yellow one. Yeah. Oh shit.
To be fair, it does help my gameplay just because DK, your properties are a little more powerful.
Exactly.
400 is better than 590. And I mean,
So everyone's that using imagine if you had to
oh, okay.
he's going to get one.
No, but he's not. He's too.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Ooh. Oh, he still don't got his book.
He will sell you.
Goddamn.
Get one.
No, he's not.
I don't know. That's his game. That's what the game is. I've been called it.
Yo, I try to get the fuck out of here.
I beg.
God damn.
I beg. Thank you for saying. Can I buy my guinea pig?
Yeah.
When you wake up, when you see the active at 4 a.m. Oh yeah, man, they California.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so the person is you. Why you active at 4 a.m.?
Like, that's a very good question.
I give you a really answer.
Why don't you go full like this? Sure.
I'm just also the house now.
I
can't hear people like this. People to talk.
Okay, what the heck? I think some people actually sleep.
No, some people in your house look at TV. Why they don't ask them? Now only me pay these idiots. I'm going to wait to option.
That's if she does though.
So you're watching again?
No. But if not, she's there. You don't always get option now.
What is happening now? What are you doing?
I don't think I'm in that group on this line.
You're welcome. I like you, Now, two things we have. I keep blogging. I just open my name. See what today. You're welcome. Josie, what did you just say? Welcome.
Yeah, no.
I like you. Baby, call me this one. No.
Well, good job.
Josie, right.
Now go on like this.
Yeah, babes. Don't pay on the yeah, shit. Benjamin, nice one. Okay, now. Bro.
Damn.
Yes. Benjamin, bro. Okay. You know what I'm Yo! You will be with me. Baya. I got money. Yo.
This one no bill. I don't buy for I don't carry my London go.
Yeah. So what are you going to say?
Well, Jesus. Oh, this is
Your time is already there. Yeah.
This is not even
Did you
funny.
check the chat? No.
Good
What are
morning.
you doing? I'm saying things.
She's talking about
I like you.
I was not expecting that. Are you there? Why Sam? I don't know. I don't know. She was here the other day. Yeah.
Which one did you?
I'm picking my.
I think
my wife.
Sandra.
Huh?
Sandra.
Okay, now.
He gave you one.
Don't forget saying our next weekend, brother. I'm very so because this one day they weird. Basically, say go buy something last night. Say go say that.
I like you. I'm waiting on my sister now. She been working for years. Now I know. Yes.
Yes. And your land now, I said I'm sorry. And your land now that comes, you know.
And you're not finished up.
And your land now, I promise you, I'm a clear smart. I promise you. And I promise you, this is not me. I'm one of the influence of our one.
They say they are
one of the influence of
again, it's like that most smelliest likely to smell.
No.
They don't say like that, they say you are smelling. You even gave your speech after the award.
Even Christ house. So I want you to watch the questions. He collects to test man on it. He collects that all the boy.
And come on.
Yeah, they don't say in the always with men's private school lessons.
Are you looking at that?
What's
poppin'?
Which I want in President Wallet.
I gotta go check my screenshots.
Wait, Tiberi. So I know you don't like. Who is coming to you? What the fuck, nigga? Is it question? Coming now, I find you now for the because this way Israel was trying to put something in the people. I know that you are like guy. That's what that is my wife. So Israel that you are down here again. What? People just decrease for this out. People don't really pray. Just like we but they decrease, but they don't say just one is bad. So I don't
Josie wanted to crash out to us. Oh, that would shock me. You know when that's the last day.
One day to have been on pressure.
This can't go back to you. I don't feel that's what's going to us. Why?
You know me. You have to say when they talk like that boy, don't say I laugh.
I got laugh for that one. That one I found out.
Yeah, I laugh.
Yeah, I know they don't matter. I can make you the place. I know those things they might need.
What the heck?
Well, say that again. Jerry, right now, for football as you are best. For pay now, pay me now. You know, if I pay, I'm over problem. Yeah, that's the point. I like you just cooking here, bro. He's one already now. I don't do anything. I don't do anything. Who's that? Who's the oh my God. Finally.
So wait, so what is it there is a big baby?
Damn, BK, you out.
Feel like that.
That's fucked up.
BK. I'm like,
I mean, you never let me experience.
BK,
That's fucked up.
BK, as an athlete, he's showing more growth, BK.
Alaji, could you give me Paris and I'll give you Toronto?
I'd rather have money in my bank account.
No, you know what, Tammy, just give me then the amount to do. Just
Tammy, okay. BK, man,
I mean, I can't really do much at this point.
I want to know because I also want you to move me.
I'd rather have money.
Oh gosh, I'm about to lose now.
I'd rather have money in my bank account than have money in my bank account. So
What they want from the loser?
It's all good. I like the woman rapper everything you give me that. That's my wife. Like you know, I'll never do this to any other woman. I will put you for the me. I preacher. I'm going this game like I said. Just go in. I said if I don't want to say go pray. Yeah. You don't fuck up. Thank you. I still have money to go. Thank you. You don't fuck up. No, you foolish. No, but it's right. No. Okay. I like this next to the day. DK, I don't want to sit next to you. Let me interview you. How do you feel? I like you. I don't feel good. Babes, I'm about to kick his ass first. Okay. Gently. Gently, well done. Trust me. Babes, do you trust me? Yeah. Yeah. Damn, Chelsea, you're good. Chelsea, that's right. Don't worry. Your games. I said just watch this clips. Babes, that was the nice one. I'm just playing this. What is this, Gabby? I know. Oh my God. Close this again. Close the book. You cry. You will cry. I tell you. Babes, why are you running to church? Let me get back to where I will fight. How is perfect? Now watch this. Babes, are you ready? Oh yeah, get ready. This is good. Don't get too greedy. I like to calm down. Don't get too greedy. Yeah. You don't cost one. What wrong? Okay, there's something right there. I can see. Now watch. What the hell? Babes, are you ready? Yeah, what's wrong with this thing? Oh yeah, no. Say Bangkok. Don't worry. I said don't worry. Yeah, Bangkok. I said I don't mean. No, wait. Okay. Say Bangkok. I said better. Even if he's so Bangkok, he's still good. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm not even worried. Yeah, no. I don't know. I think you should sell Cairo, Madrid, Delhi, and Rio. Money for Rio. Sell everything else except that top street. Money for Rio. Sell everything else. I said money for Rio. Sell the railway. Money for Rio. I like the other going on. Why are you running? He's gonna upgrade again. Upgrade. Jesus. It's not gonna let you get by your dad.
every time it creates.
I'm not in this, like.
One day I like this is supposed to be with me. I'm lost.
Hold on. I can't hear my mic.
Wow.
My net.
Tell me, what do you mean you're not your network? Whatever.
I couldn't hear. What was I saying?
I'm out of this. I like it.
No, join.
You know you go. You go where? You go leave Jay. You don't want to leave his wife. You go moves. You could just see a snap. You could just see a snap inside the record. It's country style job. I'm gonna make it like your local house. Don't pick it up.
That's what that.
You know, but you can save your money. Stupid tigers and that is true. So before they give me 6, now they won't give me 1. Okay. Now I see what they mean when they say this life no balance. You just really travel to airports. You don't get passport. 1,070 to now. Thank you. Okay, guys.
Not okay, guys. DK, remember your circumstance in the last game, and you still just saying.
I didn't say anything about okay, guys. I'd like you to be very surprised when you come out of this jail. Oh shit. Time you play. Thank you. This one. What kind of game is this one? If I don't want to, just display that. Is it your money? Give me my money. Yeah. Go back out. I never get any more. I want this one. I do. That may I buy girl.
This is my game.
You think so? Let me increase my house first. Hold on.
DK, I'm just like people came and play with you. That's the problem.
Yeah. Don't be doing that kind of play. I don't like it. With this way they run again. You're running, though.
It's not my fault. It's the game.
On this life, no balance. I get money, no property.
Damn, that's fucked up, children. There you go. It's better than nothing in a 4-player game.
Don't give me DT advice. Just like I'm not in this place. You know, you beat from bottom when people are there. How do you know that I'm not? Why is your man not talking outside there? I don't understand.
I'm not really sure.
He took his woman, that's why. Check on him.
He's just meditating.
Hello, babies. Good morning. Let me tell you right here. What is that? Can you babies just accept the greeting? Oh, can you baby and get out of Ghana? Someone will leave the top. Why not be like Uganda? We just be like free ride. It's not free. It's different. It's been a while, bro. I just literally got this app. Yeah, of course, man. Nobody's your baby here. Your
I beg you, come on. No, stop it too. Come on. It's a joke, stop. Come on, it's not a joke. Relax. Are you okay? Scream myself, don't you? Scream out. Come on, don't you big you? Which kind of this big you? Don't you do that kind of thing? Relax, you guys are too serious. It's a serious matter. It's not that serious. Sit up, dress. It's been ages. I don't see so happy. But you guys are someone else's baby, it's not your fake. Well, what happened to you though? I didn't have from mom, dad, loved ones, whatever. You're right. But the man cannot call me baby. Just say. Only my father. My baby boy. Yeah. Damn, bro. I'm so tired. Please pay me, pay me. Exactly. I like it in its space. And I know I can send out videos. No kind of thing. You got the kid. The drama king come back. Ali, did you remove him? No. And that's because he's a name, so that's scope. They just keep pronouncing the new they act like woman. I'll say you do. And I did. No, nothing. I told you, it's so cheap. You cannot say it, just for dramatic effect. Oh, God. Nonsense. I see. Why not be people like my one is small now? I want to tell me get money to go down there. But this is the property she has. She has 70, 80, so once you run on to it, you think, give it to 2 or 4. It's about. No, you like to run now, so.
Trade with me.
Me, I'm not going to do that.
That's crazy. I'm the only person you can trade with. Like, what do you?
Girls, okay, I like this stuff.
Okay.
That's all we have. Not genuine, like.
I am screaming.
I think I might have fun. Have fun. Please, no one to do that. Fun. I knew it happened over here. I did. I've been broke. Wait, shit, are you ready for your activities, bro? Yeah, now I'm ready to go to people. Get it to that or no. I like you at night and then follow me at once. I'm gonna go shoot you. Well, I need to go see you. No. It's not here. I'm worried about this. It's not like it on the field. For my dad, no cap. 100%. Don't worry, we get back next year. Wait, who's we? You go come with the match. But wait, who's the we? Just the match, though. No, I don't do clean cup again, but I don't do any special. No, I'm talking about. You don't do okay. No. Clubhouse cup again. No, not clubhouse now. Just the guy who goes back. I'm not sure why. Who's the guys now? Okay. You go talk about that one, brother. It depends on who's the guys. No cap. Guys can tell you what I'm saying.
Trade with.
Trade with me. Oh, yeah, now. Tell me, anyone else as well.
Man, you do not be doing this. Talk about that, she collected money.
So actually, she did it up for free.
You don't have properties, it's crazy. You don't have properties, it's crazy statement.
Only him broke.
Yeah, okay.
I don't like this. I don't.
You
I
know,
understand you having this money, I don't understand. Bro, fucking pay small money, go to jump.
small money, 440, now small money, they crazy.
Oh, fuck.
Now that easy to pay me, like
Sharp, sharp.
I just tell me I'm nice.
That's what I'm talking about, bro.
Why are you begging? You don't want to text you. If you wanted to text you, should have texted you. So that's not so. This game is rigged. What the fuck?
I told y'all this is my game.
I will do whatever within my strength to make sure you don't win this game like that.
Don't buy that.
Because I'm gonna buy it before.
You'll regret that.
No, I won't regret it. I told you I'll do whatever it is, even if it is me coming out first. For you not to win this game. But you have a full anxiety that keeps paying you.
Because I take that back.
No, hell no. And tell me, don't ever do that again. Don't do that again.
I thought you ever speak to me like that again.
Who are you? Who the fuck are you?
I'm letting you know right now. Don't fucking
Okay,
piss me off.
do you know what? Next week, say it to my face. Next week, say it to my
I feel
face.
bad for you.
Next week, say it to my face.
You think this is okay? I feel bad for you. I'm letting you know right now. Don't speak to her ever again. If
I
I'm
said,
but listen,
you and Tammy can
I'm
shoot.
letting you know. You can speak to me anyhow you want, but don't you ever.
No, that's your stupid English. Now, why you don't pay 440? Nonsense.
That's like I beat you last game.
That's fine. Because your legs was your leg was
I know, but I beat you.
I know you made this one to truly like waiting for that. I don't blame me. I blame Tammy. And Tammy give me small mouths. No, I'll not take that back. There you go.
Shut the fuck up, good. I hope to know you got my
Tammy, play 3. Thank you.
I was like, can you stop speaking to my game? Like,
I will speak to you. I can't speak to you, so I'll speak to you again.
Tommy, do you want to leave this room? It's very close to much, man.
That's your damn fucking business.
We should go to the plane. It's very close to much.
You got stupid love.
I am screaming.
It's only one room. I just
DK, what? You're right. DK's acting very greedy.
No, he's not greedy. He's not greedy. He's smart. That's what he is. He's not greedy.
Yeah, he's being greedy.
No, he's not.
He already got all this damn money and all these damn
Yeah, so,
like
you Dallas, right?
me. I'm in kinda Dallas area.
Yeah, where you used to be.
Oh hell no. I live in the suburbs.
no one really cares. Can you text this?
Houston, like 4 hours.
I'm coming down to Houston next weekend.
We don't care, bro.
For my birthday.
Oh, it's your birthday?
So even it's like,
She didn't even know your birthday. It's still like,
even though it's not like, you know what I'm saying? Tell me,
I said, Justin is just a bad belly. Oh, For your lady, she still didn't think about it.
I'm screaming. I don't want to be a liar, but
You go explain
Yeah, he's like this now.
who is that person? I don't know who you're talking about. What person? I'm so confused. I don't know what you're talking about. You know, go and see. Oh, interesting. I don't date that person anymore. Hence why I'm like able to, you know.
Are you willing to consider me?
I like you playing now.
Privately.
It's not that
You know me privately. He is daddy.
You can be nosy. It ain't that serious.
Oh, really? Okay. I'll definitely, don't worry. I'll definitely speak to my I mean, can I send email and all the things that I need to send?
That's crazy.
And BK, I wouldn't wish that for you, BK, my brother.
That's crazy though. Because we just, actually.
I'm like, shut up, I'm back on somewhere, Joe.
I want to pick that crew.
Who's that?
It's Kiki.
Okay.
What kind of cookie first? Chocolate chip or?
We already
You said what?
Come on here. You have to take on the cookie.
Yeah.
What's this to that? Yeah, good time for this.
Yes.
Wait, headquarters, right?
Yeah, headquarter. Damn you.
Yeah.
I said, come and show you.
I just forget now.
No, there's a game going on.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
I mean, if you leave this room, man, we're okay.
Okay, what can you do? We're leaving the game. BK, let's tell them we're leaving the game.
Yeah, we are leaving.
Short thing.
Again, children is not sleeping.
I just woke up downstairs. I'm working. I'm still working. I'm assuming if I'm sleeping at night, I'll not be worried. No, but why you're patient?
Okay. Okay.
Look at the time now.
Okay, what's it about?
It's 9:41. I've got low from 9:41.
My bad, I thought you were good night shift.
You said you were me, I was told I was you.
I thought you were me.
It's fine. Thank you.
BK, you're meant to be on my team. What kind of rubbish is this?
Sorry about that, bro. At this time, it messed me up.
Top of the morning, so.
Good morning.
You're a free man, are you there?
they say bankrupt is allergy. It's coming out. You guys are playing that cheap monopoly. That's all we can afford. That's a fucking lie. Apparently we can't park outside of the flat because they might tow it. And then she said something about parking outside the blue line. But I'll see how we can sort it. You'll get that. But I have a call with the engineer for one. I'll try and push it back then. And that means I'll have like we're 1 hour ahead. So 1 o'clock is 12 o'clock. And then 12 o'clock is 11 o'clock, right? Oh shit, so that's enough. But I'll have 1 hour with him because he just wants to show me the UX designs and everything. And then I guess we can go from there, right? Are we coming back? Because if that's the case, I don't need to shower if we're gonna come back. So we'll just go.
Your mic is on weekend. You do the shower. Look at what people smell.
I mean, you don't need to shower every day now. You don't need to shower every day now.
Who said that?
You don't need to shower every day.
Yes, you do.
This is how your water bill goes up. You don't shower every day.
You don't want to shower every day.
You don't shower every day. And to be honest, this context wasn't necessarily me not saying I would shower. It's just we're going out to get something and we're going to come back. And then that's when we're going out. So there's no point showering twice.
That makes sense.
I'm showering 10 times. So if I'm going out 10 times, I'm showering 10 times.
Yeah, dirty boy now.
I accept.
You don't need to shower every day. It's not, I'm telling you, it's not biologically proven that you get cleaner by showering every day. Babe, if you smell me, I'm not smelling right now. I pride myself in smelling this.
Nobody will smell you.
You know, when you shower, I won't smell you.
If you use, wait, no, that's fine, but like, you know, if you use, what's it called? If you use your deodorant as applied, I know, but no, not spray or and if you do not, what's it called? If you do not,
next time what they do, people with the category.
and if you do not go to excessive places,
people like this. What's my name? Oh, yeah, no.
if you do not go to excessive places where you sweat, you don't need to shower every day. I was sweating, you smell me now. I'm not smelling, I smell like roses and pumpkin.
Don't take that risk, my sister.
I'm smelling myself, I'm still smelling of perfume.
No, okay.
The smell is good. Don't say you don't smell it. How to actually smell it?
How am I going to smell it?
Is it smelling? Don't lie. Is it, no, tell me the truth. Is it smelling? I mean, we are not dirty people. And it's not even just perfume, but there's just no stench. Because when you look after yourself, when you eat the right products, you're not always eating meat.
I have one valid question. This woman's picture, any picture that is not here,
It's not here.
Are you sure?
Which picture?
This picture for his PTR.
Because I think you're there.
Oh, I was.
You know what? You don't see that. 3 months.
Yeah.
Let me not know.
No, I was thinking about fishing. Because if you look at the other pictures, his body is different.
I talked about people.
Yeah. I will repeat it. I will repeat it.
People are not going to
guy now.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not here. I'm scared.
Me, I'm here, but not here.
I'm here, but I'm not here at the same time. I'm saying
I
right.
know you is that.
That's so scary.
I recognize the brown person by one on stage. I know.
Oh, hi, baby. So
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
you might have so many times.
How was your night?
It was good. Thank you.
Because I thought I did regular. Come on.
Yeah, there's so many people in the girl.
They actually fell asleep. They fell asleep. There was a dry clean room earlier. He said somebody was spraying. I'm not going to call the person's name.
My baby, how's my baby? It's quiet like the toilet. Oh, it's up and up, it's up and up.
Say no, up and reach.
My left side is my right is away.
Oh yeah, I like it. Pack your bag. I like to see you later, bro.
Yes, so sweet.
How are you? Oh yeah, now make a good take that home.
I'm in Nigeria.
You wish.
I'm in Nigeria.
With your broke ass self, bro. Broke. Shut up, bro. Let's
Oh,
see.
my bad.
No, don't worry. I'll make a, I'll get right. I'll get right. Make a drink. I'll give you money. Shameless. I hate you now. I'm supposed to get sick one before that comes. I like this speed that she's coming with. Come on, baby, so the game will be over. That's it. So the game is over, which is great. I know. I trust you. No, I'm winning this game now. I don't bet.
I haven't got the fastest finger. But I like me now. My friend talked to you now.
You get defense. Thank you. Something can go back to.
I talked to you yesterday.
Wow.
How many do you have left?
Okay, wife, I've been looking for this opportunity to have a conversation with you for the past 6 months. Are you hearing me? She asked for what? Where are you located, please? You said? That's Lagos. Oh, okay. Go ahead, will make you walk home. Open the game now. I don't do long distance. For 4 now, for 4. But you look very beautiful though. Your sight was sane. I said your sight was sane. I don't know what's negative. I don't understand. Nobody will not tell you this kind of cookie. I know you're flat, you don't have dash, so it's okay. It's understandable. You see? I'm not bringing you down. You know what? You see, do you also know my level? No, I'm talking about the nyash. That's the level I'm talking about. Any other thing I don't know. Yeah, thank you. It's not even that like this.
Don't mind them.
Starting now. Good.
Yeah, passing.
No, how often do you visit Nigeria though?
Sometimes twice a year.
Okay. First nice. No, I'm a retired Nigerian though. I used to be in Nigeria, but I stopped. Anywhere we believe is anywhere that they don't decide that I would go. I mean, my work.
I'm sorry, I hope you. So as a retired Nigerian, what do you identify as now?
Son of the soil.
Son of the soil.
Yeah. Very, very nice. I am a chosen. I'm a not chosen one.
Don't tell me how to. Our best is still it. No, you said the right one is still okay. No, I said okay. Are you monitoring me alone? I'm speaking for the child.
Okay. Did you press enlargement?
Yeah, I did. Are you offering? I'm not offering you. I'm not offering my baby.
Oh, Cookie, how much? Oh.
Sorry, baby. Sorry. No go.
Oh.
Let me reach the show. Wait. Wait, baby has enough for me. So, we gladly come to you. Why are you laughing so much? The baby's okay, you're breastfeeding and you're smiling. No, they asked me what happened.
How much your baby cookie?
I'm not sorry.
Oh. The boy.
Yeah, it's a boy.
Nice.
This is the last place. This is the only place that you have this one.
You guys should in your water below, please.
Okay,
You don't come back with this your shower this thing, okay?
if you want to get start
It doesn't mean I get.
as a scientist, I can tell you scientifically that one is
No, it does not. But you must have failed in your studies. It's evidence for you. Showering every day. It's actually, let me even tell you, it's quite it's actually exactly. Do you know what she tried to pull on me? She said, as a scientist, it's actually not good to bath every day. But as a scientist, you will know that it's the reverse. And it's actually not good to bath every day because it affects your skin and you're shedding more.
Oh my God.
Hey, studies at Basala. What you want to do, if you like go bath, it's okay. Like, why you want to compete us from the bath every day? Like, I don't know. No, I'm not convinced. I'm just telling you. No, we had that conversation and you came back still and trying to make us have the conversation. We are going to shower every day, make you cleaner. Who is talking about cleaner? You feel fresh. Like when you shower, you feel clean and fresh. Like I cannot give it. In fact, if I want to go out 10 times, I'll shower that 10 times. I'll go out. I don't understand.
But what time do you think you'll go high 10 times?
Well, no,
How much is not that big that you cannot?
How much is not that big? Today, put them BKU that you did. BKU that your life started in Nigeria or wherever it started. Did they born you well to bath every day in Nigeria? Yeah, they born you very well to bath every day.
Without hot sun and that start going around.
I showered when did I see? So that means you guys, no wonder you guys are carrying some of the infections to the abroad because you bath from a borehole water.
No arguing with this abroad. No arguing with this abroad.
You will bath from a borehole water. Meruba will be bringing water. You bath from Meruba's water. See now, showering them. I'll go shower 10 guys now. Bath from this tanker water. Tanker water that's not clean. Yeah, man.
Okay, scientists.
No, not scientists. That's the way you shower. Say when you're leaving your house, you feel fresh, like you're feeling clean, like it's nice. Many times you shower is when. What is it? Yeah, no.
Which kind of fun?
The only time you shower is before you knock, after you knock, and then.
Why
You have to say you shower before.
Why does
After I knock or before.
What does sex have to do with showering?
Sex and showering reduces STI. So you see, this is the people that shower every day. The people that shower every day are saying what sex after they shower. That's what sex has to do with showering. Don't you know that sex and showering is next to cleanliness? Because now you remove STIs from your body. You remove STI from your body. If you haven't showered in the day and she's coming over, you quickly go and shower so that you be fresh for the knacks. And then when the knack finish, after she has stained you with her white and not red, yes, then you go in the shower, you shower again. I know I am.
Yes, can we change the conversation?
Is water washing away the STI?
Yes, now water washes away the STI because you will use soap now to wash your under as a man.
Soap and water gets rid of STIs. I don't know.
How many STIs have you had?
To be fair,
Have you ever had that before?
no, we don't pack those kind of things. No, touch down my anointed and do my table. We don't pack those kind of things. Yes, antibiotics as well helps, but also like you don't want to knock the babe with the same cream that she put on you in the first place now.
Actually, I'm using great
It's not possible now. Yes, now the cream that she put on you the first time, do you want to knock her again with the same cream? It'll be like pig milk, it'll be dry.
Okay, wait, can we change the conversation?
Yes, now, and that's another reason you shower after you nap, so that she can jump in the shower, because she's going to say, oh, I want to shower with you. Then you go again, fresh one.
See, we don't intend to make this conversation.
Yes, baby.
Yeah. We don't intend this conversation to be a sexual one. Let me participate.
You don't have to participate, you know that, right? I know that your hymen has.
The way I don't have to participate is the way you don't have to talk about sex.
That makes sense there. Fudge ahead.
Thank you.
Babe, I was saying I can park here, but I don't know. This I didn't tow the car. And this car survived here this night now. I said we can park here. But they said they'll tow the car. But there's no line here, and this place seems fine. But I think she has something in her car that tells police that.
Okay, we have a train.
Residents usually have like a little thing.
Yeah, let's go.
See, it says there.
Yeah, they will tow it from
Okay, we have a possible train.
Okay.
I think it's here you give me rich.
Hey, Jesus, never pronounce that place like that.
You can do that. You can do that. You can do that.
Oh, you still have a true now? Okay.
No, I didn't hear you well. I did. Sorry, no, I didn't hear you well. I didn't get the way you said. You can do that.
What did you say, baby?
That was funny.
Makanaki. Makanaki. How are you now? I'm fine. I never see you since that last time, but my body. I like how you took a break. It was much needed. Are you ready? What is it? That means you have been good. That means you have been good to other rooms.
Butterfly, what did you say?
I said, did you 2 days break that you took? Did you even take break?
You know, we have to be back by like. Yeah.
We have to say rubbish. Hey, don't buy it though.
You don't go for my downfall. Go on.
You're not taking any more medicine. Yeah. I want to play
proper monopoly so that I can dominate you guys, man. But this cheap plateau, that I don't even understand the rules of that plateau. Yes, definitely not for me. We play the original. Those are by fake issues. Plateau go. I did those maps. What? Somebody give back his stories if you're like, hello?
I gave you something, you not say it.
Now you know that, oh, that you are you right? Sorry about that. Stop now.
You were there.
You are nice.
I know.
What do you say? No. I'm playing with bankroll's. That's why I'm not saying it. Sorry. What does it say? Oh, that yesterday game. We can continue later. I don't need it. Let me leave it for that. Be careful. My dear brother, I am right now. My just it. I get almost 22 hours flight. So I need very silence. Where you go? I become Nigeria. From where? Brunei.
Anything else?
Almost 22 hours. Bro, I swear.
Tommy.
When I was coming, I spent close to 2 days on the way, like, bro.
What's it called?
2 days, bro. Like, I just invest 2 hours. With the exchange and every day, with the exchange, it's not like a direct.
You go feel out. Go feeling.
You might even feel out. I wish they cost to come out. That's the. Yeah. The things I have two layovers. Like I have first in Singapore, second one I'm going to Ethiopia, then before then Nigeria.
That's touchdown Ethiopia. That one I know about.
No, normally I use Qatar, Like this is the first time I'm using this thing, bro. Not the best.
You don't get as you want. The African airline.
And for us to sleep on.
Yeah. So I like to do.
I like to get people back to you.
This thing now. It's not really.
That's a small property now.
180. What do you mean it's small? Hard.
Okay, if you now update now, don't you know how money will reduce? Because I don't know why you're reminding me. Right?
I think there is no in this game. It's just playing.
It's probably you want to see. Ooh, you could poop.
Tommy. Thank you, boy.
Wow, that was very fun.
it and set you up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You can only what you're buying. Oh wow, nice. You know that Bible when you're reading, it, just make sure you just read everything. Oh, buy. Oh, it's not buy yet. I know I'll pay you.
You guys are crazy.
Have fun, huh?
What I can tell you for you.
For real?
What is this for?
You know they play now. You're not playing. I told you not playing.
You want to come play?
I know now because if you like say no DJ.
Yeah, you want to come play?
He was not upgrading now. He was not buying stuff. So I told you
You
maybe.
know what I'm trying to say? It's like I was happy, like my mind was not there.
Yeah, because I knew that you were not there because you had these properties and you were not upgrading well. So I knew that something was up.
You know what the truth, the guy just was. Who started to be on that?
Tammy just it's Tammy playing.
That is my Actually, not good thing to age. That thing, you know.
I know. I have a crown. I have a crown. I'm a king, so I always win, you know. Okay. I told you if you win me again, I'll give you like for every week $100 for every week.
What am I doing? So what do you let me know when you're about to play again?
No, it's a game you became playing.
What game is that?
It is.
Why did you share? Sorry about it.
We play Warbox.
Okay, that's one. Why you don't play our phone? Wait, what the fuck? Is it on the down?
Yeah. It's the one game I've been whooping BK left and right.
You. I like you. In fact, great for 3. I like you can learn the game now. Yeah, you learn the game now. Just watch. Just read the game. Read now.
Okay.
Read it so you will understand the game.
Okay, BK joined. Oh wow, I got a grade for 4.
Can you create for 4?
Yeah, let me grade for 4.
Well, for 4 it's like elimination, you know, right?
Yeah.
This one is all that make new words.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not that.
Engage.
Join
Join the new one.
Try now, like you try.
Let's try one time for the one time.
Guys, if you lose it, you go come out. Like, I know you will be the first
Yeah,
one. I like the job I'm waiting for you.
I don't know, you just like blaming me for stuff.
So what?
So you like blaming me for stuff.
Jesus.
game, Alaji. You beat Cookie.
No, I don't want to.
No, play. Cookie, have you been playing this game? I mean, sorry, Tammy, have you been playing this game?
Yeah, he's still with my ex-boyfriend, right? And then Kiki. Oh shit, I'm tripping. Okay, don't talk to me anymore. See what the fuck?
I'm not talking to you.
Why you just talk to me? You just made me fuck up.
Sorry, my bad.
This one's hard.
Yeah.
Hard.
You said I shouldn't talk to you, so why are you talking to me? Yo. I like the rest.
Screw it.
I'm not for you.
Shit. It's not the last one.
Well, I like you try now. I like you're not doing bad, to be honest. You don't win this one. You lie.
Oh, I'm winning?
Yeah. I think you got some
looking
words.
at y'all scores because
You got some words that like just skyrocketed immediately. Yeah, because you're full of bullshit, that's why. I know what. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Yo.
I don't know. Insomnia. Oh, yo, what the heck?
calm down, think about life. You play.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yes, madam.
So basically, do you get the point of the game, BK?
I understand the game. I'm not slow.
So your life goes to my mother. You are so small. So you let my be like roll and by oh my still have one of the game. And I think on
Sorry about that.
what do you like to do?
That's okay, actually.
Maybe I'm back to America like this. Calm down. You would say you will like this.
I'm screaming.
Come on, like this. I'm not fit my life to get up there.
Me, you always call bullshit.
That bullshit.
Why not call out? I have fun, but I don't know how to do it.
Wait, you have four.
If you have four, why did you drop the four?
I don't fool. I had it. I'm just joking. I have it. Okay. Nice. 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 I don't play now.
You know what I'm saying? I don't say you look at that.
I'll put down a shop for you. Get one. Don't worry. Why you like this time?
Oh my gosh. So funny. Cookie is just saying all her bullshit. Like, Cookie called bullshit one time. We can't just all be risking our lives out here.
That's what you do. Let me get you for one day. Yeah. you wanted me to go on the push.
So the game would have ended regardless.
Oh, okay. I thought there was the pan cards. But you know, I'm still like trying to figure out the game, right? I'm not.
So okay, think about it. There's only 4 A's in a stack. So
I know this. I know all this.
Okay, what are your A's?
So I'm trying to understand, like, if somebody, okay, shit.
Okay, what was your question?
If, for example, right, somebody puts 2, I need to put 3, like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. You see? Yeah. So, I get the game now. Don't try it.
And make it one game at a time.
Bullshit.
Okay, so today, tell me your time, not that time anymore.
Wow.
Just take cookies.
Is it exercise?
No.
Yeah.
BK's in exercise.
Yes, Chosen's my friend. So Chosen's my friend.
Josie came for you.
Lucy. I hate when y'all take forever. Like, if you don't call it, just call it. Like, what the hell? Sushi, come on.
I'm not begging you, so it's not what it is. What's your downfall? It's not something more that you fucking like. You're not so keep yourself. Alright then. No, it's a fuck about it. Well, get your out.
Yo, Jenny,
BK. Because you know that you go to Oyana. Come on, like.
You know how to rubbish.
It's choosing I know you call her.
No. Josie, bad man, it's a bit.
It's Papi Cat. So, it's happy, man. We don't get bullets. Did you know we don't get bullets? You know what they say on this.
Why did you play that week now? I did that, bro. I did.
Waking at 10 alive. Charlie, I like to lie. He didn't call him out. Where's the you?
Why did you call me out? Are you mad?
I'm going to talk about how
You did really for it.
Nothing bad. I like how you play where you want to. Go carry me.
Baba, they got you. Look at how they pay you. Look how they screen. Look who they catch ourselves for lights for you.
Go say, we just go say, come in and put liar.
Chosen, I thought we were friends.
He's chosen what he chosen for come and food.
So tell me why it's chosen to do that.
Oh, like you give me a fucking break, man. Jerry, pick up the card from early. Yeah.
now. No now. I like you. I like you. What's your uncle again? So you. Okay, no. You get that way. You get that. No, just a call it. I'm not getting to call it.
Do what you gotta do. The hell? And then
Yeah, you know sometimes you can't even. Jesus Christ, you get that. Let's see. Okay, make us still look. Make sure that the line now. Yeah. Get five. Hold on now. Hold on. Hello. You don't get the way call Aisha. Wait. Who packed something? Let me lie. Jesus, my people.
I didn't lie.
You lied.
I didn't. I actually had it.
Joseph, I lied.
Is Chosen lying, guys?
That's good. That's good. Lie.
I don't lie.
Hello. Oh man, don't trust that thing. Don't say no lie. Guy, I don't know what to do here. Tell me, can you get it? Now you shooting me to block us. I'll call from this one. She don't forget. When I come, I am with you. Is it? Come on, baby, get out. Why they lie like this? Ah, God. But I know it's kind of thing. Chosen, God will judge you. I have find that it. You know, what you put? I have find that it.
Wait, that's so weird.
Wait, what's that?
Five.
I have find that it. I can't go back on. Joe. They went down to the people. Now you guys come to They went down to the people. They did too much around the house trying to kick me out. Marley shot at the stove, gets trying to hit my guts. I know. Guys are getting for that house. I'll be saying Johnny. Don't teach her lie.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm done playing. I was like, what?
I just wait patiently. I'm just
waiting patiently as well.
Okay. Wait, let me go up. I'm okay. What did happen now? You just stupid. Yes. I double dare you to call me out. Let's do it.
You beat me to it.
it's a risk I'm willing to take. God will punish this game. That's a risky one. Now, so think people produce someone like this. Real quick. Chineke.
Hello, she don't pack the one she dropped before when based. What be this now?
Why you go come for them? That will be great now. This guy is down.
Wait, having this don't get. I don't get.
Then I want to know. When they ask questions, this guy don't get you. I tell you, you don't get. Call him, don't get. You don't get.
Call her now. Call her.
Pick it back up. Back up like Batman.
He became a liar.
They play. I mean, everybody can have my It's something. I'm ready to risk it all. I want like this. Back up. Yeah. Back up like Batman.
If anyone win this game, time you know supposed to win this game alive.
Wait, you don't get that one. You don't get. Ben.
No, you get people. That's why you don't feel called that big crazy.
Yeah, I don't know where I don't show. She don't win. She don't win. I need to have it. I need it. Why would you do that?
Yeah?
Damn it. She don't win, so she get J. So chosen, you know this. She don't know with that J. She was not. She don't get them. So let's say I look at. Okay, she said it's J. Tell me, on your head today.
BK, who asked you? Please, right?
Yeah, you finish. Shut up. You don't get what all the people get. Just the not crazy though.
I know, small.
That's not crazy who person though.
Oh no.
Too fast. Got him.
Anybody get? Hey, shit. Almost she don't get that. She don't get that. The same person get off. Someone call like you call. I know them.
Okay, why don't you call me?
Call it. I like you just want that. You get 3 bullets. I like you.
I think you get one.
No, I don't know.
Exactly, you get one now. Just I wait for you, sir.
Oh, I told you I got push it now. You are stupid. Oh.
Because you got it. I did. Who's
Nah,
that?
man. My last card. 20 bullets, you know. When you tell me I'm going to
Call. Jump your guy. Call.
Why, BK?
Are you okay? What do you want?
Are you looking at what Pussy has?
Because we're trying to get chosen to
They can't
keep
get Pussy
going.
out of it, don't you?
You see, now working against me, no effort passion against me.
Stay sharp.
Okay, play it, chosen.
You guys are weird.
The last bullet.
Come on. You guys are weird. I like it. You see, say walk at it.
You know what? No.
Okay, man. Okay, now. Oh, yeah, no. Wait to see.
Congratulations, be on
Thank you.
Yo! Babe, who wanna ask you? You did? No.
I did. Yeah.
This is all I'm doing from above. You won, and now as the man, I have to follow through. No, I want the first game. That's what the second one I want the third one. Okay, I'm understanding the game soon. When I start, I don't get the game now. Don't worry. We are there. You don't understand this. What do you tell you?
Chelsea, where you at?
You get what I want to like you play quick. I want card I chose. I don't mind this. No, I want you back. I don't think you have come. You know, whiskey. You like it? You know, whiskey, my son.
Yeah. Chelsea, are you ever gonna win again? Chelsea doesn't want to be my friend anymore, so I have to be.
Tell me, I'm the only friend you need. You know? Hello. Tell me. They're both like. Tell me.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear what I said?
What did you say?
I said I'm the only friend you need.
Oh.
Definitely to meet up people with diverse qualities. I don't know what
I don't know if that is.
I don't know. Trust me, I don't know what the fuck I just said. I jump my love my voice together. Let's go practice card. Look.
PK, is it you?
It's good to be blood. You just need to practice card. It's good to be blood. Hey, look. I swear to God, I am because if you like for you, what can I do to cause up? Yo,
That's fucked up.
she don't get this thing so. I'm gonna tell you that. So you're like, back up like Batman. Shut up, man. Move. That's what she gets. That's just like. Back up like Batman.
That's what you did.
Yo, big boy. Why wait? Talk to me, John there. He gave me the sense to call it, and I called it.
Okay, alright.
Plenty things that happen for this game. I just
Get the one that gives you the outline, say the liar. Benjamin, I will call up. You will not call up for. You will call the person that did this now. This guy. Call on again, you don't get.
I call up. Why you don't call up yourself? You call up.
Call up. Okay. Benjamin, don't get it. Listen up.
Are you stupid? Just around you. Don't push me.
That's why you guys did for now. Those three you get one.
Boy, they tell you when you call up, you call up.
But yeah, drop another one. You don't call up again.
You say, I'm not your boyfriend, you call up.
But call up again.
Another boy.
Your life of my baby.
Yeah.
That's not.
About to put your name on my phone. She was there to actually last night. Hello. She just needs.
Oh no, time she don't reach back.
This guy is like, he's lying to his. Hold up now. Hey! Alachi, what were you saying? I want them to make the game. What are you saying? Alachi, yeah, make a cola. Hurry up. Sharp. This little bro. There's no doubt. Same way when you drop out. This like I guess that should come and bastard. I have to do with it. Larry, hurry up. That's what it means I'm PK. I don't know, that's not my language. No, what's five? Tell me you don't have five. Yo, what the hell? Tell me you like play. I'm good. Okay. Hello. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. I don't know dare you call it. Elton, do you have an 8? Yeah, call it. But we said something. Like I was saying last round, when someone when you got it, I told you. Don't worry, I deal with you. Yeah, don't deal with me. I mean, hold on. Boy, it's a collab. No. He doesn't have to. Let me go now. No. Chosen, no, like they have a drink. Yo. Shit. Nothing bad. Jesus, tell me. Jay said this is a I'm like. Tell me that. But I love the contestants. Yeah, I'm done with this bullshit. Y'all got me fucked up, man. I like better than we see. Sorry, my dear. Sorry. 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 This is fucked up, man. That way you're about to be confused and see the future. They say call a light. Enough is enough. I'm not even fucking with you. Yo! This is just horrible. Like, the liar! Bye, bullet. I wanted to give you over. No, I'm done. Tell me, why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing this to yourself? Someone is conscious. Okay. This was wait, Jesus the way it kills me. Yeah. Wifey. Hey, ignore me. I don't want you to ignore me. I'm not ignoring you. I'm just logged into my game. Don't say lie. Yeah, we know what's coming in this. You know the okay. I dropped it. Come on, BK. Fuck off. Yeah?
Where's Chosen?
Chosen is. I'm not in that detail. So I know that's good. It's a mystery. Why have you been? I remember that time I used to have this. My little partner. That was my little partner. But yeah.
BK, get you play.
Okay, I said, come up here.
I was Chosen. Okay.
Somebody go sleep. You know, I said, where is you? Where is you?
Me? I was watching Big Brother earlier.
Big Brother, you watch that shit? Wait, what's the bloody shit?
Yeah, okay.
But I call that shit better. You're telling me to call something that I know that I have everything. I don't bet.
Yeah, that's like that.
So when this game is over, because computer is literally I have no bullets. Tell me, let's go over. BK, my team just win. Let's play for her head. Because none of us can call you out to get BK.
I can't.
No, you can't. She has 0 bullets.
I have one.
She has 1 bullet. I said she has 0. Oh, yeah, I'm not the same. You was just trying before I split the upper combat. This computer will deny you. Good. Anyway, as a player, you should have called that girl with 0. It didn't have 4.
No, it's okay because I just won the game.
Period. It's.
Yeah, you gonna parlay?
You have no choice.
Yeah.
Tell me, you see what we did today? Fuck off. This is what you call powerful.
Interesting.
Single-handedly demolished, dominated the game. The first game won time.
You.
The second game won.
Me.
The third game won.
You.
And the fourth game won. Shut the fuck up.
Me.
You open the game.
No, me.
As a couple, and you end the game as a couple. And I open the chapter and end the chapter.
BK, what happened? Why didn't you win any?
Well, we played the game that I was good at, and what happened? Did you win any?
We can rematch that because I really wasn't satisfied with the
Yeah,
result.
let's go back there. Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
How much do you have now, BK? It's not taking it.
BK is like
before you go, sir. The mad. Don't do it here. Okay, brother, that chair is 3 a.m. I guess we go in like 3 hours. Like, outside, is she going to win though? That's the question. Okay.
Don't hear like any rain in my background. Do you hear anything from my background?
No. Good. Don't worry, you'll get to my level soon, okay?
Look at my wins though, like.
Well, you've been playing. I don't play. I told you I've not been playing.
Let's do it again. I'm gonna sit down.
Whatever you want to do, I'm here. Let me beat you. This one is going to be bad. Because I like the words.
Really?
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, I'm back. Are you guys sleeping? I really like playing with you.
I know. If you win all the bills all the time, I can understand. 188? 188? No, we're not on the same level.
That's fine. That's okay, Ocho.
After this.
I guess playing what's the name of this?
That's my own.
And then I rubbish from the BBC house I've been on.
I don't like these words.
I guess playing what game, what box?
Yeah, do you play?
Yeah.
So we can play. Are you good though?
Yeah, you're good.
Ah.
And I thought very good.
Oh, okay. That's nice.
Oh my god. Yeah. So we can stop it play. How did I even get to it?
Common sense. I mean, common sense is. Common sense is not.
I know. People start kind of would have done. So the word that starts that have that green kitty like is the one that you're supposed to use, right? Because it has more points. Okay.
Not really.
Well, speaking, you're not even
Define the word smart.
Because I'm smart.
But you don't look like this.
Are you okay?
I think I'm surprised. Like, sorry.
Did you say no be footballer or be on this?
No, be doctor, be.
I'm a very smart person. I'm in pain. You're in pain too. Now we're uniforms. You are uniforms too. I will die, but you self will die too.
I just beautiful.
Don't you think so too, Mr. Gina?
Tied to your table.
Oh my gosh, I don't know how to do this song. I think I'm doing good though. Doing too horrible. Please, you can't make it. No, I'm not even gonna engage.
I said, yeah, you are doing.
Oh, I thought you said I'm not doing good. I was ready to talk shit.
You're not my level, my love. Huh?
I did okay.
You're trying now. It's like, you're trying. That was the first time we played, you were getting like 30, 40 now.
Okay. When did I ever get 30, 40, please?
What was that? You were not this good. Now you're trying.
I was like for you there.
No, you wasn't bad, but now you're playing better.
Okay, I don't like these words.
I also don't like them, but try and win. Yeah, rude much, huh?
Yeah, these words are weird.
What kind of words are this? The fuck? You. Man, are you watching? She left.
Oh, yeah, I'm watching. Get out me now. Why this?
You go out. This girl will get mad. No. It's not everybody needs to do that. She did not. She has mouth. That's my problem. I allowed her win yesterday if you see what she was telling me.
You didn't allow me win.
Okay, did you hear that? I'm going to play 5 games. If you win 275, I'll give you money. How about that?
That's fucked up. Yeah. Like you acting like you social distancing me. Like I'm literally right there on your tail.
Okay, let's play another one. Let me see. I need a good one that will get 280 so that I will shut you up. That's what I did. The only person that can humble me in this game is and Joseph.
Chosen.
What?
Yeah, Chosen is good. I think.
Bro, Joseph is the best.
Chosen?
Yeah.
That's different. Yeah, I have bad eyes, so I don't know. Maybe that's why people will find it worth quickly. Now be looking.
No, you have to.
You know,
He likes this one.
there's the one on iMessage as well.
She
I
likes
play
this
that
one.
one a lot.
Yeah, Amazon.
She likes this one. She likes this one a lot. I can see. This is your word. I see. Now she's gonna win this round, I think.
DK, stop talking to me.
I didn't even say anything. Don't give up. You can do it.
Look, I just accidentally closed my phone.
Nah, don't give me that crap.
I really just did. Like, I'm not even like.
won this one, no problem. You won the battle, but not the this thing. You won the fight, but not the battle, not the war. Yeah, let's go. Let me win this one sharply.
Oh, Vicky, calm down now.
What did I do?
Why they do rush, 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 rush? Every
You
time
want
I
me to
say,
win?
yes, every time you fail, right? The minus point.
Wait, just won this one now.
Yeah, so she did not yet. You said they did too much. He just wants to distract me.
How?
Oh, then don't be distracted. Just want to give us excuses.
Speaking of stuff,
But
oh my gosh.
Vicky made me get mad.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Alright. I mean, that was close. Just 6 points. Oh my god. Johnny, let me bully you now. Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
I love this. I love these words. Oh shit.
I think when you say stuff like that, it intimidates.
Okay, so that's the problem. That's why I have like upper hand. My friend is very, very good in games, but when we're playing, I'll be like, whoa, this is my game. Now it's my, like, I'm fucking him up mentally. So when you play with me, you need to be mentally prepared.
This one, no.
No,
How is it cheating? Yo, Vicky, why you doing like this? Like, pause for a minute.
What?
Vicky, man.
There's been no Chris before the answer. What she said.
Are you okay? This man is not thinking too much.
205.
Jesus.
Daddy, let's play more, please.
It's not practice with somebody before I come up and play with you.
Need to play with Joseph.
The whole time I was playing with random people, they be beating me. I was just concentrated.
I love these words too.
Can you just be quiet?
Okay, sorry. My bad.
what you gotta say intense.
Wanna watch this? Are you there?
Wow. What's this? I don't want to tell you.
I can't talk right now. Do you get?
Yeah. The pressure is getting.
Somebody is talking to you in the chat again.
What was the person say?
Said, where have you been?
I've been in Nigeria.
Why did you go to Nigeria?
I went for holiday now. I think I'll be going back next tomorrow.
To Nigeria?
Yeah.
Go do this game, my phone, my boss.
Ooh, I'm talking Jesus. Hold on. No.
You go lose all because you did good. I can't believe this.
Jesus.
If you pass 50, it's crazy.
No.
Why are you guys so bad? Are you saying the word fast? Because me, I'm only saying 3 words. Some point.
No. No. This game I was distracted. I swear to God. Let's rerun it. Rerun it. I was fucking. Yo.
Oh my goodness.
Rerun it. First win of the day. How do you feel? Interview.
I logged in, just shut out the noise. I would be good.
Okay. Let me just focus.
You don't play 360 times. You want 70 times. How long?
What do you mean?
You played this word box 316 times. 316 I don't like this word. Your stats is really bad.
I was playing with Anu. Anu is really good. Chosen is good. So what are you saying? please, it's crazy. Dude, this is how bad. Yo,
Thank goodness.
I'm screwed.
What do you think about these words?
They're actually okay.
I don't like it.
I know you would.
Oh, I like this. I could put that. Good word.
Ooh, you keep going.
I had one more. I freaking had one more.
Even if you had one more, not two.
No, it was a long one. It was with the V letter that was highlighted.
Oh, okay. I still play my darling.
Oh my gosh.
When you get tired, let me know. You have only 1 week, but it's okay.
I can't believe Jose can actually play Princess.
No, Johnson is really, he is better than Anu, and trust me, Anu kicks my ass like she whoops my ass. Yeah, Johnson is good. I wish he's here. You understand what I'm talking about?
Johnson doesn't want to be my friend anymore.
Yeah, because you were doing too much.
What was I doing?
You were doing too much with your allergy.
I wasn't doing it. Oh, I don't have a tan allergy.
Now you're saying this, huh? Okay. Okay. Do you understand? We were out of the race, no problem. I give up. What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. No problem. Once we play relationships, Ghana. Just Ghana. Yeah. No? Well, what did you do though? Don't worry, I'm going to talk later. No? No? Don't. Or is it because of Clubhouse though?
Oh, no. Nothing bad at all. It wasn't like one of those bad type situations.
Ah, okay. But is there a possibility of making up?
There's two different stages of life.
You see, the only way you can win is when you're conversing with me, so keep doing it. Alright?
I picked up on the trick like 2 games ago.
Oh!
That's why I was mad it didn't work that last game. You know what I mean?
I was mad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Righty. I hate these words. Yeah, these are not my words.
Why do you not like them? Tell me more.
I'll tell you more later. Yo.
Yeah, these words are not really good words. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this.
These words are terrible, bro. What the fuck?
don't. I like playing with like small mind people. They'd be so competitive and angry.
Right. I like you. Oh, I like you. You always sleeping on Clubhouse.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
I can't sleep on Clubhouse and still like this.
Me either.
Loghouse.
I use people for background music, like when I'm doing stuff for background.
I mean, I don't even want it at that quiet.
Yeah, but for my sleep, I like quiet, peace and quiet. You're not in your field and I beat you.
I was talking to you, but if we're gonna have like a serious game,
DK, I know I'm not excused.
so can we play 1, 2 more games and without talking? Let me show you just 2 more games without just saying anything. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Alright, cruise. You want to distract me? That's not the conversation we had now. What are you talking about? You are so ridiculous. Oh my god. Yo, I just see you. Oh my god. But you saw the difference, right? You saw the difference? When I'm not being distracted or when I'm not. I think my head's back this week. Maybe I do need some sleep. Yeah, my head's at this week.
was wearing skirts.
I don't like some of it.
My son got and the only woman Future is fucked up about is Sierra. That's the only lady he fucked up about.
Security and sexuality, he doesn't. They should wear whatever the fuck they want to. Amanda's, no, I know, Amanda's security and sexuality, I think they can wear whatever they want to. I mean, there's Irishmen that wear.
No. She responded to Tank asking about rappers wearing skirts.
Yeah, no, and you ain't got to do it. You ain't got to do it. I promise you, you ain't got nothing to do with it. But Irishmen, they do that. They dance with skirts. That ain't a skirt, that's a kilt. Okay.
That is exactly what it's called.
I don't mind when they be wearing it.
The appearance looks like a skirt too.
Sorry, I don't mind a skirt appearance, but I mind a skirt. So like in my religion, people men wear things that might make some or is or but they look like either a skirt or a dress.
When you rock,
I just don't like
the
that.
Hebrew
That part.
What about the Hebrew Israelites?
As long as it's for an actual religious purpose, yeah, that's cool. Or like your culture or whatever. But you walk around in your big skirt that you got on shit trying to make it.
Oh, you just outdoors. And not okay. All right.
It was for your religion or your
Well,
culture.
yeah, there was this shit going on in Atlanta left and right.
Nah, if a person's just outdoors, just walk around in skirts, that's a different story. But now, there's Hebrew Israelites, there's a lot of people that's in whatever religious background, and they have their, attire.
Alright, what religious background is Lil Baby fucking while we over the bullshit and going all
Nothing. You just doing anything. Shit about it.
Then France and what they I know. I'm for the final two.
Yeah, go find it. Y'all it's crazy how people hate men hate for people to play with their sexuality, but they love playing with other men's sexuality.
I think they didn't claim when they say claim.
I'm ready to see the picture.
When they come up with this picture was it?
Yeah, they had to just
Niggas still love playing with men's sexuality. That's what I said. I said what I said. What else you looking for, Fox?
So what y'all say about those men who be wearing no purses across their
largest city.
Gee,
But that's what see, I just get it all wrong.
bro,
We just
Gee.
you know, we ain't got no education, and Houston is the biggest state, bro.
Houston, in terms of population, is the fourth largest city.
Fourth largest. Yeah.
Y'all funny.
Why do y'all keep doing that?
And,
Like that?
and Chicago's on it's a city.
I'll be quiet. I ain't gonna speak as a man, but y'all doing him wrong. Like, seriously. Like, let the man speak. What else?
Mr. Mike behind the group.
Yes, that shit was hilarious.
I fuck with you, Jason.
Yeah, like I girl here grew way out where he at.
The first person.
Wow. Okay. All right, y'all. Just, y'all talk.
Oh, y'all never heard TC apologize. Like, okay, I gotta do this.
That's okay.
He tried to get us some sympathy on every
I gave her the mile because who shot my girl?
Only two.
And then y'all shot it in y'all were playing. Yeah, shot it.
I didn't go to y'all over here when y'all did that.
Playing with GC. Why you not playing with GC?
They had shot him in the group.
What you crying about?
Yeah, because they want like the
Oh, she lied.
No, she let me get back. GC, why did you make the dramatic exits? Come back, GC.
Oh, I can't invite you back up to the stage again.
And I turned every she still want to come back to
I was trying to write the Billy back up.
well, young people.
I like when I meet her. It's so cute.
not cute.
His name Doug Bully, and he called y'all weird for dropping him.
And he wearing yellow.
Y'all know the Billy is actually a gay porn star name.
Is it?
Oh my god.
How people they push back to
It's like Billy and a thug, you know. I don't know why y'all would know that. Y'all wouldn't know that, right? Sorry.
the fact that you know that.
Huh?
It must be somebody who trends on Twitter.
Yeah. No. Coco Dorms.
Got it. Don't know what that is, but got it. Time to get ready for work, child.
See, I can't. July, people think I'm dead. Here, like in July, they was like, hey, a certain bug, and that you don't know before, and then send a workbook, like a math workbook to your home for the child work on. Kids don't even have homework.
No, they do have that homework. These parents don't know how to do the homework. They make lazy as fuck. And that's what the homework is. I've witnessed it. That's how I know.
So I know from my niece and my nephew on my bonus side, I get them. I give them workbooks to work on every year. And if they don't finish it by the end of December, they ain't getting no school shoes.
So what you gonna send them to school with no shoes?
I
than what we used to.
My dumb ass skipped the school every damn day.
But you know you be treating, when y'all be doing that to kids, y'all be putting targets on their back to be bullied by other kids.
Yeah, I'm back that they do that.
And these kids are softer than us. A lot of kids commit suicide. So I'm just saying.
They got right up because they actually know. They get it done.
Them kids fast fuck out. Now they going extra to school and deal with it.
Because you decided to make everybody wear shoes and all the kids are saying your shoes are dusty as fuck. And all the kids get shoes. All because of you.
Well, guess what? They should have did their workbook.
Did you help them do that workbook?
I sure will.
That's the question.
Girl.
Get your ass out of here.
No, she's from me. Can't even tell me what I'm going to buy that little asses.
Yeah.
I got something to do with it. They got a whole summer to do a workbook. Come on, man.
You can't make it. You can't hold a kid accountable if their parent. You can't hold them more accountable than their parent.
What you mean holding them more accountable? Did you not hear what I said? They're not getting no sheets from me.
You can't hold them accountable.
You say you the bonus man and all that stuff. It's like, damn. You got to for that.
I'm not here for football.
You shouldn't call. You would call. Ask your child, your bonus child, if they been doing that work or not. You ain't been checking in.
Y'all don't know what I did.
No, I'm asking you. I'm not saying I did.
That's been my bonus child for 10 years.
Exactly. Take a.
And my quote parenting skills have been working. Trust me, I'm good. That's my thing. What's a bonus child?
You don't got no kids.
Oh, that's just a term they use. Oh, okay.
For the God kid.
Oh, okay. We don't use that stuff. We don't do that stuff. I'm like, damn, bonus.
Because it can't be a bonus child because she's not with the person.
Yeah, we not together.
They not together. So it's more of a God thing than it is her that. I'm saying a bonus child because she's not with her.
Well, I mean, you weren't still considered that to be your child. I mean, if he was there, you say 10 years, you've been there that damn long, since he was born. Yeah, right. So, I mean, because the kid ain't got shit to do when he was born. His mom was pregnant. Yeah, that'd be that shit to have a kid, like, saying some shit. Like, what the fuck? It's over here. Fucking my mom when I was young and shit. Damn, you got it. Like, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, so you was fucking your mama.
No, I ain't saying false.
I'm just saying you talk about that shit.
No, I'm just saying in general.
I'm going.
Yeah, y'all ran GC.
I ain't feeling bully done got the fuck up out of it. Mama is a shit. looking for somebody to entertain you, man, go drink some water. I was about to say that. I was just damn, y'all, I'm just sorry, y'all. Y'all older than me, and I ain't saying it like that, but I just feel like at a certain age, y'all shouldn't just be openly talking about what y'all be doing with yourselves. Whether if y'all playing with yourselves, sticking something in yourselves. I just feel like at a certain age, I feel like at any age, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, okay, yeah, then I was gonna say that. Age, really. I'm not that type of girl. I don't want to hear an 18-year-old, a 21-year-old, 25-year-old, 30-year-old, 35-year-old, 40-year-old, 50-year-old, 70-year-old. None of that. My mama always taught me to be a lady in the street, but what kind of freak in the bed? These people be on this app horny with no self-control. They be jerking off type of shit. So there's a lady up there that like comedian Nicole that had went to the feds for scamming. And she told her, like, I know you were very smart women and you don't need no harm, but I don't think you should do that because you gonna fuck around and go to jail. So Sherelle done made a video of Drew dancing and shit, talking about the feds coming. Now whole time Drew, the bitch started going back and forth, right, Drew? So the bitch sent somebody to go buy her motherfucking course, and while you get her course, and the bitch is really teaching you not only how to buy food stamps, the bitch teaching you how to make CPNs, add trade lines, how to scam banks, all type of shit with the CPN.
And university.
And the bitch talking about she can't go to jail for it because she only teaching them how to do it. And everybody like, this bitch not realize that you can literally go to jail for teaching these people not only how to do it, but it's the fact that you're saying you teaching them how to steal food.
And you taking money for it and probably not paying back.
Yeah, and then, but I don't think she understands that you, even if you're teaching them, the moment one of them use what you taught them, you're going to jail, bitch. You're going to jail, bitch.
Yeah, I don't think you know all of that. Man, I asked her to call more than one person to do it.
And then she teaching them.
Nobody does it.
But she teaching them about the CPN shit, and I was just like, Sherelle, yeah, a CPN may not be legal, but you telling these bitches to go get loans and not pay it back.
No, telling bitches is not legal.
But see, here's the thing.
That's why people have to go to jail because it's not legal.
No, here, I don't know why they did it. Just because you don't know, Shoot it!
Right between the eyes. Rock a body.
But see, here's where she's fucking up. She's telling these women,
shut up, bitch. One mic on kid.
But the funny thing is, you're telling these women to go get loans at the bank and if they don't gotta pay it back. You're telling them to get cars and they don't gotta pay the car note. Bitch, you are about to send them hoes the fuck up the river and you going with them. Because you're teaching them how to do this shit. Like, you gotta go watch it today. Like, the shit the bitch over here doing is fucking astonishing. She really believes she's not going to jail. Now, mind you, the comedian bitch she got into it with reported this bitch to the FBI. And all the bitches that keep waking up at 12 in the morning and their food still gone have reported this bitch to the FBI.
So,
It's great.
so, like, the course that she got, right, is everybody who took that course, like, I mean, they should just all go down, right? That's a good ass course.
See, the problem is, are they using their real names even back? Okay, that's the secret.
Well, you can trace them by the credit card or whatever they used to pay.
Yeah, but
That's easy work.
a smart bitch is using a chime card.
Well, a smart bitch don't need a class on how to spend.
Yeah, let me shut the fuck
No,
up.
but Peter, think about it. A smart bitch don't know all this shit. Smart bitch don't need to will never pay somebody to learn a CPN because they will already get it from something. Like, a smart person is already doing it.
How a smart bitch would pay you to learn how to make a CPN so she can start selling them. Hello? You telling me if I can sell to 7 people a day at $200 a pop, are you fucking crazy to
I
that?
guess you're right. You're right. I can't argue with that. It's just very dumb why you would be so, like, flashy about that. Like, why would you attract that much attention? I know you want to sell your class to a man. Like,
Not to mention when the girl was like, the older lady was just trying to give her advice. This bitch propped her motherfucking phone up, click record, cut her computer on, and start reading the lady credit report and social security number out loud and posted it to a TikTok. I said, oh, this bitch is dumb.
no, it was saying on the internet
they stealing from the government, they stealing shit.
Nigga, stealing food stamps is stealing from the government, nigga.
I was saying, but they stealing other people's food stuff.
Yeah, no. No, you know how you know how
And what does that mean? What does that mean, other people's food stamps? So you already get benefits. So somebody come take my food stamps when I get them. I'm number 4.
Yeah, they take it off the card. She has a website. She is to use Bitcoin to buy people EBT card numbers and PIN codes, and they are stealing them off the people.
Oh, so it's not even like they're stealing directly, not even like receiving it directly. It's like they're intercepting.
Yeah, they intercepted this shit.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Oh, that shit is sick. Yeah, that's fucked up.
And she thinks she's not going to jail for that.
Yeah, she's definitely going to jail for that. Yeah, that's like several different crimes. You definitely going to jail for that.
I know Jalen Brown does that.
But that means they got a person on the inside, don't they? No, they're just
People don't know who Jalen Brown is.
Now, that is a good question.
No,
You got
so-
somebody on the inside?
No, okay, so what was going on? Like, it was going on here.
Like the data breach?
They was putting scanners, like skimmers on registers, and they'll steal the information off the black strip. And they were able, that's why, I don't know about every other state, California switched to chipped EBT cards. Like now, you should
tap to pay.
Yeah, they got a tap to pay.
Yeah, because that way it can't be skimmed. Okay, so they were just skimming at such high value, pretty much every number is in that system now.
Correct.
That's insane. Well, in Philly, it was a whole ring of caseworkers that was stealing the people food stamps, and they wasn't even stealing like all the shit fucked up, but they were stealing like people who were like homeless, kids that's in foster care, like I guess people that they nobody care about. And one lady and her daughter, I think they stole like $500,000 worth of food stamps, but I'm trying to think like how many fucking people is there? You only get so much.
Yeah,
That's why I
like,
said,
if you go on, I see it like every day on my Facebook thing here. Bitches that say they woke up in the morning, all they food like $900 in food stamps, $600, $300. Fuck, that's a lot of fucking stealing.
that's why I said this shit is a little worse when I found it out. Shit, that way. I know some folks that get moved in the street, but I don't know if I'm straight. So it's like, goddamn, what the fuck you set up?
And then
One lady in her back, but it took them like 2 weeks. So just imagine if she didn't have family looking out for her, sending her into the car to giving her money to go buy food. She would have been out here fucked up.
Yeah, like that type of.
Yeah, like how the fuck was she gonna feed her fucking kids?
that's really fucked up. That's so fucked up.
Mind you, my little cousin literally came out, and my little cousin can't work because she has narcolepsy. So she like, what was she gonna do?
Every single one of them people some food stamps on it. I don't give a fuck what you say. All of them is one at a time. Every person, and they gonna catch every last one of them. And it's so crazy because she gonna be sitting right next to the lady that put a hit out on her.
Mind you, she doing this course over Telegram and like talking chat shit and all these things. Like, I'm like, oh, this is good.
They in Fan Central Manager. And I said, I wish they bring back churches to chicken. Man, churches is so fire. What? This one right around the corner from my house.
stopping at all of the like type of fast food places that won't have the food. Yo, we went down there. First of all, I can't even believe in the South y'all can go places and get grits like in a drive-through. Where are you going to get grits in the drive-through?
Hell, don't Popeyes sell fucking grits in Louisiana for breakfast?
Shit, I don't know.
I heard Popeyes in Louisiana sell fucking breakfast.
Oh, well, yeah, I don't know. Hey, bro, she do sound like my type of girl. She my type of carrying on. I'm trying to tell you. Mouth ain't started in the chat yet. I ain't been in the chat. I gotta go look. Mouth likes to start in the chat before she gets on stage. Yo, freaking always talking crazy. Good morning, Dom. Dory, what's good, mama? It is 7:31 a.m. Okay, you need a
No, it ain't. It's 4:31. You in the future, living ass bitch.
Ma'am. Just
Okay,
live in the past for you.
I live in the past. Okay.
Baby, I've been sitting here listening for a couple hours. You pissing people off. Speaking of me, my friend at the Africans, y'all. The Africans was lined up around the block at 6 o'clock in the morning. It was crazy.
Chris Cabs was in. I got up at 12:30 this morning. And Chris Cabs was just in here. Just a little.
Can I ask a question? And this is coming from the group and certain people. Why do y'all be sitting up here letting certain people just talk, knowing they get on everybody's motherfucking nerves?
Because I think Dory and Larry was asleep at that time.
I'm just talking period. Even when they not asleep, y'all be up here letting motherfuckers just talk and take over rooms and do shit, and that shit fucking.
It was a Chris Cabs Fox conversation.
Lord. And Fox so irritating and dumbass.
And I dozed off I dozed back off about 6:30.
Come on.
Then I woke back up at like 3:40 and I'm like, thank you.
Alright, since you speaking from the group, when they be people up here rambling, y'all be wanting us to shoot them. Like, y'all don't want to hear that shit. Hell the fuck no! Like, Erica.
You don't stay
story with her was even funny. And then they was trying to I don't know the church. Somebody was trying to contact her or something. Or Freddie, because they was mad at Freddie. I think it was. He told that nigga, you need to move out of Shaq motherfucking apartment, nigga. That shit was funny as hell. I definitely miss when Freddie and fucking Sam was together too. Let's just don't bring up the other mothers I call. You know, leave that behind us, y'all. You know, better than. Like I say. Apparently. I did. I ain't called nobody mama since I called Long Dick and Drop Mama. Girl, please. I'm saying.
Why you call Long Dick and Drop and Kick him down, mama?
Because he called me the bad and bitches and put me out the motherfucking room over the cat.
Where's Mariana?
So I told my y'all I was finna I bitch ass nigga up.
Oh my God.
I never called a mother in secrecy. I would open the Crenshaw district, tell everybody to stay in the group, and I would unlike it do it publicly. Like, I didn't give a fuck.
What his mama said?
I wasn't doing that shit off the act. Two niggas was in the cool.
What his mama said?
I told his mama that your son is a bitch ass nigga. And you should have raised this bitch ass nigga better. And then if I catch him or her, I was gonna spit in their fucking face. But like, hung up on me. I called back. She hung up again, so I called her back. Fuck. I think that number didn't work. You know, motherfucking terrorist. I don't give a fuck what y'all say. Goddamn terrorist. I ain't gonna lie, Henny, I love you, but when I called your mother, I said, I should have never called you. Because that lady started praying and shit. I said, I should have never. Honey, mama, I said, I should have never called you. She was praying and shit. I'm like, oh my God, I gotta change my life, Jesus. I'm like, this is a sweet woman. I gotta change my ways. Yes, she called her mama. Oh, she was a big she's a beautiful woman. Because I said, yeah, I ain't doing this shit no more.
I know it's the mama that she really.
Yeah, nah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm not gonna lie, all jokes aside, she the one that got it. Because I was like, this lady praying for me to change my life and shit. I gotta do fucking.
Ooh, I know that's real. Shout out to Mama Honey.
And it was wrong, Molly, because didn't nobody
So this big mind, I only knew my godfather had so many kids. I never knew this girl existed until I came on the app and she was like, yeah, that's my father. I grew up in a different area. He didn't want me around. I called, I confirmed that is his true blood daughter. Again, I met her on the app. So, having a conversation with my mama, talking to him, like I've become what I was supposed to be to her, but I never met her. She's younger than me. I become that big guy sister I'm supposed to be. The bitch get put out her apartment. I help her get a new apartment. Her lights get cut off. I'm helping her pay her light bills, buying her kids Christmas gifts. Like I'm being the sister I'm supposed to be. This bitch just one day like a light switch went off and it was like fuck this bitch. So now I gotta upload show these people your eviction papers and you sitting on the couch in therapy looking a goddamn mess. Like I ain't want to do that girl like that. And we're here.
Are y'all in the better state?
Oh, that bitch. Oh, it's in the group chat. Bitches go to the group chat, go to the video part. It's the picture of her storing fucking coke on TikTok up.
Let me go to the group chat when I introduce this.
On TikTok. Oh, somebody randomly sent that shit like, look at your sister. I said, oh, this fucking crackhead.
That's the first one that went off. She started tweaking.
I'm looking at the video like, well, where the fuck are kids at? Like, just in the living room doing lines. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Why are you on TikTok? Well, she probably running the check up about that.
So I went on the Citizens app yesterday because I got a notification saying 2 women was kidnapped at the corner of my house. Only for me to go to the comments and find out it was ICE. Was they really kidnapped? Let him? No? Okay. Hold on, baby. I think I still got the video from the text. Okay. I just said
shot. Ping, did you just touch your shoulder small? Warning shot. Okay, sorry, continue.
So I saw I'm on vex. I would say, this is getting too much. Every day, I show on vex. She will say, what did they irritate and say? You they call me bro, but you sit down, una, they're gonna come every day for this house. You don't remember that person again. You sat down. The people created agenda. And long and it's going to insult them. Who have had a house? Those people at this one house was built. And then he was labeled as a jealous person. You sat through it. What is your group? You propagated the idea of a campaign. You sat through it, but it was your group. What's going on with you? What the fuck is going on with what malaria? Let me go and look for Joseph so that I see where you fall into that family tree. Are you not supposed to be there? Are you not supposed to be there? Since this issue has happened, you cannot even run a whole room. The world has had many houses. It is part of this now. From the station to Glasgow Center.
But I don't know why the name is macaroni. Macaroni is a side dish. It always has to have a because it cannot stand. It cannot stand alone. It needs.
Song that I grew up with. That was the first song I ever heard. It's macaroni, like in on it, I see.
If you want to marry me, Mr. Macaroni, don't bow.
When did the song give to me? It just be like the day when you carry put for me. My motherfucking name is J fucking beautiful Jennifer Adekino, aka brother PKA. J beautiful. In real fucking life,
From I cannot go there. Tell them where you're from.
I don't hide it.
Tell them where you're from. We cannot go there.
Fucking idiots. Tell me nothing. All you people be there, you be doing things to people. You can't even take them. What are the shit you did?
Why accent change?
Atlanta accent.
Period, auntie, period, auntie.
It's the close way for me.
Another one is short. If your name starts with O or ends with you, you don't touch your kneecap now. Another one is short. Another one is short. I don't tell you. Okay, keep your head.
Everything for you. The one who helped you find me. The one who helped you lose weight. Only you come out one friend. We've been working all our lives, mate. Do that. Don't even try that. What's going on with your house, bro? The fuck?
But that being said, you then white. If I don't have any yash in this life, I will do BBL to put the clap for my auntie. You then white. I will go to yash.
Everything. They go help you relocate. Help you go to this thing. People they call themselves tech pro. Because you manage, they just they teach you more. You say don't they identify. I identify as tech pro. You are mad. Who are you talking to? Now the pro. Who you they go report me to share? Sorry, you not frustrated this one they do. Sometimes they enter your house with honor. You don't see honor they mad. Scatter her house for her. Yes, he crazy your place. I don't know how this one they tolerate nonsense for you. Because at this one I don't know they take nonsense right from time. At this one don't pull that cocoa for your own house. Now you get the other one, they spiral out. Now you just you want to control sharing from the back. You pure drop boy shit outside. I'm mad.
They have una know when you are making bonvita and granite in boarding school, you want to make it into like this choco thing with the turn am. And when you turn that bonvita and granite, you just put small water. You don't want it to be too wet. Sometimes as you turn it, you will can't see the powder at the bottom.
I like it when it's like that. will even gulag you right now. It has got to the point that I don't think our self-esteem is there anymore. And so this one you know is now history. So that's where we have to be. What do you mean? People should stop it. They consistently get 4 people in that moment.
I think they don't do that for low area. You know who they enjoy this macaroni drinking pass? Make I tell you now. She then translate these guys. Amaka is blessed. The thing they sweet Amaka is blessed. The thing they sweet Amaka
And block this will soon fall. Now we soon start. I will just start blocking random people on this room with juice. If you need any names for your blog this side, let me know. I have a good list here. Send them. Because that's it. We can start with those ones and we'll come with them. Yeah.
If they are ready for you people, I will gather this one, and I will teach her and tell her how to get her compound. She's too kind. Now why they leave that place? Because I honor people. You don't get for family sake. My junior brother now, if he get money pass me based on the work. I respect people that start something that builds the ground up. So anybody that has a house that is running on Clubhouse, I respect them from the day ones, from the beginning of the rooms.
You know
I
that.
respect all of them.
Now,
Whether they have money to me or not, I respect them. From all of them, the Caribbean millennials, Edo 5, Cruise Station, and Connecting Cities, the Cool House, Kande, Lasgidi Planet, and this one house. Anybody, we have all those people that have house, whether I give them and it's not easy. But sometimes, you, when you be follower, you don't get identity for this stuff. Pastor that did not let your identity.
I won't lie to you. It's easy when you don't give a fuck. So niceness should have some strategy. You know, like if you're being nice, you want to be a leader from the back, you should have strategy. You don't lead from the back to the point that your soldier ants start to walk away from you. And then the soldier ants start to build their own kingdom and you still think you are the queen. It doesn't work that way. And you don't build your team to the point that when you are raising money, even $50, they don't go give you. Man, shut up. Stop it. Stop it. Shut the fuck up. This nice, this nigga here. But that's the thing. Being nice is fake. Like if you're a good person, you just be genuinely kind. Nice is going out of your way to please idiots. Like the fuck out of here. I have told you your problem. Your problem is you want to run JB's motherless home for near to wells. That is your problem.
now.
You know the chat is stupid.
Oh, okay.
And he ran that agenda yesterday. Just because I refused to speak to the nonsense he was speaking about his false allegations on me. Or whether I don't even want to confirm or deny whether the allegations are true. And he got to be telling me about common sense. That's what he did. And I don't want to engage.
Because if you fling him the third time, video will drop.
Drop it now. Let him drop it. But
I beg, this place is not sweet, so don't get used to it. This place is very bitter. Allow water.
I want him to drop whatever I want to drop. As long as he's not engaging in last minute management with me, he can open another room. Even you want to open another room to drop his content. But the one that he will do, he's not going to sit with me humans. Oh, he's my brother, and I draw him to my chest. He not send me, now me the runner. That does make him care.
It's a lie. If he sit with you with partner, you won't know.
I'm born and run. For you to even come inside this room and sit as a border. What do you be? You be coward now. You know, if you just identify yourself with your full face.
Tell me, please stop talking for like 45 minutes. Because if you continue, they will stay here.
Jollof, now this is the way concert will come make sense. They don't go come out.
If we all stop talking, so yesterday we played the no music, they left.
Especially the Igbo one, right? We even play a kilo one.
I like them now, that video go when they follow me. You remember I'm stressing me. This house, small house, we don't know the past 10 people. See, yesterday we had 300. Like, what the fuck, man?
Now we play your music.
Do you be happy?
Of course, now.
See, Jollof, just because you are touching Chicago, just because you are touching. I don't understand. Okay, not misleading. JB, these are the 3 days in a row that we're hearing your voice.
You don't say that you would cry and say, and insult you. Naked man, that they come for me since morning. Yes. Why would you cover it as the comforter, the duvet cover that you are? As the blanket you are, of course you will cover it.
Everything. Why you not coughing up? Not like I was 6 days.
Cover there. Cover there.
You know the funny thing to the people do, they don't that. When I always allow them to come to this house. Like that everybody else, they only see this house.
To the point that everybody will tell them, people who is here, they like to take all this orphanage people, put under a waist, you know, tell me that the mama for the match. I go see the lab, man, who go cause Jollof, everything that they cause me. I was able to tell everybody, say, that you don't get the follow up.
Let's go. Riff Raff and the Jewels.
will change that for you. And yeah, let me very. Yes. Since when? Where? Why are you going to use that Araba to Don't try out, don't try out. Now, Mr. Condeo. That's not true. We plenty for this house. You know what I'm saying? No, you are the only one that stands there. They are not hiding. Yes, I am hiding. Not trend. That's for come. I beg, bring my wife up. Where can I follow up now? Where is trend? Where is trend? Babe, I don't know. Your brother, I've been looking for you. I want to look at this your DP way. I want to look for where he was inside this. Which one? That's Yoruba police. Is the mommy? Oh, what is he doing now? So you can see that his name is mommy. Have you ever seen that the mommy cannot be me? When they say a house is successful, a home is successful, on whose shoulders is it? Is it not the mother? So that means that the downfall of both Manila is on the macaroni. Where's the apple? Period, Mama, no period. Yeah. Lọ́pọ̀ my vacation, I was enjoying my vacation. I just woke up to a message. Now, period. Now. So, Joe, you can hear me? I said, look, on my vacation, I was sleeping. Early in the morning, I just saw this message. Who is this? Macaroni was reporting Jimmy to me that he was talking, he got kicked out of the room. Like, what's happening when you out, bro? I see the boy, I said, bro, you bro me? You that you are number one cook, the way you always cooking me, you're not broing me. Can you imagine house full? When I know even bath come my house, depends on the smell. I beg people shift. We don't take it to. We shall not have it though. Make it guess identity first for the app. For now, I don't see him. He's the one. I've already told you that they follow up. They are better than the one. Yes. We follow the master up and down. You go and cry. Yeah, so that go with the kids. When I cry, you know that the content is over. They know the you know that yes. I want the mentor the work and I want the mentor the I'm so sorry. Oh, who is this? months.
Nonsense. Now, you want to teach them how to smoke cigar and people, you're going to smoke like they be like,
Oh, okay, that's 16 pounds cigar with a card decline.
when
Okay.
they die somewhere. Maybe like Stan are the one introduced a lot of them to the finer things in life. That's the one now. That's the one. Wow. The one is the identity on this app. If you want to work out going on, I want to give it to the one. Not for nothing. No, the one is doing well. The one is doing extremely well. Extremely well. The one has had, I repeat, the one has had houses that he started. That was something. Cruise station. Pastor Enterprise. Pastor Nicholas. And now, when you now went to go to Carnegie and they want to fall into it, immediately he wanted associating with failures. Hey! Associating with failures, the one was successful on this app.
Now what has some Grover to other Electra? Now what?
You can imagine make small pikin dey run your life. Then you go dey waka. If you wan waka, you waka like small soldier. Lieutenant, you rats.
Lieutenant is wild.
Intentionally lieutenant. Okay, so
Lieutenant.
don't.
I know.
You know what I mean? When I try to be ras, I want you to know that I go to the bottomless pit. Oh, swore. What you get career? Now pilots. What is the one day? All who get career, say sugar daddy.
Ojikwa, no be Oji what you slay. No be Oji what you slay, comot K1.
You want to say what?
One. No be Oji.
Nothing from that is what you get for get work for you. All who get work for real. And he say sugar daddy. You know, he loves the good life, but now he walks around with his hand pass. You know, no woman comes close for now this hand pass. He has a whole control. You understand? You when you
Sorry.
come out, come collect talk. Now you dey talk. The mad.
Where is that he-goat? Where is that he-goat? A little he-goat. If you come back, you will see how we put on.
I know any money voice things yes speak how.
Yes.
Man, go drink tea. This your voice too.
Which one? I go drink tea? No, go just speak out today. I'm not today. What kind of something is this? Okay. Anyways, that's midget from military junta. The again the sidekick of scraping pots. If you come back here,
Now live with that.
if you come back here, it was like just come back with an arm. Come back with an if I catch you here, if I catch you here, who will
If you want them to start talking fast. Big boy, are you playing Johnson?
Carnival is okay. No, yeah, but like you guys, what's going on? I don't like the year you got. Shut the fuck up, dude. Fuck up.
That shit, this.
See, if you want the job full chest. How Igbo man will come to you, step to you, say no, you South person, he will just run like chicken. It's a shock now.
Who's there?
Now, young lady, now you step, you move, like waiting now.
Oh, yeah.
No. Or change out for him from this speed, sharp. He stepped to you, you can't leave room. I said, what?
No, I didn't even know. I got the call.
You can't even fight those.
When I want to understand the Yoruba person.
Oh, Trent is a job. Like, I know that's your brother.
Part of my ignorance, but you know it's from where? Bayelsa. Oh.
It's not just by yourself, but it's fun to we don't care about them.
I think they're all.
Yeah.
And no.
Yeah, it's just everywhere.
But you know, you never had no clue as well, right?
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Even rivers.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Timmy Dakolo is in your. Your former president.
I don't understand.
You have been in charge of Yoruba.
Timaya, you just like.
Timaya, you just. We have a lot of prominent organizations. No,
Ishakiri is not a major tribe.
Shekiri is not a major tribe. In Delta State, in Lagos, they have people who
Shekiri is smaller than United in Delta State.
Yes, exactly.
Now, wow, Trent, be like say you're actually from Gombe. Wow. I want to for elder, you can't run. Like,
I don't run. I go receive call now. I should be had to receive my phone.
wow.
Because I don't get anything. Don't worry.
Okay, now.
So you started speaking your language that he thought you were one of those people that have gotten lost in this trying to be Yoruba. So now Manu come for him say, no South slander will be tolerated. Now he said that you tell us say you are Yoruba.
From where to where? Me, I was there where we did wish like that. The only conversation we ever had when we press all those idiots guys there. Political rooms, we don't ever agree on political issues. And then what else again? We talked about tender and the rest. That's all the conversations we've ever had. So I don't know what he's talking about. Okay, yeah. Then we were talking about, I think he was asking me about my old day stuff. So no, that's all the conversation we've ever had. I don't think we're not talking about that. I never asked where I'm from. Now, even if you want to ask where I'm from, we have a mutual friend that is from Bayelsa. Then they disagree brackets, make him know. So I know the same bracket, majority of the basketball, man.
You guys play those Sophia again?
Yes, just
gender reveal, I want to be intimate with like everyone. That's what we went. Do you know pregnant? Like I'll be pregnant, but that it seems like a lot of effort to just give birth to a whole human being.
I will not call any names, but these gender review parties seem to last longer than your marriage. And I presume that that comes from lack of connection, lack of building, maybe smoking cigars when you should be with your wife. So please, go and save your marriage. Fuck the boys. Well, you will not be fucking them, but you get my point. I just wanted to do that.
Can somebody explain to me, like I'm a child, why a rich man's card would decline? I honestly, this is actually a genuine question. Okay, because I have my card has never declined, so I want to know why.
I have some answers for you. That one of declining, it happens, right? So if you go and marry a house, when you know it's your banking, it will be hard for the house to track your finances. Now, if you are working for the internet, watch my words, working for the internet. So what does that mean? It can give you 300,000 a year, but you're more focused on showing Instagram and Clubhouse, the watch that you are wearing while you're holding your steering wheel. You're more worried about the DJI drone that you just bought, and the next laptop that you just bought. All these stupid, and by the way, this is formal behavior. No one rich people. Hey, what's it with this? Say, okay, hold on, let me ask you. You are more worried about showing Barclay. What's it with this now? Barclay, what's it with this? Okay. Thank you. But anyways, so you are more worried about But yeah, okay, on a real serious matter, if you're spending a lot of money, you're not with someone who can actually check you, your card to decline. Your card to decline. That one is very, very easy. Very easy. Yeah.
Can you put out your other picture, please?
What do you mean? Which picture?
The other one that you're in the car.
Come again. What's going on here?
This is kind of just a simple request today. You
have your first few paychecks and you're traveling to Malta every 6 months. Doesn't make any sense. Same thing with cigars. Last to make your teeth yellow, blacken your lips. Your friends will not be able to keep up with the cigars you are buying. Now everyone is saying, oh my, don't red. You will now say, okay, I'm spending money on behalf of my friends. And before you know it,
So you are saying the person they smoke cigar so much, it is going to be like cashew.
So don't live beyond your means to the point that Chinoso Nembe will come your country and you know if you link up with him. Don't spend that far. Do you know what it is? That's like that people coming to Canada and I've spent so much money that I can't link up with him. So let's just So you don't know Daddy Bobo? Oh my God. You don't know Daddy Bobo? You get it serious? I don't know Daddy Bobo.
Ayola.
Oh, okay, I know what I know.
Even that one of my Rolex now.
I'm telling you.
Yeah. Please, guys, don't live beyond your means. For all of you that are new or old to tech, today you are working for company A, tomorrow you are fired, the day after you're working for company B, the day after you're fired. They fling these 10 people like water. Please, now beg and beg. Watch what you in this, man. It's okay. Mom is leading, guys. Mom is leading. Yeah, let's pollute this room until these people leave. I think we still have some time. Another thing. If you cannot afford to get Coach Iron's services as your cook, don't hire him. Do not hire him.
My friend is not there. You can't hire him.
Do not hire him. Because if I say Coach Iron don't go, he has gone to cook filet mignon in Malta. Now they are giving him cease and desist. Right? Guys, please. We forget what is normal.
You said they gave who cease and desist? Who gave the buyer of cease and desist? How he invented who cease and desist? Sleep has become a nigga with the business. What is going on? Carnage, who gave the buyer of cease and desist?
Okay now. JB, you should ask yourself this. In all of these discussion there, right? The motor trip. The only people who know the motor trip who were there, or people like myself, political parties, and Supreme. People know the way who were there. And we were the
Myself, why are you saying myself where you were not there?
Why you say you were not there? Because I called the relevant party.
You by yourself.
What do you mean? I called the relevant. Once I started to hear about it, for me, I was like, even me, look, Daisy really what Daisy does. Daisy is a genius at what she does. Daisy is single-handedly the most dangerous person in this country. Believe it or not. For me, I was here, I was like, I called relevant parties. That's what got me. X, that time, X. And that's what said, the guy, etc. I said, okay, yeah, I know.
Chef, hold on. Let me talk to you. Let's make this interactive for you.
As much as we can.
Yes, as much as we can. I don't even want to talk. I just want to understand something.
Yeah.
So, you made a statement. You said
New updates. They have given JBCs and deceased. I just got it as well. That's why she's being strategic with her questions now.
That's not true. But then,
New updates.
Thank you, my darling. So, you said you have spoken to the relevant parties.
I did actually, yeah.
Relevant parties.
The Taylor.
Wait, he. Because
The
it was
Taylor,
relevant.
yeah. The Taylor, very.
Fantastic. So now,
Why they call him Taylor?
I know.
Taylor now.
It's a Taylor now.
No, we say we go find
I
Taylor.
don't understand. Not because of
You don't know.
you don't know his real name. This is on this app.
No. JB, you know, go back to JB trust. Okay.
So I'm assuming, honestly, I'm working with your words. You said you spoke to the relevant party. So I'm going to ask you, did you speak to Shade?
Flushing it. No, I didn't flush it out.
Okay. Did you speak to Supreme?
No, Supreme considers me, quite frankly, at this moment in time, stinks. I'm against him, but he doesn't know that I have a lot of respect and love for him.
Okay. Did you speak to the one? Hold on. Did you speak to the one?
No, I never spoke to the one, though.
So
The one is
who are
busy
the
fighting.
relevant parties?
The one is busy fighting wars at the moment. I don't think it's
Oh,
going.
okay.
Yeah,
So who are relevant parties that you say you spoke to?
I said party.
Oh, party. One person.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you probably who I spoke to. But,
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it was one person you spoke to, not parties. Now I understand. Okay.
and the truth is, the person who brought this on the app is, as much as I like Philbin, I don't like the one, but, if it is Philbin, I'm just speculating. And you know what, Philbin, you like it now?
Can't say that. JB. No, it wasn't Phil. JB. Hello.
If I said Daisy is single-handedly, I don't think you guys understand how dangerous Daisy is. I don't think you get it. You're
See, we're not here to carry your fight with another woman on our head.
I know different routes, and I'm on fire.
This guy is just pouring sand in our garden. The nonsense you are doing. JB, let me ask